bullied in the real world, overpowered in another. When he stumbles into a mysterious portal, everything changes. In a world of magic and monsters, he gains cheat-level powers, strength, and skills beyond imagination. But the real surprise? Those powers follow him back home. Now he's unstoppable in two worlds, and the people who once ignored him are about to realize he's not the same person anymore. Prologue. Tinja Yuya, am being bullied. That's not a recent development. It's been that way for a long time, ever since kindergarten. No matter how much I asked them to stop, they'd only find it funnier and escalate things, and no matter how much I told the teacher about it, they wouldn't help. On the contrary, they'd even end up saying that I was the one in the wrong. It would have been fine if I was only mistreated by those guys at school and the teachers. But I had reached the point that I didn't even get any affection from my family. Right after I was born, my parents thought I would be a cute child. After all, I was their firstborn. However, they eventually gave up on those thoughts. My face only got uglier over time, regardless of what I did. Even though I only ate a normal amount of food, my body got fatter and fatter. I tried to exercise, but my weight continued increasing, as if my own body was ridiculing me. Even though I didn't change the amount of food I was eating. Well, there's your problem. It may be some kind of illness. By the time that thought occurred to me, the affection from my parents was completely gone. The reason was my twin brother and sister had been born. Unlike me, both of them were beautiful, and my parents showered them with affection. Their treatment of me completely changed then. The twins would always eat good fresh food, and I'd only get yesterday's leftovers. Really, leftovers were the best I got, and mostly it was only scraps and things that had expired or soured. I wasn't allowed to wash my clothes together with the twins because they said the twins' clothes would get dirty if I washed them together, and my clothes would then go unwashed because it would only waste the water bill. So, since elementary school, I had always washed my clothes by myself using the park drinking fountain. Speaking of clothes, the twins could buy new ones, but I always wore only tattered clothes. From elementary school to senior high school, my bags were ratty and tattered, but the twins always had brand new stuff. The twins were 1 year younger than me, and for these reasons I had to do a lot of things myself since I entered kindergarten. I envied them a lot. I didn't do anything to deserve this, or did I? No matter how much I tried to appeal to them, my parents didn't give me the time of day. Even at times when I thought I might be sick, I wasn't allowed to see a doctor. I thought of it as a blessing that I was able to eat the bare minimum amount of food, even though the reason was they still cared about their reputation. But there were still people who were kind to me as well. My grandfather, who had already passed away, was one of them. He was always traveling around and would come back with peculiar souvenirs and was rarely home. But when he came back, Grandpa always loved me, the ugly kid. That was the only way in which I got much more affection compared to the twins. Grandpa was considered a freak for flying around the world for so long and collecting only weird stuff, and my parents were prejudiced against him. When I was in elementary school, my grandpa's house was close, so I always went out to play there when he was home. Even though my grandpa was incensed at how I was treated, and appealed to the people around me, my appearance and the way people talked about him being a freak caused that to go nowhere. Such a kind grandfather to me had already died. Yuya, never give up. Look, it's all right. Even if it's hard, if you smile, happiness will surely come. Someday, you'll be able to look back at those people who have done terrible things to you. Besides, you still have a long life ahead of you. Don't be impatient, but move slowly and steadily in the right direction. It's okay, Yuya. I know you can do it. Those were Grandpa's last words. In his will, he gave me the house where he lived and all of his property. Of course, my parents tried to take it away, but my grandpa had made thorough arrangements, so they failed. But as a result, my parents completely abandoned me. Well, when you think about it, that result was obvious. So I left home and decided to live in my grandpa's house. He didn't have a lot of assets, by any means, and I didn't receive any money from my parents, but even so, my grandpa did have enough money for me to enter an integrated junior high school and attend senior high school. Thanks to him, I was able to pay the entrance fee and tuition, but the other living expenses were strict, with only the money that my grandfather had left me, and I lived every day while working part-time jobs. And now, if I didn't go quickly, I would be late for my part-time job, but I was stopped and forcibly taken to the back of the gym. To be perfectly clear about what was going to happen. Know your place, you shitty fat ass. Gah. It was group bullying. I was beaten and kicked many times. I could barely breathe, and since I didn't have any money, I always skipped lunch, so the only thing that came out of my mouth was stomach juices. After a while, maybe because he got tired of beating me, Takashi Araki from my class, the main offender of this bullying, grabbed my hair and lifted my face as I was coughing violently. Araki was the so-called delinquent guy with piercings and blonde hair. He was also wearing a uniform and was a member of a delinquent group called Red Ogre, which was active around this high school. I cried out from the way he was handling me. Oi, fat ass. Aren't you forgetting your place? You're my sandbag, and I'll beat my sandbag whenever I want. That's your role, so why are you going home all of a sudden? A sharp knee kicked me directly in the face. Blood was streaming from my nose, and my face was in agony. Hey, Araki, do you think maybe you shouldn't be so hard on his face? If you hurt him there, everyone can see it, you know? It's fine. No one's gonna look at this kind of trash. Kaya ha ha ha. But seriously, this is fun. Some flashy-looking girls took pictures of me with their smartphones. Araki seemed to come up with something as he watched, and a wicked grin spread across his face. Oh right, if you're going to take pictures, why don't you do it when he's butt naked? Oh, how nice. In that case, let's get more people over here. Great, just message everyone you know. Ugh. SSTO. Shut your fucking mouth, you piece of shit. Once again, a kick landed right in my face. My consciousness grew hazy, and I felt like I could pass out at any moment, but if I did that, I had no idea what might happen. However, I was still helpless to change anything, and the people Araki and the others called had already gathered around. Hey, you said if I came here, there'd be something fun. I never thought I'd see the face of this garbage here. When I managed to look at the cold voice that was suddenly thrown at me, there stood a very similar brother and sister with well-defined faces. Tinjayuta and Tinjasara, in other words, my own brother and sister. Since they were 1 year younger than me, whenever we came across each other in middle school, they had reached the point of looking at me with disdain. This would be my first year in high school, and they were in their third year of junior high, but maybe there would eventually be a chance for us to meet. They normally wouldn't have any business being here, in the back of this school building, but Araki might have called them over. Yuta, do you know him? Yeah, well, I hate to admit it, but he's sort of my big brother. That's what it should be. Big brother. Oi, seriously. Araki looked at me and laughed. He looks nothing like you. Well, you know, it's only a relationship on paper, so I don't care about him at all. I see. Well, that's fine. Let's just have fun today. By then, nearly 20 people had gathered around, and Araki started stripping me naked. I resisted desperately and begged him to stop, but after he beat me again, I was completely silenced and was finally stripped of all my clothes. Araki laughed triumphantly. Oi, don't try to hide it. What a disgusting body. Words of contempt and condescension poured in from my surroundings. With regret and embarrassment, I desperately grit my teeth and endured. Pretty soon, the sound of camera shutters echoed all around, and Araki spoke up. Thank you for gathering here today. Well then, time for the closing act. He looked at me and made a demented smile. Take this, you fat ass. Hiya. I was knocked out by a powerful blow to my jaw. By the time I woke up, there was no one around, and the moon was already floating in the sky. When I checked my belongings, they had stolen what little money I had. My textbook was torn up and thrown away, and muddy water had been poured onto my clothes. I wept bitterly on the spot, so overcome with self-pity that it was painful. Grandpa, what should I do? This was my daily life. Chapter 1. Into a different world. Overcoming those difficult times, I was now fully enjoying a rare period of recovery. After the middle school graduation ceremony was over, we went on a short break before starting high school. Realistically, I should have had a part-time job during this break, but that was gone now because of the group bullying from the other day. Because I was absent that day, I was fired. Obviously, it wasn't possible to go to it. I was fired from my other part-time job as well because of all the bruises on my body. I thought it was unreasonable, and I was frustrated, but I couldn't do anything about it. I wondered if I should do muscle training during this break, even though I didn't think it would change anything. I had a lot of things to worry about, but first I had to find a new part-time job. At any rate, for now, I had a little time to spare, so I decided to clean this house for the first time in a long time. I immediately got out a rag and vacuum cleaner and started cleaning the house. Even though I often did like cleaning, a thorough cleaning revealed a lot of dirt. My grandpa's house was quite large, so it would have been difficult to clean all the rooms properly without an opportunity like this. No, I knew the truth. I was doing this to avoid thinking about what had happened. During a surge of depression, I went to the wash basin to replace the water in the bucket, and there, like it or not, I could see my face reflected in the mirror. Thin, small eyes, a huge pig nose with small nostrils, rounded cheeks, and although my cheekbones were defined, my whole face was fat, swollen, and covered in acne and freckles. My lips were thick and covered my crooked teeth. My hair was so thin it felt like premature baldness. This was my face. A face that doesn't at all resemble my parents or those twins. When I looked at it now, the accumulated resentment inside of me overflowed. I yelled in rage and punched the mirror over and over again, desperately trying to erase the picture in front of me. I kept hitting it long after my fist was covered in blood. Breathing hard, I then grabbed the big bucket and smashed it into the mirror, breaking it instantly. With the mirror broken, I was able to calm down a little, but mentally, I was still in a fog. Fragments of the mirror fell onto the floor and mingled with my blood. No matter how much I shout, my situation won't change. I wanted to undergo plastic surgery if I could, but I couldn't even come close to doing that without any money. The fact was, I had to work with all my strength just to barely earn enough for my living expenses. In the face of such a sorrowful reality, my heart sank even more. What exactly do I want to be? I couldn't see my future anymore. I wouldn't be able to find a job properly. Considering how things are now, it was only natural that I'd never thought about what I wanted to be in the future. Dream a dream, huh? Even if I had a dream, it would be meaningless anyway. I don't have the ability or the will to make a dream come true. Fuck. Frustrated by my powerlessness, I hit the wall forcefully, and at that moment, all of a sudden, the wall rotated, like a secret door in a ninja mansion, and revealed a room I had no idea existed. What the? I'd lived in my grandpa's house for a long time, and I'd never seen a room like this before. What is this place? I had stumbled on a mysterious hidden room. I was cautious at first, but soon my curiosity won out, and before I knew it, I was already inside. As it turned out, this was a room where Grandpa put many of the things he collected when he flew around the world. My grandpa was always traveling around and coming back with souvenirs, but I didn't know where he put them all. I was stunned to realize all of them had been stored in a secret room. When I was looking in amazement at the goods obtained from all over the world, I suddenly got a strange feeling. Well, what the hell is this? It was a puzzling feeling, one I had never felt before, and it now guided me through the room. I passed by many things, some of which Grandpa had shown me in the past, and others that were totally new to me. What is that? That mask. It's frightening, and it kind of looks like a Kijin. Oh wow, what's that doll? It was like the Kijin mask, and a mannequin that was bigger than me. There were also some basketball-sized red cubes, and although I didn't know the principle behind it, there were also some strange stones floating around an equally strange pedestal. Apart from that, there was even a coffin that looked like an Egyptian sarcophagus, the kind that usually contained a mummified pharaoh. As I walked around, looking at the various objects and artifacts around me, I started to get that funny feeling again, like something was calling to me. I continued on, like being led by the hand. Grandpa collected all of this. In the past, he had often boasted about his collection, but I didn't realize how great it really was. Memories of a casually cheerful Grandpa resurfaced, and it was almost enough to make me cry again. It was Grandpa's collection of items, but it was full of things I had no idea what the uses were, so it was almost like junk now. If Grandpa was still alive, he would have taught me a lot once more. What should I do with all this? Even though I felt a bit uneasy, like something scary would happen if I even touched these items, my eyes were drawn to one particular item placed at the very back of the room. It was a door that existed as if it had been pulled out of the wall. There was a large owl carved on the middle of the wooden door, and trees carved on the edge of it. Did Grandpa bring this back too? This door? If he brought this back, where would this door lead to? Well, it's just a door anyway, so I should only see the wall behind it if I open it. But the moment I saw the door, the strange feeling that I was having grew stronger. Could it be from this door? I couldn't recognize anything about the door in front of me, but it demanded my attention, and my eyes were glued to it. I wonder if this door was the thing calling me this whole time. Is there anything on this door? With that in mind, I reached for the door knob and opened it. It was an unfamiliar room. It's decorated similar to a log house, with a large wooden table and chairs, and a wooden closet. Weapons such as swords and axes were piled up like mountains. Wadash. I felt like my head was about to explode upon seeing such an incomprehensible situation. Then, something like a translucent board suddenly appeared in front of me. Whoa! Since it appeared so suddenly, I cried out like a wimp and fell on my ass. However, the translucent board moved with me and remained at the same place in my vision. What is this? Feeling flustered, I focused on the translucent board and saw the text written on it. Skill, appraisal, has been acquired. Skill, endurance, has been acquired. Title, Master of the Door, has been acquired. Title, Master of the House, has been acquired. Title, Otherworlder, has been acquired. Title, Person who visited a different world for the first time, has been acquired. Huh. There, something like a message from games was displayed. Appraisal? Endurance? More importantly, a different world? For now, I got up and went back to my house and checked around the door again. As I thought, there's nowhere to go. The only thing behind the door was just the wall of my house. Yet through the door was an unfamiliar room like in a log house, extending beyond the other side. Seriously, what is this thing? What the heck is this door? The moment I thought that, the translucent board that had disappeared suddenly appeared again. Door to another world. A door which suddenly appeared on Earth and leads to some other world. Even the gods do not know why these doors appear, or how. The destination is unknown, and once you cross to a different world, the location becomes fixed. Those who become the door's master can manipulate various functions. The door is indestructible. How? Suddenly, I know all this information about the door. No, wait. I understand it perfectly well, but it's still absurd. At this point, I finally calmed down and arrived at the answer. Perhaps it's the effect of this appraisal skill? No, but wait. I'm in the room at my house right now, not in that log house style room. So, why is that thing still showing up? I don't really get it. But is there any way I can check the effect of the skills? The board appeared again when I muttered that, and displayed the following. Appraisal. Skills to appraise various things. Endurance. You have acquired great resistance to abnormal states, mental interference, or physical stress. There it is again. I understood it now. I was probably able to examine the door a little while ago because of this appraisal skill. Even so, this was too far detached from reality. If that's how it is, can I examine the titles, too? I muttered, roughly accepting my present circumstances, and the message appeared as expected. Master of the door. The master of the door leading to another world. You can use the menu function. Master of the house. The new master of the house where the wise man is said to have once lived. You have obtained ownership of this house. Otherworlder. A person from another world. You will be given a special growth boost, allowing you to obtain more experience than normal. It will also be easier for you to learn skills. Level cap has been removed. Person who visited a different world for the first time. The person who visited another world for the first time. A distinct title that makes it easier for you to invent skills and magic compared to the effect of similar titles, such as Pioneer. The process of your growth will proceed in an ideal direction. In addition, you will be able to use Item Box. Oh, for some reason, despite how amazing it all sounded, it didn't affect me that much. Person who visited a different world for the first time seems to be a superior title compared to Pioneer, and it also apparently makes me able to use Item Box. What's Item Box? And which house is the master of the house description talking about? Then I noticed the part of the description of Master of the Door that mentioned a menu function. Menu function? What the heck is that? Oh, wow. Another message was displayed in front of me. This is Door to Another World. Owner, Tenju Yuya. Functions, money conversion transfer entry restriction. That was displayed. Money conversion? Can I convert something into money? And what are transfer and entry restriction? As I asked, the message changed to show detailed descriptions. Money conversion. Everything can be converted into money. Transfer. The door can be summoned to the owner's current location at any time. Entry restriction. Only those specified by the owner can pass through the door. It's more sophisticated than I expected. In other words, even if someone finds this place, they can't go any further. In addition, if someone were to try to steal this door, it would return to me. I honestly don't know how to use this money conversion. But, well, there's no downside from having it, so that's fine for now. Honestly, everything I've seen until now feels like something you'd see in a game. So there must be something like a status panel, right? I thought about it excitedly, and another message appeared. Tenju Yuya. Occupation, none. Level 1. Magic 1. Attack 1. Defense 1. Agility 1. Intelligence 1. Luck 1. BP 0. Skills, Appraisal, Endurance, Item Box. Titles, Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder. Person who visited a different world for the first time. It's hopeless. This thing can't be serious. All of my stats are 1. Even in school, I never had grades this bad. Well, somehow I knew where that was coming from. Apart from that, what was this BP? And Item Box was added to my skill column for some reason. BP, abbreviation for bonus points. When leveling up, you will receive 10 BP and can assign them to any stat you like. If you are an Otherworlder, you will instead receive 20 BP. If you have the title, Person who visited a different world for the first time, you will instead receive 100 BP. Item box. You can manipulate a special region of space that allows you to store and retrieve things as much as you like. However, it's not possible to store living beings. There is no capacity or size limit for things you want to store. Ooh. First of all, I realized I was able to distribute points into my status, and that was an advantage for me. Item box also functioned like a game's inventory, as I understood it. Well, now that I'd confirmed this much, the only thing left to confirm was that room. That's right. There was nobody in there a while ago, but no matter how I thought about it, wasn't that trespassing? So if the other party got angry and attacked, I need to bear with it, wouldn't I? I also got the Master of the House title, which I'm not sure about. I hadn't confirmed anything about it at all. Fortunately, no one else can go through the door except me, so I should be able to manage it somehow if I just run back into my house. Let's take another look. I decided to go back to that room again. I'm amazed this MC doesn't seem to recognize a screen or window when they see one. Translucent bored my ass. Part 2. There's no one here, right? I peeked timidly out the door to confirm my surroundings, but as I had hoped, there were no signs of people. I stepped into the room again, overwhelmed once more by the sensation of trees and wood all around me. When I entered the room, I saw a wooden closet next to the desk and chair, and inside that closet were pairs of slim shirts, trousers, and underwear that obviously weren't my size. It was a bit disappointing, since it felt unexpectedly nice when I touched it. Oh, I didn't notice it until now, but there's a window in here. I approached the window and looked outside. And then, whoa, the area beyond the window was dense with trees. The house I lived in wasn't anything like a mountainous area. It was in a residential area, and normally you could see cars passing by, both in front and behind the lot. However, this cabin was completely surrounded by forest. As I thought, it's a different world. Well, the only other possibility is that it's connected to another place on Earth. I thought the window might just be a super realistic picture, but when I opened the window, I had to abandon that thought. Pure air flowed into my lungs, which I couldn't imagine breathing from a city. I couldn't hear the sound of any cars, nor were there any construction noises, just a tranquil silence. I closed the window and looked around the room again, and noticed a paper on the desk. What's this? I picked up the paper and tried to read it, but it had strange characters that I didn't recognize. I can't read this. Is it a language from this other world? Despite my lack of understanding, a message appeared when I stared at the letter for a few moments longer. You have acquired the skill, language comprehension. Hey, what's this useful skill? I appraised it immediately. Language comprehension. A skill that grants you the understanding to read and write in any language. It was such a useful skill. If this is also effective on Earth, wouldn't English be a piece of cake? Anyway, since I'd gotten such a long-awaited skill, I turned my eyes back to the letter and was able to comprehend the mysterious script that I couldn't read before. To summarize, the previous owner of this house had decided to part with this cabin because his life was soon to come to an end. Because he had no family, if anyone found this house, he would give that person ownership, along with everything inside the house. The registration of ownership was also updated somehow, with the power of magic, such that it wouldn't be possible for anyone other than the owner to enter the house. This was probably because I got the title of Master of the House, so I became its owner. From the description of the title, I could understand that a wise man once lived here, but how amazing was he? Personally, I think it's incredible to prevent anyone other than the owner from entering. But was that a normal thing in this world? How can I put this? I think I was incredibly lucky that the door connected to this place. I'm very grateful for that. It's only just now hitting me. But there's something else. This world also has magic. No, the situation itself was too unrealistic. Even if it described the existence of magic, it still didn't feel like a fantasy world. He literally just walked through a magic door. It surprised me a little, but still, the line about magic caught my interest. Would I be able to use it too? Well, whatever. First of all, I'm relieved to know there's nobody else in this house, and that means no one but me will ever come here. As soon as I discovered this house was mine, all of my wariness went right out the window. Since things had turned out like this, I decided to check out everything in this place. Is all this real? There were so many kinds of weapons all over the place. I tried to pick up the first sword I saw. Whoa, it's heavy. Obviously, my physical strength was pretty low, so just holding up a sword is almost enough to make me fall over. I guess I need to do full-on muscle training. Well, I used to do that in the past, but I didn't get any muscle at all after a whole year. Even so, it's a splendid sword. It was a double-edged sword that gleamed as if it had just been polished, and the blade clearly reflected my face. The handle was almost completely undecorated, but there was still something familiar about this sword in my hand, so much that even an amateur like me could feel it. I immediately tried using appraisal on the sword out of curiosity. Omni Sword, the pinnacle of all swords. The blade remains shiny without tarnishing, and the edge is always perfectly sharp. It's said to be capable of cutting anything, but that depends on the contractor. Not for sale. Contractor, Tenju Yuya. Seriously? It's more incredible than I could have imagined. Moreover, I'd signed the contract before I knew it. Even if you say it's not for sale, there's no way I could sell this kind of thing, right? It's too amazing. Wait, what kind of person was that wise man again? To think he'd just leave this sword lying around in that disorderly pile of weapons. Something this amazing should be handled appropriately. I was surprised at the wise man who I'd never be able to meet anyway, but I wanted to give this sword a swing. As a man, I should try it out at least once, right? I don't know who I was making an excuse to, but I just wanted to force someone else to justify my actions. Guess that wasn't really necessary. Well, since I wanted to check the outside, I timidly opened the front door of the house. Ooh. Apparently, the land this house was built on was pretty spacious, and the front area was like a garden. There were also fields to cultivate fruits or vegetables. Is this all included as part of the house? If it wasn't, I couldn't go out carelessly, but when I wondered about it, a message appeared. The inside of the fence surrounding this house is the owner's land. Oh, so in other words, no one can even enter this garden. Neat. Now I can go outside and swing this sword to my heart's content. I don't know who you are, but thank you, Mr. Message. I went outside in high spirits unbecoming to my age. Then I tried to swing the heavy sword however I pleased. But, whoa, it was hopeless. The end result was more like me being swung around by the sword rather than the other way around. I couldn't even swing it properly. No, in hindsight, that result was obvious. I panted. Well, that was fun. Even though I couldn't do anything, I laid down on the spot, with an odd feeling of satisfaction. Then the message appeared again in front of me. You have acquired the skill, Swordsmanship, 1. Huh, swordsmanship skill? Just by swinging it around. Besides that, what was the number next to it? When I focused on swordsmanship, 1, a detailed explanation was displayed. That's the appraisal skill for you. Swordsmanship, 1, skills to handle swords. The numbers represent proficiency, with a highest value of 10. In other words, was I now a super beginner when it came to handling a sword? No. I honestly think it's presumptuous to even call myself a beginner. Still, is this skill something that can be learned so easily? Maybe it's the effect of the Otherworlder title? That might be the case. Even so, it's weird that I was able to learn this quickly. What about the other weapons? Inspired by my new curiosity, I put the sword back where it was and went out into the garden with other weapons. As a result of appraising them one by one, I started to get the sense that anything I picked up was going to be an amazing item. Absolute Spear. The one and only spear that exceeds the Divine Spear. It's said that this spear can pierce anything, depending on the contractor. This spear can't be broken. If you throw it, it will always hit the target and will return to your hand. Not for sale. Contractor, Tenju Yuya. TLN, the kanji is Jide Chang. I'm not sure about this name to be honest. If anyone can come up with a good translation, please let me know. Death Scythe. A scythe that could even kill the god of death. It is said to be capable of cutting anything the contractor wants. Any existence cut by this scythe, no matter how small is it, will give a fatal wound. Not for sale. Contractor, Tenju Yuya. Infinity Gauntlet. Not only does this increase striking power, this gauntlet can also be used for protection. One blow is equal to infinite attacks. Not for sale. Contractor, Tenju Yuya. Formless Bow. The ultimate bow without physical form. Depending on the contractor's will, it can produce an infinite number of arrows. The arrows are said to be capable of shooting through the world. It will absolutely hit whatever target the contractor desires. Not for sale. Contractor, Tenju Yuya. And so on. Well, there were a considerable number of weapons, but I was able to touch all of them. Therefore, I only have one impression for everything. All of them are stupendous. I don't know why this stuff was just scattered around, and I don't know what kind of person the wise man was. But more than that, it's amazing that of all people, I'm the contractor. Now, this is my current status. Tenju Yuya. Occupation, none. Level 1. Magic 1. Attack 1. Defense 1. Agility 1. Intelligence 1. Luck 1. BP 0. Skills, Appraisal, Endurance, Item Box, Language Comprehension, Swordsmanship 1. Spearmanship 1. Scythe Technique 1. Hand-to-hand combat technique 1. Archery 1. Whip technique 1. Axe technique 1. Hammer technique 1. Staff technique 1. Club technique 1. Titles: Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder, person who visited a different world for the first time. I no longer understand what any of this means. I first noticed this when I was playing with all the weapons, but it still feels strange. When my face twitched involuntarily, a message appeared. You have met the required condition. Integrating all martial arts skills. You have acquired the skill, True Martial Art 1. What's this, True Martial Art? I used Appraisal immediately, and it displayed as follows. True Martial Art. A state that can only be reached by those who have learned all weapons and hand-to-hand combat arts. You can master all weapons and hand-to-hand combat, but I can't use it. It's impossible, no matter what you think. I was just swinging those weapons around. However, regardless of my intentions, the text on my status has been changed, and that massive list of weapon skills has disappeared, replaced with True Martial Art. Did Mr. Wise Man also have this outrageous skill? I guess he did. Without even knowing what was happening, I'd suddenly gotten an incredible bonus. Part 3. After that, I tried to tidy up all of the weapons that scattered outside, when I remembered that I had acquired the Item Box skill and decided to use it. However, when I tried to use it, I realized I didn't know how to activate it, and so I tried to chant Item Box in my mind, at which point a black space suddenly appeared in front of me. I was quite startled by that, but when I realized I could make it appear or disappear with just a thought, I threw a ballpoint pen in the house into the black space. Outside, I was exposed to intense sunlight, even though it was still early spring, and I started sweating immediately. Yup, it was a result of being fat. I was already getting tired, but I managed to get to a nearby convenience store, where I encountered an unpleasant scene. Hey, it's okay, isn't it? Come have tea with us. I already said no. I've refused you so many times already. Please, let me go. Don't say that, darling. A girl about the same age as me was getting caught up in a group of men that really stood out. The convenience store I went to was in a residential area after all, and there were a lot of people walking by. To think that they would try to seduce a girl out in the open like this, and right in front of a convenience store, on top of that. The girl didn't like it, and tried to get away from the men, but they persistently surrounded her. When I looked around, there were people in the area, but everyone pretended not to see them. Finally, one of the men grabbed her arm. Hey, come on, let's go. It's okay, nothing bad's gonna happen. I don't wanna. Let go of me, please. Excuse me. Huh. The men all turned to look at me. Their collective gaze was sharp, and it was clear they were looking down on me. To be honest, I was terrified and wanted to ignore the situation, but if my grandpa was here, he wouldn't have hesitated to help. He was the kind of person who would always help someone if they were in trouble. I loved my grandpa and was proud of him for not changing his beliefs, even if he was treated like a hypocrite or a weirdo. With that in mind, I spoke up without even thinking. What is it, fat ass? Do you have business with us or something? Huh. I almost squealed, but kept it under control. And no, she. I don't think she likes you. They almost growled in offense. They ignored the girl and surrounded me instead. You making fun of us, huh? You little bastard. No, that's not what I... Stop nagging, asshole. I cried out as one of the men mercilessly punched me in the face. I rolled into a ball in so much pain, but the men didn't let up and kept kicking me while I was down. Don't mess with us, you son of a bitch. You disgusting piggy. Die, you fucker. My face, my chest, my belly. Every time a sharp kick drove into my body, I felt like I was going to pass out. Then, abruptly, the men who were so viciously beating me suddenly stopped and ran off. Hey, police are coming. Man, what? You gotta be kidding. Someone reported us. Let's scram. Apparently, someone reported them to the police, and those men quickly fled the scene. My whole body was in pain, but not to the point that I couldn't endure it. It didn't seem like anything was broken. Geez, I didn't have to show my usual resistance in a place like this. But thinking about it again, it's a little strange. Until now, I usually would have lost consciousness at a time like this, but now, I managed to stay awake, though just barely. Could it be that the endurance skill activated? I knew I was able to use appraisal at home before, but to think I could also use a skill on Earth as well. The girl who was being harassed earlier came running over and helped me get up. Are you all right? I'll call an ambulance right away. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, I don't need an ambulance. But. No, really, it's okay. I was moved by the girl being so worried about an ugly person like me, so enduring the pain, I stood up. By all means, lean on my shoulder. I'll help you walk. And no, it's okay. It's okay already. But. It's really okay now. Rather than that, you were getting harassed, weren't you? Please be careful from now on. I don't really know what I'm saying, but I got my distance from the girl who was worried about me. She just got attacked by a man, so she shouldn't want to be by a man's side, right? I think that would be a natural course of action. Well, it might not matter if she didn't even recognize me as a man or as a human. The police came rushing over while I was having those self-deprecating thoughts. The police officers were 2 women and 1 man, so the girl might be relieved with this. We just got a report. I was surrounded by a group of men, and this person helped me when I was in trouble. Therefore, the girl explained to the police in detail that I was the only one injured, so it didn't seem to matter that much. It was like a weird story that I was the only one to get hurt. After a short series of questions, the police officer apparently decided to send the girl home. Then they turned to me. We'll send you home as well. Where do you live? And no, it's okay. I'll go home by myself. I came here to get groceries. I see. Well then, please be careful. When the police officers started to take the girl with them, she suddenly turned to me and bowed her head. Thank you for your help this time. Huh? No, don't worry about it. I couldn't do anything, after all. That's not true. In fact, you made me so happy. Thank you very much. I'll be sure to repay you for this. Please don't mind it. Well then, I'll take my leave. I don't usually talk to people, but I managed to say that much and cut off the conversation to part ways with her. I couldn't look her in the eye at all. In the first place, I rarely talk to women, and when I do, it's just a bunch of swearing directed at me. Because I've been through that experience for so long, I have zero defense against women, mentally. But that girl, even if maybe she was only being polite, was worried about me. I thought she was a good girl. A girl like that deserves to be happy. Thinking like that, before I bought the other things I wanted, I stretched my legs a little more and went to the supermarket for the groceries, then stopped at the convenience store again on my way back, before finally going home. Part 4. After having lunch and cleaning up the house, I went to the other side of that mysterious door again, and outside of the room to look over the garden once more. It's so big. I still can't believe all of this is mine now. No, not only is the garden and the house unbelievable, but also that this is a different world in the first place. It's quite mysterious. However, when I examined the door with the appraisal skill, apparently even God doesn't know where it came from. I mean, wouldn't this imply the existence of God? God was here. I looked around, and suddenly had a terrible chill. My body froze up instantly. With a suffocating feeling, my breathing came in stops and starts. Sweat beaded up all over my body, and I was confused for a moment as to why this suddenly happened before frantically looking around. At the entrance, which was the boundary between the outside of the fence and the garden, I saw the culprit of the chill assaulting me. A creature with the overwhelming aura of a warrior stood there staring at me. Its body was massive, in excess of 2 meters in height, and its skin was dark red, as if smeared with blood. Its bulging biceps were as thick as my fat torso, and its face resembled an oni, a fictional existence, with the 2 splendid and sharp fangs growing from its lower jaw. After easily uprooting it, the monster threw it towards the house. I screamed in fear, in spite of myself. Even if living creatures can't enter, does that apply to other things? I was absolutely terrified by the bloody ogre's assault, but the defensive performance of this house exceeded my expectations, and even the tree it threw bounced off. It really can't do anything against this house. Both direct and indirect attacks are blocked. At any rate, I came to understand that the bloody ogre was no threat while I was here, but it still didn't give up and resumed its attacks. Even if I know it can't get to me, this wasn't very good for my mental health. Is there anything I can do? Suddenly a thought occurred to me. Can my attacks from inside leave the property? Right? All external attacks seem to be prevented, but what happens if something attacks from the inside out? To solve that question, I took out the Absolute Spear from item box. The reason I took out Absolute Spear instead of Formless Bow was actually kind of shameful. I couldn't draw the Formless Bow with my current physical strength. In spite of that, I was somehow still able to learn archery. On the other hand, the Absolute Spear was heavy and it seemed impossible for me to throw it at the bloody ogre, but this spear could set its target, and the target was set, even if it only left my hand by a few millimeters. It would surely fly into that target and return to my hand automatically. I had confirmed that much when I played around with all the other weapons and tried Absolute Spear right after swinging Omnisword. In that case, should I throw it? As a kind of experiment, I decided to throw the spear at the ogre, which continued thrashing around in front of me. Normally, throwing this deadly weapon at a creature was something I would never do, but the fear of that monster overrode my usual sensibilities. All right, my decision made, I held the spear firmly. Absolute Spear was a weapon specifically designed to pierce the enemy without any gorgeous decorations. However, it was very easy to use, and even if a super beginner like me held it, it was a good fit. It was still heavy, though, and I managed to throw it while staggering. The bloody ogre seemed to go on alert, possibly due to sensing the intimidating air released from Absolute Spear. Even though I threw it with all my might, it was too heavy to go more than a few centimeters, a lousy throw. The monster understood what was happening instantly and put up its guard. However, as if to say that my power wasn't needed at all, the spear still reached the bloody ogre in another instant and pierced through its entire body without slowing down. Groaning its last breath, the bloody ogre fell down with a big hole in its chest, eyes still wide open, as if unable to comprehend what just happened. I did it. Honestly, saying that now might raise another flag, but there was no need to worry. The bloody ogre's body dissolved into particles of light and disappeared on the spot. My legs turned to jelly, and I found myself sitting on the ground again. For some reason, I haltingly started laughing. The feeling of being alive and the realization that I had killed a living being were mixing together, and all I could do was smile. However, even though I killed something, I wasn't as shocked as I expected to be. It was probably fortunate that I didn't feel it. I was stunned in place for a while, but I eventually noticed that a bunch of items had fallen on the ground where the bloody ogre died. I wanted to move to look at it, but my legs still had no strength in them. It was pathetic. I felt like if I were to move right now, my hips would come loose, and my knees would just buckle under me. That was when a message suddenly appeared in front of me. Level up. Huh. I was dumbfounded once again. Part 5. Level up. I was dumbfounded by that sudden message. No, if I can just calm down for a second, it makes total sense. I'm at level 1, and I defeated a level 300 enemy. Although my attack power was 1, it might be that the attack power of Absolute Spear was so high that it could overcome even a 300 level difference. This Absolute Spear is freaking awesome. Moreover, there are still a lot of weapons of the same power level as Absolute Spear on hand. It would be terrifying if I could use them all effectively. Anyway, it said I leveled up, so what's different? I displayed the status and checked the changes. Tinja Yuya. Occupation, none. Level, 100. Magic, 1000. Attack, 1000. Defense, 1000. Agility, 1000. Intelligence, 1000. Luck, 1000. BP, 10,000. Skills, Appraisal, Endurance, Item Box, Language Comprehension, True Martial Art, 1. Titles, Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder, person who visited a different world for the first time. No, that's too much. But the enemy was level 300, so is this normal? And for every level I gain, all of my stats go up by 10. I don't know if that's normal for this world's inhabitants. Even so, it was clear that my BP was very unusual compared to anyone else. I knew that for sure thanks to the description of person who visited a different world for the first time. I can sort out this BP as I please, right? I could do that, but I was more concerned at the moment about the stuff scattered around where the bloody ogre was. I went to check on that first. Still trembling, I walked over there step by hesitant step. What is this stuff? The items I found included some kind of palm-sized jewel that was a mysterious color and a splendid fong, similar to that which grew from the bloody ogre's mouth. There was also some dark red, sinister-looking armor. Well, for now, let's just take these. Thanks to it dying near the gate, I was able to collect them quickly. There weren't even that many items, but they had an indescribable aura. Like, they were intimidating. Anyway, even an amateur like me could tell these were amazing items. However, I wouldn't learn anything else just by looking at it, so I activated the Appraisal skill. I was already starting to activate them like it was natural. Bloody War Demon's Great Fong, Fangs of the Bloody Ogre. Its fangs are not particularly massive, but when combined with the bloody ogre's bite force, it could easily penetrate the skin of any prey. If processed, it could be made into a sturdy and sharp weapon. Magic Stone, Rank B, a special or that can be obtained from magical beasts. The ranks are, in ascending order, F, E, D, C, B, A, S. The higher the rank, the more expensive a stone will be. Bloody War Demon's Body Armor, a drop from bloody ogres, made from their strong skin and muscle fibers. This armor can't be scratched by typical attacks. The wearer's attack power is modified. Bloody War Demon's Gauntlet, a drop from bloody ogres, made from their strong skin and muscle fibers. This gauntlet can't be scratched by typical attacks. The wearer's attack power is modified. Bloody War Demon's Waist Armor, a drop from bloody ogres, made from their strong skin and muscle fibers. This gauntlet can't be scratched by typical attacks. The wearer's agility is modified. Bloody War Demon's Leg Armor, a drop from bloody ogres, made from their strong skin and muscle fibers. This leg armor can't be scratched by typical attacks. The wearer's agility is modified. The items were overwhelmingly fantastical. Magic stones and fangs. Where can I, an ordinary person, use these? No, wait. I couldn't even use armor on modern Earth. I didn't know how to wear it in the first place. The weapons might still have a use, and for magic stones, I could only see that their rank was indicated. Moreover, the size of the armor didn't fit me, being a fat guy, and it's not possible to equip it. Seriously, how am I supposed to use these? That said, the body armor was somewhat shaped like the bloody ogre's abdominal muscles, and overall, the gauntlet was somewhat thorny. The waist armor looked just as sharp as the body armor and the gauntlet, and the red cloak was attached. Even the leg armor was very cool, with the feeling that its design was adjusted to match the wearer's legs. I managed to collect all this, but I'm not sure how to use it. I got the feeling that it might not have been good to keep postponing the allocation of BP. With that in mind, I decided to go ahead and distribute the BP this time. I can't use magic even if I raise it, and I'd like to increase my attack power anyway. I originally liked physical combat styles in games, so I just increased my attack power. Actually, since I never owned or even played any forms of entertainment like video games, this was just my own delusion. At any rate, that amount of magic was enough, since I couldn't use it anyway, and above all, since I was constantly getting bullied, I felt it was a good idea to also raise my defenses. But even luck. Originally, luck, unlike physical strength, wouldn't go up no matter how hard you tried, but actually, it was now increasing by the same amount as everything else when I leveled up. When I thought about that, I was itching to assign even more points to luck. This makes me so excited. In the first place, to me, who had never played a game, this situation was becoming more and more like a game. Of course, I was afraid to face that killing intent from before, but this strange situation was still fascinating. Well, my level increased, and my attack power increased, but there were no other changes in particular. I don't really care that much. Actually, it just feels good that I could put points into my stats like in games. I thought optimistically and assigned the BP as I wanted. And the results? Tinjayuya. Occupation, none. Level, 100. Magic, 1,500. Attack, 3,000. Defense, 3,000. Agility, 3,000. Intelligence, 1,500. Luck, 4,000. BP, 0. Skills, Appraisal, Endurance, Item Box, Language Comprehension, True Martial Art, 1. Title, Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder, person who visited a different world for the first time. That's how it was. Magic was something I couldn't use, and intelligence, while it would be nice if my pure knowledge would also increase because of it, if I thought about it like in games, it would only increase the power of magic, so that's why I didn't allocate much to it. Instead, I tried to improve the balance by raising attack, defense, and agility. I'm not sure, but it seems unlikely for me to have good luck even if I make a great effort, so that's why I assigned most of the remaining points into luck. Anyway, that's what I decided. Nothing's happened, huh? After all, the display was just like in a game, so I didn't think it would affect my body, right? Well, yeah. Anyway, I'm tired. Since so many things happened today, let's go home. Wait, this was originally inside my house. While having stupid thoughts like that, I put in a great deal of effort into moving my body, which was no longer disabled from fear like before, and approached the door to another world. Suddenly a message appeared in front of me. Items can be converted into money. Would you like to cash in Bloody War Demon's Great Fong, Magic Stone, Rank B Bloody War Demon's Body Armor, Bloody War Demon's Gauntlet, Bloody War Demon's Waist Armor, Bloody War Demon's Leg Armor? Huh. See convert into money? I didn't know what it meant for a moment, But then I remembered there was a thing called money conversion in the door functions I was able to use by acquiring the title Master of the Door. What will happen if I use this money conversion? I didn't know, but I certainly had no use for those items. However, I removed the pieces of armor from the candidates because I might wear them someday, and used money conversion on the rest. Blood War Demon's Great Fong cashed in for 500,000 yen. Magic Stone, rank B, cashed in for 1 million yen. Ooh. I let out a stupid voice on reflex. Bundles of paper fell from an empty space, as if to deal me the final blow. I didn't understand what was happening. When I looked closely, they were bundles of 10,000 yen bills. I picked them up in stunned silence and confirmed the total was indeed the 1.5 million yen displayed in the message. I used every method I knew of to see if the money was fake, but it was absolutely authentic. Instinctively, I used the appraisal skill to examine it. 1.5 million yen, obtained by cashing in items from another world. Genuine 10,000 yen bills created by manipulating information on Earth, such as serial numbers, so as not to disrupt the global economy. I was so confused. What was that about manipulating information on Earth? No, wait, I know it's genuine. But I didn't know how much I could believe in appraisal, but if the contents of the appraisal were true, I had just earned 1.5 million yen. It may have been vague so far, but I could only think that it had told the truth so far. In the first place, this door seems to be something that even God doesn't know much about, and it wouldn't be strange that it could manipulate information on Earth. My brain was fried from all the new information coming in, and I could hardly think anymore. But why, yeah, it's really 1.5 million yen. What am I supposed to do with it? Well, considering how harsh my life had been so far, I was extremely grateful for it. I was useless, and I wasn't smart, either. Yes, we noticed, even though people said I was a good for nothing, and that I should think and act more carefully. If there's immediate profit to be had, I'll go for it easily. Therefore, I'll accept it. But I couldn't just put it in the bank, so I threw it into item box with all the armor. Yes, let's use it little by little. I'd been given a great shock at the last minute, and went back home in a daze. Chapter 2, Benefits of Level Up. Part 1. I'd accumulated a lot of mental fatigue over the course of the day, so I fell asleep quickly when it was bedtime, but I woke up again from a sudden discomfort. Why am I so? My body felt very hot, as if I had a high fever. When I tried to move my neck, intense pain shot through my entire body. It was so extreme, I immediately started screaming. The pain wasn't localized to just the part of me that moved. Absolutely everything hurt. My body started making weird sounds all over it, like my bones, muscles, and nerves were shifting and changing. No, it was more like being transformed at a genetic level while I was awake. The pain continued for quite a while because of that. It sounds crazy when I say it like that, but my instincts insisted that my impression of what was happening was correct. Unusual groans and growls came out from my mouth. I couldn't even speak properly. With one final whimper, I blacked out from the pain. Huh? It was morning. When I woke up, the pain in my body was completely gone, making the pain from last night seem like a bad dream. My body actually felt extraordinarily light. What even happened last night? I didn't have a clue why I went through that much pain. I only moved my neck, after all. I was hungry, though, so I got up to make breakfast. As soon as I stood up, my pants and underwear slipped right off. Moreover, when I looked down I saw an incredible set of six-pack abs, and my privates were rather majestic. Huge. When I touched the abs involuntarily, it certainly felt like I was touching my own stomach, so it was definitely my body. There was a long pause before I finally shouted in amazement. What the hell was this? Was this really my body? I ran my hands over my stomach over and over again, but it really was me, and the other parts. When I touched my face and head, my acne, ulcers, and the like had vanished without a trace, and even my hair now had a healthy volume to it. I was dumbfounded by my body suddenly changing so much, but my stomach growled, so I decided to just go ahead and make breakfast. When I went into the kitchen, I realized my height had changed, and I almost stopped again, but I managed to keep going and start cooking. However, when breakfast was done, I sat in a daze, eating without thinking. If you asked me how it tasted, I wouldn't be able to tell you. After finishing, I took a break to think some more about the changes I just went through. No matter what perspective I took, I could only conclude that yesterday's level up must have been the cause. I remembered that my level had increased, and that thought calmed me down, so I immediately thought that it was the cause. Other than that, there's no other reason for this to happen. As of yesterday, there was no change aside from leveling up, and what happened while I slept last night was some kind of growth process, wasn't it? It was a dramatic change. I wish I had a mirror. Oh, right? I was trying to find a mirror to see how I looked now, but right when I said it, I remembered I broke it yesterday. It was only now that I realized there was no other mirror in the entire house. However, even if I couldn't see how my appearance had changed, there was no problem so far. My appearance was terrible in the first place, but I didn't care how it changed anymore, and I didn't know what to do about it, either. Right now, I had more important things to worry about. Specifically, I don't have any clothes. Yeah, the only clothes I had didn't fit my new size. I could still wear my big jacket for my top clothes if I wanted to, but I had no idea what to do about my pants and underwear. They were too big, and no matter how hard I tried, they would slip down. I never needed a belt before, so I didn't have a way to fix it to my waist. Well, as a last resort, I might be able to manage it with string or something, but either way, I don't want this situation to continue. It's very troublesome. I can't go shopping for clothes that fit, nor can I go shopping for food. I can't even wear my uniform. It doesn't fit me anymore either. Oddly enough, high school uniforms were the same design as junior high school uniforms. You distinguish them by the color of the name tags distributed every year. So even my junior high school uniforms wouldn't possibly be the right size for me. Seriously, what am I supposed to do now? I really started to worry, but then I remembered something. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, there were some clothes in that other house's closet, right? The house in the other world had a closet in which there were some clothes and underwear that were too small to wear at the time. I guess I'll just wear that then. Since I had no other choice, I immediately went through the otherworld door into the other house and opened the closet. Some clothes and underwear were still inside, including a white shirt and black pants. They were simple clothes, but somewhat modern looking. I'm saved. I can just wear these for now, right? It doesn't mean anything, but for some reason I thought to appraise them. Royal silk shirt. A very soft shirt made of the highest quality royal silk. Automatically adjusts size according to the body shape of the wearer. Maintains a comfortable temperature for the wearer. Immune to dirt. Contains an auto repair function. Contractor. Tenjuyuya. Royal silk pants. Very soft pants made of the highest quality royal silk. Automatically adjusts size according to the body shape of the wearer. Maintains a comfortable temperature for the wearer. Immune to dirt. Contains an auto repair function. Contractor. Tenjuyuya. You're kidding, right? What kind of broken ability is this? Clothes shouldn't be this incredible. When I first found this, I was still fat, but with that function, if I wanted to wear it, I still could have. Whether it's cold or hot, I'll be perfectly comfortable if I wear it, huh? That makes no sense. And it says it won't even get dirty? That would bring a huge amount of joy to the housewives of the world if that was typical. By the way, I didn't specifically pick these clothes because of the explanation. I just felt that they had a strangely elegant atmosphere. I really just felt it. I don't have an eye for aesthetics, normally. Now what about even the clothes treating me as their contractors? Is this normal in this world? It can't be, right? I'm sure it can't. If the clothes have this ability, how about the underwear? I thought about it, and used appraisal on the underwear, but it was just an ordinary pair of comfortable underwear, with no special effects on it. However, as usual, I had become its contractor as well. By the way, the underwear consisted of black boxers and other black underclothes. It really is perfectly useful, huh? No, I don't think that Mr. Wise Man used it practically like this, but it was a big help to me. In addition, when I looked in the closet again, there were even shoes and socks. The socks were comfortable, and its effect was that it wouldn't get stuffy. There was a golden spot on the back of it, so it was really cool. Again, I became its contractor. But the shoes were even more amazing. Dragon God's leather shoes. Shoes made from the skin of a dragon god, the pinnacle of the dragon species. It ignores environmental effects or features. No matter how much the wearer walks or runs, they won't get tired, and the shoes won't be damaged. The size changes to fit the wearer. Immune to dirt. Contractor. Tenjuyuya. I finally found equipment made from a godlike material. So, what should I even do when I find something like this? As a matter of course, I'm still its contractor, so really, I'm very grateful, but still, isn't it just too much? This goes far beyond the scope of ordinary shoes, right? However, these shoes are also glossy bluish-black, and they're very cool. I really want to wear them. Actually, my foot size had also changed, so I had to wear it anyway. I got clothes, shoes, and so on. So with that, I could go out for now. Part 2. Now that I think about it, what's growing in that field? After I got clothes, a moment of curiosity inspired me, so I decided to examine the property again. I'd finished my spring break homework anyway. Furthermore, I'd acquired by chance an amount of money that would normally take me years to earn. That's why I had so much free time. Importantly, I'd be busy again when spring break was over. I left the house and went to check the field. Oh, I'm not sure what kind of herbs or vegetables were planted here. There were a lot of herbs that are likely to be mistaken for weeds, as well as tomato-like and radish-like vegetables. Since the herbs grew in a neat line, I could tell they weren't weeds. Oh, so this was for watering it, huh? A silver watering can was placed to the right, near the field. It already had water inside of it. Is it possible that this watering can is also something special? I appraised it at once. Infinite watering can which contains an infinite spring of water. The water inside is holy water, and even a dead or dying plant will quickly become healthy with this water. The water is always perfectly pure and drinkable, and upon imbibing, will not only recover fatigue throughout the body, but also increase magical power. Contractor, Tinjayuya. Turns out I'm already used to this kind of thing. Yeah, I predicted it. I completely predicted it would be something like this. I had already internalized how amazing this place's original landlord was. The wise man's capabilities were far beyond my imagination. I felt doubtful that such a person had really died. So, what's this crop? I went ahead and started appraising herbs. Complete recovery herb. Consuming this herb can cure all kinds of wounds and diseases, even if you are missing limbs or blinded. In addition, the herb can also function to restore magical power. When picked, it leaves seeds behind to quickly regrow. This herb exceeds any legendary class herb. Nope, I actually still haven't gotten used to it. I never thought the effect would be so incredible. This plant alone would put doctors completely out of business. At any rate, it was good to know that it was so easy to raise. Well then, what else? Still feeling a little nervous, I tried to appraise all the crops that were planted. Superpower tomato, a tomato that can increase attack power when eaten. In addition, it will also increase physical strength and energy and reduce fatigue. When picked, it leaves seeds behind to quickly regrow. Invincible pumpkin, a pumpkin that can increase defenses when eaten. In addition, it also has the effect of improving mental stability and makes one more resistant to mental attacks and debuffs. When picked, it leaves seeds behind to quickly regrow. Winter radish of wisdom, a winter radish that can increase intelligence when eaten. In addition, it makes you better able to cope with special mind enhancements such as parallel thinking and high-speed thinking. When picked, it leaves seeds behind to quickly regrow. Godspeed potato, a potato that can increase agility when eaten. In addition, it also enhances visual acuity and perception. When picked, it leaves seeds behind to quickly regrow. Alright, there's a lot of things I want to say. These are definitely stat-boosting items. Just how high was the wise man aiming? And I don't know what it means for a plant to leave its seeds behind. Is it like picking the vines off a potato plant, or something different? These fantastical vegetables. Wait, they just look like the vegetables I know. Well, they're edible, and above all, my stats will increase, so should I eat them? In the first place, if I can eat them, my food costs can be reduced, so I'd be grateful for that. Just as long as it doesn't have some kind of strange medicinal effects, that is. What am I supposed to do? It's only morning, and I'm already tired. It wasn't even noon yet, but my mental fatigue was already building up. Well, it can't be helped, I thought. Immediately, I felt an intimidating pressure, like when I met the bloody ogre yesterday. As soon as I turned my eyes in that direction, I saw a pitch-black slime-like object. What's that? I appraised it instinctively. Hell slime. Level, 200. Magic, 5,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 5,000. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 100. Luck, 100. Are you serious? Yesterday was a bloody ogre, now it's a hell slime. Huh? Well, no matter how I thought about it, this forest was definitely not a place for beginners, right? I mean, it makes sense. I don't think the wise man would have lived in some kind of beginner's paradise. However, I was strangely calm, even though it was supposedly the same pressure as the bloody ogre I met yesterday, if you count only its magic and defensive power. I certainly felt intimidated, but for some reason it wasn't as scary as yesterday. I'm still scared, actually, but it's not enough to turn my legs to jelly like last time. It's not because my level is higher than yesterday, or because this hell slime is a lower level than the bloody ogre. I think it's because my mental structure has changed since yesterday. I'm actually quite scared if I'm being perfectly honest, but I'm grateful to be able to think calmly now. As I focused on observing the hell slime, it was struggling to get inside this land like the bloody ogre did yesterday. No, seriously, creatures in this world are too scary. Am I being too forgiving? If it finds a person, it might attack them with all its might, right? Am I just like that because Earth is too peaceful? TLN. It seems he forgot that he constantly getting bullied XD. Well, whatever. I don't want to leave this land too much, but I'd like to at least check the area around the house. So I wonder if fighting is really inevitable like in the current situation. Thinking that way, I took out the absolute spear from item box. Huh? I can just hold it normally. What's this? I can hold the absolute spear with just one hand. Yes, I know it was actually normal, but still, it was amazing for me. I didn't think I could hold the spear with one hand, so I involuntarily swung the spear around on the spot. Then, although I only casually swung it around, somehow its weight was quite manageable. Good grief, the benefit from leveling is incredible. If I knew about this, I wouldn't have bothered with muscle training like before. I felt like I was just flailing around since I didn't know how to use the spear properly. I wonder what would happen if I looked up how to use a spear in some book and learned from that? It wouldn't be easy, and yet, that's the way for me to use this spear properly. Most of all, as a man, it's a very attractive prospect. Yup, I want to become stronger, little by little. It's a bit late for little by little, my dude. For that, I have to deal with this first. I grabbed the spear again and decided to throw it like yesterday, though last time couldn't even be called a throw. I completely dispelled my hesitation, brandished the spear, and threw it with one hand. No way. Immediately, the spear flew at a faster speed than I could have imagined, and there was a hole in the body of the hell slime before I knew it. My power seemed to have been even greater than I thought, and I never would have expected it to fly even faster than the person who threw it could see. As a matter of course, I was dumbfounded when the spear came back. The hell slime's body quivered a little, like when the bloody ogre was defeated, and then it disappeared into particles of light. Once again, various objects appeared scattered where the creature was. Let's pick those up. It was still an unrealistic and bizarre situation, but I was curious about what dropped, so I immediately headed to the entrance. Wary of the surroundings, I quickly collected the dropped objects and appraised them. Hell Slime Core, the heart of the Hell Slime. It's filled with a huge amount of magical power and can be used in the process of creating armor. Hell Slime Jelly, a coffee-flavored jelly. Consuming it can increase magical power and defense. Magic Stone, rank C, a special or that can be obtained from magical beasts. Coffee Jelly. Really, I didn't think anything was close to coffee jelly among the things that I'd already gotten. On the contrary, it was a stat-boosting item, just like the crops of the field. There was also a magic stone this time, too. Is this another item that can be converted for a high price? It would be a lie to say I didn't expect it. My life was tough, so I wanted money if I could get it. I didn't know how to use the Hell Slime Core, so I wanted to cash it in if I could. I'll just bring back the Hell Slime Jelly. When I was appraising the items that dropped, I noticed I missed one. Oh, there was one more thing. It was a silver necklace, holding a fashionable crescent moon embedded with something like a black jewel. No way, it's an accessory. I don't know, since I'm not familiar with games, but is it normal for these accessories to drop? Or was that Hell Slime wearing it? If so, it must have been a fashionable slime. When I thought about it, the bloody ogre also dropped armor and stuff. I was too stunned to think about it at the time, but it seems normal to not only get materials, but equipment as well. For now, since it looked nothing like the other items I got from the Hell Slime, I appraised it. Black Moon Necklace, rare drop from Hell Slimes. It can increase various stats if worn at night. It also collects sunlight and converts it into magic power and constantly restores the wearer's magic power. Contractor, Tinjayuya. It was a rare drop. Well, it didn't say anything about the slime being fashionable. Kind of disappointing. But the effect seems quite good. Even if it's only at night, it can increase stats and can also restore magic power. Though I don't know how to use magic power anyway. Since it was the first time I got a rare drop, and I'd never worn a necklace before, I decided to try equipping it. Does it look good on me? I wasn't asking anyone in particular, but only said it involuntarily. It wouldn't have been very suitable for me a couple days ago, but now that I'd lost a bit of weight, I wanted to believe it looked good on me. A message appeared while I was distracted with that. Level up. You have acquired the skill Presence Detection. Huh. No, wait a minute. Do I have to taste that severe pain again? It's true that the opponent's level was higher, and I can understand my level going up, but even if I recognize that, should I just accept it? I don't wanna. I still wanted to escape from reality, even if temporarily, so I checked the skill. Presence Detection makes it possible for you to detect presences. It was a very simple explanation. In other words, in a manga it would be something like, I know you're there. I'm just happy that this one was normal. Like I said before, when I collect items, I have to leave this protected land, so this could reduce my risk during that window of time. Satisfied with the new skill, I finally moved on to checking my status. Tinjayuya. Occupation, none. Level, 150. Magic, 2,000. Attack, 3,500. Defense, 3,500. Agility, 3,500. Intelligence, 2,000. Luck, 4,500. BP, 5,000. Skills, appraisal, endurance, item box, language comprehension, true martial arts. 1. Presence detection. Title, Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder, person who visited a different world for the first time. It went up quite a bit. Or rather, isn't everything just too good? Is that a thing? Well, whatever. It's fine, since it's easy to think about. Okay. So, time to allocate BP. After thinking about it for a moment, I started spinning BP. This was the result. Tinjayuya. Occupation, none. Level, 150. Magic, 2,000. Attack, 4,500. Defense, 4,500. Agility, 4,500. Intelligence, 2,000. Luck, 6,500. BP, 0. Skills, appraisal, endurance, item box, language comprehension, true martial arts. 1. Presence detection. Title, Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder, person who visited a different world for the first time. Unlike last time, I didn't allocate BP into magic or intelligence. Instead, I allocated about 2,000 to luck because there I'd gotten something like a rare drop item just now. It's pure speculation, but if my luck stat is high, I might get more of those rare drop items like before. And it kind of makes me happy to be lucky. Those were the morning's events, and by now it was noon, so I went back to my house at once. Once I got into the house, a message displayed asking whether to cash in the items again or not, and I decided to cash in Magic Stone, Rank C, and Hellslime's Core. And then, Hellslime's Core cashed in for 500,000 yen. Magic Stone, Rank C, cashed in for 500,000 yen. So, I ended up getting a large sum of money again, a total of 1 million yen. It was almost bewildering to think that I got 2.5 million yen in just 2 days, but I managed to get back home to have lunch. In addition, I immediately tried using the ingredients I got from the field that morning. The menu this time was Superpowered Tomato Salad, Invincible Pumpkin and Winter Radish of Wisdom boiled in soy sauce, and Meat and Godspeed Potato Stew. All these dishes were made with holy water from the infinite watering can. The idea for cooking these wasn't particularly different from tomatoes or potatoes from Earth. I was only nervous about the taste. However, that ended up being needless anxiety. Delicious. It was surprisingly delicious. My cooking skills were average, so this flavor could only be coming from the quality of the ingredients themselves. After finishing the meal, I checked my status, and there were various changes. Tenjuyuya. Occupation, none. Level, 150. Magic, 2,500. Attack, 5,000. Defense, 5,000. Agility, 5,000. Intelligence, 2,500. Luck, 7,000. BP 0. Skills, appraisal, endurance, item box, language comprehension, true martial arts. 1. Presence detection, cooking. 1. Title, Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder, person who visited a different world for the first time. It really went up. My stat values had risen by 500. In addition, cooking had been added to the skill list. The reason for my stats increasing and for me to gain skills was all because I ate the ingredients from different worlds. Somehow, the food ingredients of the other world are a cheat. It's so enviable. No, wait. I'm the one who got the benefit of it just now. I thought about what happened before and the fact I'd gained the strength to handle those weapons. I decided to go to a nearby secondhand bookstore to find something about martial arts. I didn't want to go to the library because there were a lot of people, and every time I went there, I only got an unpleasant gazes from the people there. Since the secondhand bookstore I was going to now was small, it was perfect for me, because there wouldn't be any people. I finished preparing and left home immediately, going straight to the secondhand bookstore. There was no sign of people along the way, and even when I arrived at the bookstore, I was the only customer. Where was the martial arts section again? Whoa, amazing. I eventually found the shelf I was looking for, with a huge amount of books on martial arts and the martial way. On top of that, there were a wide variety of books, not only about standard swordsmanship, but also about the spearmanship and pole arts I wanted, and even sickle and chain arts and assassination techniques. Where am I supposed to use assassination techniques? That's scary. I didn't know if the library had these kinds of books, but at this rate, I was sure there were a lot of old books there. As I thought, I didn't have the confidence to buy or read everything. So when I was looking at the shelves, my eyes naturally stopped on some books. These books were all about those scattered weapons and schools, and weren't consolidated, but somehow my instinct seems to whisper to choose them. Was that the influence of the true martial arts skill? I wasn't sure, but it would be easy to buy a few books and go back, so I bought them without thinking too much about it, and went home. After that, I immediately read one of the books until I took a break for dinner, read it some more after dinner, and before I knew it, I got a new skill called fast reading, and read the whole rest of the book. However, it was already late at night, so the actual battle would be tomorrow. After taking a bath, I prepared a futon and went to sleep. And then I experienced that terrible pain again and blacked out. 1. It was written as Bujitsu and Budo. Google for more information. Face with Dumb. Chapter 3, Otherworlder. Part 1. It's been 1 week. I realized yet again that my title and skills have ridiculous effects, specifically the Otherworlder and person who visited a different world for the first time. Titles that I got when I first visited a new world. First of all, thanks to the Otherworlder title, I can level up easily, and it applies to all levels. Even skill levels go up at a rapid pace. I think. I can't say for sure since I don't know how it compares to other people. In spite of that, the person who visited a different world for the first time title was even more insane. I already thought it was amazing when I first read its effects, but the higher my level gets, the more I realize how incredible it is. Anyhow, in terms of BP gained per level, the difference between me and normal inhabitants of that world is a factor of 10, and even for other Earthlings who might visit, it's a factor of 5. That alone was ludicrous. I'm indeed getting stronger because of the wise man's house and weapons, but I felt strongly that this title was giving me something more important. The title is fantastic, but the skills themselves are actually effective in my world, which is quite helpful. For example, the appraisal skill lets me easily obtain information on everything, such as finding the freshest vegetables at the supermarket, and the language comprehension skill lets me read, write, and even speak in various foreign languages. I mean it when I say I'm very grateful for that. The titles and skills sure had the greatest effect, but one of the other things that happened is related to the food ingredients that were cultivated in the field. I've been eating food that increased my stats, but as soon as I reached a certain level, my stats stopped going up. Maybe there's a limit to how much they can raise my stats. To be honest, it was weird from the start that eating would make me stronger, so I didn't really feel bad about it. Even if it doesn't increase my stats, the flavor is just as tasty as ever. Oh, I also tried the Hell Slime Jelly, and it really was coffee jelly. Yup, that was tasty too. In addition, I also started testing things out with my body. While referring to the book from the secondhand bookstore, I started swinging weapons around properly, and since true martial arts became level 2 before I knew it, I found that the skill level would increase from my actions even if I didn't kill a monster. When I think that this is also thanks to the Otherworlder title, it brings me a greater understanding of this title's power. At level 2 of True Martial Arts, I didn't really feel any big change compared to level 1, but I felt that my weapon's handling had become slightly sharper. It's just a feeling though. As I began to notice more and more things like this, I was actually starting to feel quite depressed. The beginning of the next academic year was approaching. If I became a high school student, it meant my environment would change as well. I had no choice. It would only give me anxiety. No, I'd actually be excited about my new life during a time I'd usually be anxious, but I didn't have the courage to make a high school debut in a high school where I already knew everyone from junior high. If I did, the bullying will only be more cruel than before. I wish I could just explore the other world from now on, but I can't say that. Sigh, I don't want it. Even though I said I don't want it, I still need to go to school. I wish I could be a good for nothing, but that would completely end my life. When I think about it that way, I can't not go to school. So, I went to visit a store selling uniforms to replace my current uniforms that no longer fit. It's not unusual to come to buy uniforms at this time of year, because the new school year is about to start, but the people in the shop that sell uniforms stared at me. I wasn't leaving my fly open, was I? Well, as a result of taking the courage to go shopping, I was fortunate there were only a few people, so I didn't see anyone I knew. It was good. Anyway, today I'm determined to explore the surroundings of the house in the other world. It's scary to think that there's still a lot of things like bloody ogres and hell slimes, but more than that, curiosity has overcome my fear. I would never have gone out before, but after I leveled up, I'm not sure why. Even I'm confident, but I still had a sense of adventure to act according to my curiosity. It may be dangerous from the perspective of others, but I was honestly happy about this change. It helped me think positively. This may be careless, but let's go. I was equipped with the Bloody War Demon series equipment, including the Blood War Demon's body armor and the Bloody War Demon's gauntlet, along with the clothes left by the wise man. When I put them on as a test, they were perfect for my body. This would have guaranteed some defense. By the way, when I wore it for the first time, my excitement went up considerably. It was really cool. Well, I'm a guy, after all, so it can't be helped. Because it's so cool. And just in case, of course, I'll also bring complete cure herb. This means I'll be fine unless I get killed instantly. Well, I might be too optimistic. I took a deep breath as I approached the entrance of the fence which marked the border between the garden where I've killed 2 monsters before and the outside. Weapon? Check. Armor? Check. Recovery grass? Check. All right. When I decided to do so, I took a step out with my trembling legs. Step by step, I walked out of my land. And then, I managed to get out completely. The scenery outside should have been the same as when I saw it from inside the fence, but it looked more colorful in my eyes and I was stunned for a while. As I gradually began to feel it, I began to walk with a certain step. Even if I say to explore the surroundings this time, I don't have the courage to go too far away, so I will only explore at a distance where I still can see the house. Someday, I'll go farther away while considering the house as the mark. I held the absolute spear as my weapon and proceeded while watching my surroundings. It was the first time I saw the forest trees up close, but they all had leaves I'd never seen before. There were many flowers amidst a poisonous-looking rainbow of colors, and even flowers that emitted pale light. Looking at this really drives home the fact that it's a different world. While I was taking in the fantastical sights, I suddenly felt the presence of creatures. The presence detection skill must have been working. While steadying my breathing, I followed the presence of the creature and caught sight of it. It was a childlike creature with green skin, dressed in shabby armor, with sharp eyes, an aquiline nose, and some awfully sharp fangs lined up in its mouth. Actually, the bloody ogre was more terrible than this. While not being noticed by the creature, I tried to activate Appraisal, Goblin Elite. Level, 120. Magic, 100. Attack, 1,500. Defense, 1,000. Agility, 1,500. Intelligence, 100. Luck, 100. I had somehow already guessed it was a goblin. But it wasn't a normal goblin, it was an elite. I guessed it was a high-class goblin. So enviable. TL, because of his terrible life so far, he even envied a goblin. LOL. Anyway, how should I put it? I know I'm above it in terms of stats, but is this goblin really an enemy? Perhaps in this world goblins and humans are in a symbiotic relationship. If that's the case, I'm the one to blame if I launch an attack here first. A bloody ogre and hell slime were the first ones to point their killing intent at me, and most of all, they tried to break into my yard, so it was easy to tell they were enemies. This time, I don't really know. The bloody ogre was an enemy, and honestly, I feel the goblin is probably an enemy as well, but let's be careful here. I wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble and conflict if I could, so I quietly tried to escape. Crack. Then I stepped on the tree's branch under my feet and made a sound. When I timidly turned to look back at the goblin. Oh cool, our eyes met. The moment of silence continued. I couldn't bear to talk to it with a smile to act as friendly as possible. Hey. It babbled incoherent sounds at me. Right. As a matter of course, the goblin elite rushed in, wielding a shabby sword. Previously, I would have fallen on my butt, but now I could have seen the movement of the goblin elite closely and succeeded in evading it with plenty of room. The goblin elite looked a little surprised by my dodging movement, the tone of its babbling reflecting its emotional state, but it immediately attacked again in order to kill me. I understood now that the goblin was, as I expected, an enemy. If I knew it was an enemy, I wouldn't be in the wrong even if I killed it. So when I brandished the absolute spear, I remembered the contents of the book I bought. It did not actually say how to hold a spear. At the time, I wondered if I had already made a mistake in getting that book, but as I read on, the objective of the book was apparently to allow the reader to merely adjust their posture such that you can move more easily, with tips such as taking care to push it out while twisting when you thrust. That's the kind of thing that was written there. Well, you could summarize it as twist it while you thrust it, so in that sense, I appreciated it as a beginner. As I looked calmly at the attacking goblin elite, I could immediately see that the goblin elite was swinging its sword from one side. In other words, the head and lower body were full of gaps. Without overlooking it, I remained calm, using the length of the reach of the spear, twisting it not only with my arms, but also with my whole body. Then, a spiral wind wrapped around the absolute spear and pierced the goblin elite's forehead precisely as intended. It managed to grunt with surprise. While I only pierced the goblin elite's forehead, The spiral wind wrapped around the spear was too powerful and blew up the Goblin Elite's head. When I pulled the spear back, the Goblin Elite's head had already disappeared. As its body staggered a few steps on the spot, it sprayed a tremendous amount of blood before eventually disappearing into light particles. Phew. For the first time, I actually felt the sensation of taking a life through the spear directly in my hand. But strangely, my mind was calm. In actual fact, it was a miserable sight that would make me want to empty the contents of my stomach onto the ground, but I was fine. Of course, there was still the feeling that I had taken a life, so I understood the importance of that. But my instincts were saying that if I hadn't killed it, I would have been killed myself, so I felt that my mind and body had naturally adapted. The drops are Magic Stone, Rank D, High-Grade Demon's Fong, and High-Grade Demon's Skin, To be honest, the skin was disgusting, and as one might expect, I had no use for it, so I just threw everything into the item box. Come to think of it, this was the first time I moved in armor, but my movement wasn't hindered at all. I personally liked it. It was good armor. At first I wanted to avoid fighting, but considering I was able to check on some things like this, in that sense it might have been good to fight something. It seems my level didn't go up. I didn't level up, but it was good that I was able to practice the movement from that book against a monster. Moving my body in the garden was fine, but actual combat was a different story. Regardless of the contents, I was glad the book was a good purchase. It was a different world and the opponent was a monster, but Earth's martial arts could still be used properly even there, so I hoped I could maintain that positive momentum. Alright, should I just continue exploring? Since the level between me and the enemy was close, there was no level up, but I regained my mind and resumed the search to check around. Part 2. A girl was running desperately through the forest. However, the pale white dress that the girl is wearing, which can be seen as fine quality by anyone, isn't suitable for running. Not only that, but the beautiful blonde hair that looks to be extracted from the sunlight has become dirty while running, and now has lost its radiance. Several people who hid their faces behind a hood were chasing behind such a girl. The girl was running barefoot in the forest with a bad footing. However, she stumbled over a tree's root because of the dress that is unsuitable for running in the forest environment. The mysterious group couldn't miss that chance and immediately surrounded the girl. The girl realizes that there is no longer to escape, but she sharpened her jade eyes and glares at the group. You people, do you know with whom you're chasing? I am the first princess of Alceria Kingdom. The mysterious group exchanged glances at the girl's bullish attitude while sneering. Ha ha ha, we know that, Lexia von Alceria. Then why, you said, saying such a ridiculous thing. As for what reason you're getting attacked, should I make you remember with your body? That's. The girl Lexia became lost for words at what the assailant said. You're a hindrance, you know. You filthy mixed blood. My blood is not dirty. Don't talk back. One of the mysterious people magically created a mass of soil and shot it at her, who was resolutely appealing. Lexia instantly rolled over the ground, but his magic power was apparently high, and the impact caused more damage than expected. Quit stalling for time. It'll be better if you just obediently die from the beginning. Your escort is pitiful, too, right? As a result of escorting you, they're getting attacked by us. They were desperate to let you escape, but aren't those knights dead by now? The mysterious group threw unpleasant words at Lexia, who was crouching in pain. Lexia was the first princess, but she was a child born between the present king and a concubine, a slave. More to say, her mother was not a human. She was a high elf, which has even better appearance among the excellent appearance of an elf. The king fell in love at the first sight with such a high elf slave and loved her as a concubine, and before long, Lexia was born. However, soon after giving birth to Lexia, her mother died. The king was very sad and raised Lexia with a worthy of care. But one day, an incident occurred. High Elf, who originally possessed high magic, and Lexia, even as a half-human, inherited their excellent appearance and magic, and one day her magical power went out of control. As a result, the first prince who was nearby was seriously injured. Fortunately, there were no after-effects left, and he had been healed completely, but Lexia was alienated by the queen, the mother of the first prince, and the nobles which on the first prince faction. Due to her origin of birth, she has been subjected to various types of harassment behind the king's back. She's grateful to her mother for giving birth to her, and she doesn't have a grudge against her father. However, the surroundings attack such Alexia mercilessly. Even if she's from the royal family, it will become misfortune depending on the circumstances. Lexia had been desperately living before such an unavoidable reality, but now she is about to be killed like this. She looks back on her life, and tears fall involuntarily. If she had lived a more normal life. Yes, she had thought about it. Now, it will be silly to have an idle talk and be attacked by monsters. Go die quickly. Lexia could only sob, muffling her voice in this very miserable and helpless situation. One of the men of the mysterious group tried to shoot his magic mercilessly toward Lexia. It was at that moment. Goo. What? Goblin General? Suddenly, a monster attacked the mysterious group. With dark brown skin and golden eyes like those of reptiles. Bulging muscles, with a height as tall as an adult man, and wore a fine quality armor on its body which gave off a very intimidating aura. Gushing nasal breath from its big, aquiline nose, and then released a strong swing from its giant sword that was as tall as itself. The blow was tremendous, and the mysterious group that tried to unleash their magic at the Goblin General turned into a mass of meat in front of its giant sword. The mysterious group cried miserably. Those who were about to kill Lexia were killed in an instant. Lexia's expression was tinged with fear by that fact, and she tried to run away in a hurry, but she doesn't have the strength to move her legs. While she was unable to move, the Goblin General had already annihilated the mysterious group with its overwhelming power. A large amount of blood and pieces of flesh were scattered all over the area, and the Goblin General was covered in blood. It was an absolute being that cannot be denied. Before that, Lexia's body has given up the will to live despite her intentions. No matter how much she tried to escape, her body won't listen at all. After it finished the slaughtering of those mysterious group, the Goblin General turned its eyes to Lexia, who was tinged with fear and despair. She was shot by a sharp glance, and finally, even her will to live was lost. The Goblin General calmly approached the stunned Lexia, and when it arrived in front of Lexia, it lifted up its giant sword. The Goblin General roared, "She will die here without any suffering." With murky thoughts of death, she watched the sword that slaughtered the mysterious group. Da-awawaya. Gugya. Suddenly, something flew toward the Goblin General. However, the Goblin General sensed it just before the flying object collided, and prevented it with the giant sword which had been swung up before. But it wasn't the only attack. Further impact striking the giant sword which had prevented the flying object. The impact is tremendous, and even the Goblin General who possessed a strong body can't endure it, and is greatly blown away. The Goblin General turned its gaze, which was been filled with anger, to the new intruder as it regained its posture. The Goblin General cried furiously, and when Lexia turned her gaze in the same direction as the Goblin General, "Are you all right?" She found out an elegant young man rushed over in a hurry, with glossy black hair and eyes that reminiscent of the night sky, which somehow brought up an atmosphere of a foreign country. Despite the desperate situation, Lexia for some reason felt a bit reassured the moment she saw the young man. Thus, because of that feeling of security, her thread of the tension has broken, and she fainted on the spot. Part 3. A few days after fighting the Goblin Elite, my exploration has progressed considerably, and after getting some useful skills along the way, I don't need to put any marks to lead back home anymore. In addition to new skills, fighting against new monsters has also improved my levels and combat skills. I cashed in on the items I got, and got a good amount of money from it. And so, this is my current status. Tenju Yuya. Occupation, none. Level, 200. Magic, 5,000. Attack, 7,000. Defense, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 4,500. Luck, 7,500. BP 0. Skills, Appraisal, Endurance, Item Box, Language Comprehension, True Martial Art, 4. Presence Detection, Fast Reading. Cooking, 3. Map, Dodge, Weakness Detection, Assimilation. Title, Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder. Person who visited a different world for the first time. I grew up more than I expected and was experiencing severe pain while I was sleeping, but recently I've gotten used to it. Or rather, it seems that the severe pain and the noises are gone. I guess it seems the structure of my body is already complete. It means there's no way to remodel anymore. But still, my physical strength is obviously increasing, so it probably hasn't stopped growing completely yet. Well, I don't actually care about it. I'm happy as long as it doesn't hurt anymore. Also, these are the effect of the new skills. Map. It will show you the map for places you've visited once. Dodge. It's easier to avoid the opponent's attack. Weakness detection. Find out your opponent's weaknesses. Assimilation. It allows you to become one with nature to erase your presence and magic signature. All of them are useful skills, especially thanks to the map. My exploration has become much easier. Dodge has somehow made me understand the timing of the enemy attack, and weakness detection make me know the point where I can give a great deal of damage to my opponent. Assimilation is very useful and helpful if I need to hide while scoping out the state of the monsters, and I mastered these in only a short amount of time. It's a great skill for me who had no fighting experience, and thanks to these, I've been able to fight from the front these days. Also, the drop items that I obtained from the battle were all worth 10 million yen, gotten from money conversion. I managed it all in the item box. I don't have a PC or anything, but I think it'll be useful, so I wanted to buy one. Anyway, my high school life has almost started. In other words, those hellish days will be started again. Above all, it'll be very hard for me since it'll limit my time to enjoy this unknown world. Of course, I also need to study, but going to school is still only a pain for me. Sigh, let's put it aside. I don't want to think about school since I'm in a fun place now. I know it's just escapism, but I have to leave anything about school out of my head now. Exploring this different world has become my daily routine. This routine will continue until high school begins. I hold the absolute spear in my hand now, but in these past few days, I also fight with other weapons or bare hands. And if you ask me why I keep holding the spear, is simply because handling the spear is suitable for my character. Though I often use Omni Sword as well. I wandered through the forest for a while now, but no monsters came out in particular. Nevertheless, I also appraised the strange mushrooms and nuts along the way and threw them into the item box. Sometimes I also cashed it in, and depending on the effects, I also ate it at home. I can choose the thing that I want to cash in. That's why I can also take it back to Earth. In a sense, this different worlds were food storage for me. By the way, I tried to eat the high-grade pigman's meat that I got when I defeated a bipedal pig monster called Orc Elite. It was very delicious. There's no problem to eat it according to appraisal anyway. That's why the drop item also becomes my food and financial source. I was glad that I didn't have to go shopping outside thanks to it. I don't want to waste my time to go outside, after all. And then, as I was walking through the forest while collecting things, I heard some violent noises. What is that? I was surprised by the loud sound and impact, so I proceeded in that direction carefully. What came into my view was a monster which more prominent than the Goblin Elite. It stood covered in blood. When I looked closely, there are scattered things like meat around the goblin that I don't know what meat it is. I lost my words involuntarily looking at this tragedy, but I quickly returned my mind and activated Appraisal. Goblin General. Level 200. Magic 1000. Attack 9000. Defense 3000. Agility 500. Intelligence 500. Luck 100. It seems to be the general after the elite, and it's a monster I that haven't seen yet in these past few days. Anyway, my status balance is better than it, but its attack power is dangerous. I don't know what caused it to rampage like that, but I think it's better to just wait and see. I want to fight against a monster who has a little more status and gain more fighting experience. So I decided to leave quietly. But what? I saw a girl about the same age as me sitting in the direction of the Goblin General. She's wearing a dress that looks like somehow from good quality, and I'm not sure why she is in the forest like this. But anyway, she's the first person I've ever met in this world. I was supposed to be happy, but not in this situation. When the Goblin General lifted its sword, I threw the absolute spear that I had in my hand. Da'awa'awaya. Gugya. The Goblin General instantly noticed it and prevented it with the sword it had waved at a tremendous speed. I ran with all my might in that opportunity. I put my whole weight in my leg and leaped into the Goblin General's sword. Doria. Go. The Goblin General flew away greatly because of my blow from full speed. After landed, I approached the girl while collecting absolute spear that came back to my hand. Are you all right? The moment I called her, she looked at me and looked surprised, and then she fell as if her thread had broken. Hey, is she dead? I was impatient, but when I looked again, she's still breathing, so she just fainted it seems. While relieved, I felt a tremendous sense of intimidation, and I quickly turned my eyes at that direction. The Goblin General is staring at me furiously. I held the absolute spear back and faced the Goblin General. We set up our weapons to each other and looked for a chance to attack. However, there seemed to be no gap in the Goblin General from my view, and I didn't seem to give any chance as well, and it seemed as though we didn't know how to attack each other. The Goblin General roared. It finally lost its temper and the ground was crushed from the force of its step and dragged its huge sword from the side. When I saw the attack, my instinct told me that it can't be prevented, and then I held the girl who was lying down in a hurry and took a great distance. I put the girl down and then attacked the Goblin General immediately. Gaia. But the Goblin General took my blow easily, and then reacting from that state, it swung its sword with a power that can blow away my very existence. Yeah, I was sent flying by that power. But I managed to regain my posture in the air as I was about to hit the trees and landed on the tree where I was blown. That was dangerous, hey. Cold sweat was flowing involuntarily on my body after feeling the power of the Goblin General. It only has a high attack power, and honestly, I will definitely lose even if I fight it foolishly. The only way to win is to give it a sudden blow somehow. Fortunately, I have a better status except for my attack. I have to take advantage of this status and my weapon as well. I immediately made the tree as a foothold and charged toward the Goblin General. It tried to cut me off with its huge sword and swing it at the timing when I approached like a baseball batter. If I just stick like this, I will definitely die. And when I almost bumped into the Goblin General's sword, I thrust my absolute spear to the ground. Gaia. The Goblin General's sword swung in the air as I stopped suddenly. I jumped up vigorously as I thrust the absolute spear, in a way like a pole vault. As I moved past the Goblin General, I took out the formless bow from the item box and shot several of an invisible arrow. However, the Goblin General, who sensed the attack, swung up its huge sword in the empty air and prevented the arrow. But, in that chance, I landed on a tree and threw the absolute spear that just returned to my hand toward the Goblin General. Goo-goo-gaga. The Goblin General prevented even the attack in a difficult position. But that was not my only attack. At the same time as throwing the absolute spear, I leaped toward the Goblin General with the tree as a foothold while holding the Omni Sword in my right hand. Gah! The Goblin General, who finally noticed me, is desperately trying to prevent me. It's too late. The Goblin General squealed in agony. I cut its body in half with the same momentum. It slowly falls, and then becomes a particle of light and disappeared. After confirming that, I turned my eyes to the girl who was still blacking out. What should I do with her? A message appeared in front of me who is seriously confused with this situation. Level up. Yeah. For the time being, I quickly collect the Goblin General drop items and then approach the girl. The girl was dressed in high-quality clothes that weren't really suitable for a place like this. It's also my first time to see such pure clothes. When I was seriously thinking about what to do, I suddenly felt the presence of someone approaching. Ma? Lexia-sama. I can hear human voices as the presence approaching. Lexia-sama, is this girl? Thinking about it, I looked around for a moment and remembered that there was a rather grotesque scene, such as blood and pieces of meat. Yes, I'm feeling sick to see it, but it's not enough to make me vomit. However, if I meet those who are looking for this girl in such a scene, I can tell that it will become a misunderstanding. Should I just hide? I hurriedly hid in the nearby bushes and activated my skill, Assimilation. As soon as I did, some swordsman-like soldiers appeared. While everyone was wearing a similar armor, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak from the top of his armor was speechless to see the surrounding scenery. This is... After all, it was correct not to meet these people in this spectacle. Well, I know that I'm not normal anymore anyway. The soldiers that were searching finally noticed the girl fainted at the base of a nearby tree. Lexia-sama. The soldiers rushed to her to check her safety. One of the soldiers muttered something, then emitted a pale white light from his right hand and applied it to the girl's body. Is that magic? Whoa, amazing. As I was excited to see the magic, the soldiers sighed as if they were relieved from the bottom of their hearts. Now that I've used recovery magic, the wounds have been healed. It seems like she's just fainted now. I felt relieved it was only a minor injury. After confirming her safety, the soldiers were relieved, then gently lifted her and stood up while being careful of the surrounding. I'm curious about what happened here, but it's bad to stay here for a long time. Let's go back for now. Yes. Everyone replied to the middle-aged knight's words and quickly walked away from the place. After confirming it, I then take a breather. Phew. I was wondering what to do before, but now I'm glad it was solved safely. I was pretty confused, but this was my first encounter with someone from another world, even though I couldn't talk with them. Chapter 4, Life Changes. Part 1. Today is finally my school entrance ceremony. In the end, during this holiday, I was just collecting drop items in the other world. So yeah, I didn't take any part-time job interviews at all. On the contrary, since it's possible to be self-sufficient in that other world house, I almost never leave the house in Japan. Well, fortunately, thanks to continually cashing in the drop items, I have an amazing amount of money right now, but it was really frightening, and I can't take it out of the item box carelessly. And these are my current status. Tinjayuya. Occupation, none. Level, 233. Magic, 5,880. Attack, 7,880. Defense, 7,880. Agility, 7,880. Intelligence, 5,380. Luck, 8,380. BP, 0. Skills, Appraisal, Endurance, Item Box, Language Comprehension, True Martial Art, 6. Presence Detection, Fast Reading, Cooking, 5. Map, Dodge, Weakness Detection, Assimilation. Title, Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder, person who visited a different world for the first time. My level is up, including the skills level, and if we talk about the true martial art skill, it'll sometimes make me laugh since I can easily do a manga-like movement now. The book's contents I bought for this, True Martial Arts, was also usable in actual battle. Well, but I still can't use magic though. By the way, as for the Goblin General's drop items, I found out that it was an A-class monster since its magic stone was an A rank. Other than that, I didn't get any special or unusual items. But to think that an A-rank magic stone is worth 5 million yen, I was unable to stand up due to surprise because of it. I can't go back to that time even if I think back, and on the contrary, the entrance ceremony is just around the corner now. Sigh. It makes me depressed. However, I don't have the option of being absent from school. Moreover, it's an entrance ceremony. No matter how much I'm disturbed during the class, I have to pay for it, and most of all, I couldn't see the future, so I have to do my best to study. Yup, let's go. No matter how much I tried to inspire myself, in the end, my depression still didn't change, and I was leaving home in a newly bought uniform with a sinking mood. Yeah, what now? Hey, that guy. Is he a transfer student? Whoa, his long legs. Or rather, isn't it really well-shaped? Is he some kind of model? I don't know, but I've never seen such an amazingly handsome guy. When I leave the home and go to the school with my depressed mood, I feel like I'm being watched. It's not like I'm being overly self-conscious though. I don't know why, but I don't have a propensity of being happy to be watched like this, so it's very uncomfortable. No wait, I used to be looked down on in the past, and what I feel for myself now is still the same, but I'm not sure why, somehow. I feel that the kind of gaze is different now. What's really going on? Also, there were times when I was usually messed with on my way to school, and on a bad day there were times when I got beaten and kicked, assaulted, and my money was taken. But today, such troubles didn't occur. And without knowing why people were watching me before I finally arrived at the school. At the entrance, a class division paper was pasted, and there was a huge crowd and I couldn't get close to it. But surprisingly, after someone noticed me they also looked surprised, and whether that surprise was contagious or not. There were no people in front of me anymore now. Geez, I'm not Moses, you know. But if so many people are using it, I can't use it either without permission. So yeah, it's good for me if they give me the way to check it. As I checked the paper, there was a Rocky name in my class, the main offender of my bullying. Even though it was mostly the same as junior high school, still, I thought the class would change, too. Sigh. I don't like it. I couldn't wipe away my dismay, so I left the entrance and headed straight to the gym. The entrance ceremony will be held in the gym, and after that, we supposed to be moved to the new classroom. When I arrived at the gym, the venue for the entrance ceremony, I was still receiving strange glances from the people on the surrounding, but strangely, no one was troubling me, and I was able to come to the entrance ceremony safely. No, it should be just normal. Anyway, after the end of the entrance ceremony, we're supposed to be given the explanation related to this high school by the homeroom teacher until lunch break, and the schedule would be ended after that. As I think of today's schedule, I get closer to the new classroom, and I just feel more and more depressed. Sigh. I really don't like it. When I entered the classroom, I was getting an uncertain gaze by the people in the class, and then I sat in an empty seat trying not to worry about it as much as possible. Then, Araki suddenly called me out as soon as I sat down in this new classroom. Hey. What is it? I tried to look at him timidly after he called me in a suspicious manner. Who are you? I haven't seen your face before. Are you a transfer student? But I'm Tenju Yuya, you know. Huh. Wadash. Araki showed a stupid face which I had never seen before. However, it's not only Araki, but for some reason, all of the people in the class have the same expression. Stop joking. No matter how I look at you, you're not like that shitty pig bastard, you know. You're a transfer student, aren't you? And no, as I said, I'm that person himself. No, 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 no. It doesn't make sense, you know? Araki shouted. Although I was surprised by his voice, I felt that not only Araki but everyone in the classes thought the same thing, and everyone had their eyes wide open. Huh? Then what? You bastard. You want to say you've done some plastic surgery, huh? I don't have money for that kind of thing, you know. I just did my best to diet during the holiday. No, I just actually improved my level. But if I think about the battle with the monsters again, I think it's okay to say that I have worked hard, right? Even though I tell him the truth, Araki remained with a stunned expression. When I looked around involuntarily, everyone also remained stunned. Then, Araki finally came back to his senses. He tried to say something, but at that moment, the teacher has come into the classroom. He returned to his seat while clicking his tongue. It was a lunch break. I was always getting bullied, so I went to the toilet, which is a quiet place. I wanted to relax slowly at the toilet, but I was stunned to see myself reflected in the mirror there. It's rare I was not entangled with Araki and his gang, and it's a really peaceful time. Well, I'm a little afraid since I don't know how long this peaceful time will last. No, wait, rather than that, it's about my face reflected in the mirror. Is this really me? In the mirror, there was a face that did not look like me before, showing a surprised expression. The face which was full of acne before is now smooth and clean. The thinning hair in my head before also becomes thick and smooth. The square jaw has become sharp and small, and my thin lips before have become plump. The nose like a pig has turned straight now. I touch my face that is completely different from my face before. I touch it to confirm. Yes, it's my face now. I was lost for words. Yee. I shouted unintentionally. No, wait, who is this really? Me? Is it really me? The complex that has been tormenting me until now is clearly disappeared. I touched my face again in amazement. And at the same time, I was convinced. If it changes to this extent, everyone will obviously be surprised. This may also be a benefit from the level up. My face has become so good that it's incomparable than before. At this rate, I wonder if people will stop looking at me in disgust. It's difficult to properly evaluate your own face, after all. Above all, I had hated my face and appearance. But now that I'm at the level that can be shown to people, honestly, I'm so happy. However, for someone who knew me before, it may not change their unpleasantness even if my appearance has changed. I don't have to walk while looking down like before anymore, do I? Now I have a face that can be seen differently from me before. I looked in the mirror for a while without feeling any reality, but before long, I remembered that it was a lunch break time and hurried back to the class. My steps at this time were very light compared to before. I mean, it was so quick. This week, there wasn't anyone who picked a fight with me, including Araki. They just watched me from distance, and they hadn't even spoken to me. Even Araki and his gang are like that, so I thought my change was truly extraordinary. In addition to such a rarely peaceful time, there was something nice as well. As I thought, my language comprehension skill was really activated. It made the English class easier. I was not good at English before, after all. And today is the long-awaited holiday. I felt like it just came so fast. I have to enjoy it. Well, since I have to do washing too, it's also considerably wasted my time. But it's just the same clothes all the time. The clothes I'm wearing now was something I got in that other world, and I don't have any other clothes that match my current body except for uniforms and gym clothes. I'm not interested in fashion anyway, and I don't have a good sense of it in the first place. But it's not good to just wear the same clothes all the time. Although I'm wash my former clothes, it doesn't change the way it looks, so it'll still look dirty from other people's views. But I've never liked going out of town either. Because every time I went to town, I've always been exposed to looks of contempt, and if I have bad luck, I'd get entangled with the delinquents and get beaten by them. However, since I don't have a PC to do online shopping, I have to go out to the town to buy the necessity. Apart from the ingredients, I've run out of some daily necessities. I reluctantly got out of the house while sighing. I wouldn't leave if not for necessities anyway. I absolutely need to buy daily necessity now. Apart from that, should I buy some clothes too? As I heading to the city, I think about the clothes I should buy. I've taken out 50,000 yen from the item box beforehand and put it in my wallet, so I think it will be enough. Back then, I didn't have many kinds of clothes to wear, so it was easy to choose from. But now, it's just strange to wear the same clothes all the time. In the end, I didn't know where to buy clothes, so I decided to put it aside for now and go to buy daily necessities first. Part 2. Let's see, it seems like this is all. I had finished buying more daily necessities, which was one of my original purposes of going to town. There's a big shopping mall in town, and you can find most things there, so I've been going there to shop for a long time already. Well, because of that, I've also been in a lot of trouble, such as entangling with bad guys or such. And when I go to a place where there are so many people's eyes, I don't feel very good. But this time it's not like the usual me. I have a different look, so I don't have to walk looking down like I was before. Unlike usual, I've gained a little bit of confidence, so I walk looking at the front now. Nuh, look at that guy. No way, who is that? An entertainer. He's handsome and has a good style. He's seriously extraordinary. Isn't he too sexy? Come to think of it, I heard there's a fashion magazine photo shoot in here today. Let's talk to him for a moment. You serious? When I was walking around while thinking that many people were whispering around me, I was suddenly called by an unfamiliar woman. Nuh, you. I thought the ones who called were the delinquents, so I was kind of surprised at first. Apparently, there was a group of women. Right? If you're free, why don't you play with us one each on here? Nuh, is it okay? What is this, a sales trick? I was panicked by the call from these unfamiliar women, but I managed to calm down and try to refuse politely. You see, in this case, I need to make an apologetic expression so as not to offend the other party. Anyway, I would pass out now if it was me from before. Probably. I'm sorry. I have something to do. I tried to show an apologetic look as much as possible. The women who were amazed for a moment, conversely started to panic this time. It's okay, don't worry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry to bother you. The women drew back obediently. It seems my apologetic feeling was transmitted to them. Thank goodness. I would definitely be either reported or terribly abused if this was the previous me. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart and left the place, but I still can hear whispering voices from behind. Did you look at his face before? It was really dangerous for my heart. I thought it was cool. His apologetic expression looked like a small animal. Anyway, it was dangerous. I somehow felt a shiver from my spine. What is this? Well, that's good. Rather than that, I wonder where I can buy clothes. I muttered that while walking around the shopping mall. When I came here, I was checking the men's fashion floor, but there are a variety of brands, so I don't know which one I should look at. I was living a life that had never thought about fashion before, and I didn't have any money either. Well, my appearance is also too simple now. I'm just wearing a white shirt and black pants, after all. And also the luster bluish-black leather shoes and the black moon necklace, which is the rare drop items that I obtained by defeating the hell slime. Yeah, thinking about it again, it's just a simple outfit that is far from fashionable. Well, I don't really get that impression because these clothes themselves are so high quality. As I walked around the shopping mall, I suddenly heard a yell. Hey, how long are you going to keep me waiting? I'm sorry. It's not enough with just apologies. I've been waiting for more than an hour in here. You really have guts to make me wait. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Hikari-san. I don't really mind it. Miwa-chan. You must not spoil him. It's not good for the other party if you overslept. Why yes, but... Also, if you hear his reason for oversleeping was because of a hangover, then there's no room for apologies anymore. It's natural for me to be angry. Compared to that, Miwa-chan is admirable. You're serious with this even though you've become very famous now. I just want this bastard to follow you as an example to not always fall behind schedule. Looking at the yell direction, a muscular man dressed in a flashy pink shirt was yelling at a man in a suit with his head down, in a diminished appearance. Behind them, there's a woman with loose wavy brown hair, whose excellent appearance could be seen from a distance, was soothing the man with a muscular figure. What is this chaos? When I looked closely, the muscular man was holding a camera and something like photography equipment. There are many things like that lined up around him. Is it some kind of photo shoot? Well, there seems to be a kind of a celebrity around here, and they might do something like drama or photo shoot in here. Actually, there are a lot of ordinary people gathered around here, and I think there will be something more amazing than just photo shoot. Is that woman an actress? When I checked on the situation, it seems that she's pretty famous. I don't have a TV at home, and I practically don't know about celebrities. That's why I don't know anything about that woman. I won't be able to see the shop over there in this state. Let's look at the other place, then. With that said, I turned my back from the photo shoot area. But you also have another schedule, right? Therefore, it will be bad for you. So this time I'll just do it with Miwa-chan alone. There's no problem, right? I'm a professional, so I'll be sure to do it. It's not like I'm saying I'll only use one model like this from now on, you know. Well, of course, I'll never use someone who likes to be late like this guy again. Why yes, but I'm in trouble. As for today's composition, I was thinking of using another male model at this time with Miwa-chan, since it was a product for a couple. Hey, on this occasion, we might use an acceptable ordinary man in the shopping mall. You have all the size of clothes, don't you? He asked the staff. Yes, we have everything. Okay then. What about the man over there? Hey, you there. Even if I was thinking to see other places, their clothes just look all the same no matter where I look. Has my sense of fashion become devastating too? Hey, you there. The one who seems to be thinking about something. What is it? It seems like someone is calling. When I looking around instinctively, I heard the call from behind. Yes, you. The one who's looking around. Can you wait for a moment? I turned back spontaneously, but the muscular man in that flashy shirt looked at me stunned. Not only the muscular man, but also the other staff and the beautiful girls were looking at me stunned. For a moment, I thought it wasn't me, but I don't know why. There was only me here for some reason, and the others are in a position to look at me from the distance. Why is it? I don't know why they're staring at me like that, but it seems like they need something from me, so I headed towards them. What happened? When I asked the most prominent here, the muscular man, I could have seen an image of a bolt of lightning striking in his background for some reason. What's that? This time, it was me who's stunned in surprise, and then I suddenly slapped my both cheeks with my hands to restore my calm. Would you like to participate in this photo shoot? I could only be dumbfounded. Part 3. Why did it become like this? Yeez. It looks good. Yes. I want him to have more sexy feelings here. Look sideways. Please look sideways. It's not good. I don't understand at all. I was supposed to come to this shopping mall to buy clothes and daily necessities, but before I know, I'm in an awkward situation, which is having to be a model. Moreover, I'm not doing the photo shoot alone, but also with a very beautiful woman. Yuyuko-in, your expression is too stiff. Smile. It's not good even if you said that. I know that my expression is getting stiffer. I was thinking about what should I do, and there's a woman model that will do the photo shoot with me this time. Miwa-san smiled looking at me. Yuya-san. Everyone is also nervous like that for their first time, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay. I took a deep breath once and looked at my appearance again. Right now I've changed from my simple white shirt and black pants to a white draped shirt and put on a thin black short-sleeve cardigan on top of that and wine red skinny pants. All of these are clothes that I've never worn before, and I was more nervous about this dress itself rather than the photo shoot. I suddenly noticed that there were many people around me. I guess they're the customer who came to this shopping mall, but now they're looking at this photo shoot scene of me and Miwa-san from the distance. Some people have their smartphones pointed here, so they seem to be taking photos, too. Amazing. It's my first time to see Miwa-chan in person. Yes, that's Miwa-chan, but who's the boy doing the photo shoot together with her? Doesn't he have a super good style? Isn't he a model? He's with Miwa-chan, and above all, he's so handsome and stylish. No way. Then, let's find out about him when the magazine is released. Yup, as I thought, I'll stand out if doing a photo shoot in a big shopping mall like this. Well, please link your arms for a moment. The photographer said that when I was distracted by the surrounding gaze. But what's that, link arms? Do I need to stand tall while folding my arms? As I was in a hurry by the sudden order, Miwa-san gently entwined her left arm with my right arm. Yuya-san? What's wrong? No, and nothing. No, it wasn't just nothing, was it? Is this what he meant by linking arms? I surely thought that I just need to fold my arms at that moment. I never had a chance to get close to a woman, so I became much tenser than before. And no, I'm doing photo shoot now. I have to regain my mind as usual somehow. This photo shoot seems to be for couples, so of course, it's impossible for me to do that kind of movement. I can't afford to be so panicked at this moment. To begin with, I can't even imagine a movement like that. Nevertheless, I've calmer than before. Considering this far, it's good she's not noticed it yet. No shit, she noticed. Oh my, Yuyuko-in, your expression much more stiffer than before. Is that so? It's just normal, you know? Yeah, I mean, you're a little unusual. Hikari-san smiled bitterly. It can't be helped, you know? Because, Miwa-san's chest. Yuya-san, it's hitting me. It's nothing. Yes, I said that unintentionally, but Miwa-san's chest is on my arm. It's on my arm. Is Miwa-san not aware of it? I thought so when glancing at her, but she's just made an expression like a professional who's doing a photo shoot now. This is not a matter of noticing or not. Looking at Miwa-san's serious, yet natural expression, I became much more calmer. Let's just put it aside. I have to concentrate on this photo shoot now. After diverting my mind, Hikari-san also gave instructions for various other poses. Yes, then Miwa-chan, please hug on to Yuya's neck. Phewie. Yes. Despite my being surprised again, Miwa-san posed her arms around my neck without hesitation. It's not good. Unlike the previous arm, I could feel a lot of things all over my body now. Although I have diverted my mind, eventually my expression and body become much stiffer than a little while ago. Then I tried to calm down while doing other poses, but I was still stiff, after all, so I had to take a break. Sigh. Thank you very much for your work. Ah, you too. Thank you very much. Can I sit next to you? Ah, yes. It's okay. Miwa-san talked to me as she sat on a bench in this shopping mall and took a breather. When Miwa-san sat next to me, I uttered what I thought honestly. Miwa-san, that's amazing. Miwa-san was surprised to hear my sudden compliment. I've never worn this kind of clothes before, and on the contrary, I lived a life that had never thought about fashion. So when I looked at models in the magazine, I never thought anything in particular. I just experienced it in a short period of time today, and I came to understand how hard it was. It's because you're just not used to it yet. At first, I was just a failure, and often getting scolded. Even so, I think it's difficult for me. I didn't think it would require an expression too, not just a pose alone. Hikari-san is famous because of his particular focus on facial expressions in the modeling industry. Hikari-san was the muscular man wearing that flashy shirt, and he was also a photographer. He doesn't look like that at all. Sigh. But I don't know how to do that. As when doing the photo shoot, I was reminded of my useless when I saw Miwa-san, who is not that old, was able to play an active role so far. I think it's also changing my mental little by little, but it's still a long way to go. Apparently, she seemed to see my uneasy expression, and she kindly told me, Yuya-san, I think you don't need to rush it. Just take it slowly, at its own pace. Be more confident. And I also thought that I was having fun today because I was able to do a photo shoot with Yuya-san like this. So I'd be happy if you would think so, too. Ah. Of course, it's not just about the photo shoot. It's about enjoying everything. Don't you think so? Enjoying, huh? Until recently, I couldn't afford to have fun. I was so desperate to live, and it was painful and was unbearable every day. But now it's different. After I found the door that connects to the other world, Can I enjoy it? Yes, of course. When I turned to Miwa-san, she gave me a gentle smile. I noticed that it was a natural smile. Shudder. I heard a strange voice from the distance, but I have no idea what that is. Part 4. Thanks. You've been really helpful. And no problem. I'm glad that I could help. But, was it really good? After the break, the photo shoot session didn't resume for some reason. On the contrary, Hikari-san thanked us with a satisfied face. No, wait. If the pro in business said that it was good, it's safe to say that there will be nothing to worry about, right? But, I wonder which photos will be used? I didn't know since I haven't seen it yet. When I thought of that, Hikari-san suddenly gave me a big paper bag. Here, take this. Huh? What is it? This is. I looked at the contents. There was a lot of clothes in it. I really want to give you money, but since you're an amateur, it's a bit tough on the office for that. Therefore, I'll give you these clothes instead, as thanks. Please be assured, it's all fitted to your size. I've also carefully selected clothes that look good on you. There's no need for this. It was a good experience for me, too. It's okay, just accept it. Basically, there will be some kind of reward for those who work. This is common sense in society, you know. Why, yes. If that's the case. Thank you very much. When I thanked him, Hikari-san nodded with a smile. He's a good person. As I thought so about Hikari-san, Miwa-san also talked to me. Yuya-san, thank you very much for your time today. No, it is me who should say so. It was a really valuable experience for me, and above all, I think that being able to do this with a professional who worked earnestly will be a good thing for me in the future. I told her that with a smile. Miwa-san seemed surprised for a moment, but not long after, she's also smiled. That was good then. If there's an opportunity for us to meet again, please treat me well at the time. Yes, me too. I'll be cheering on you, Miwa-san. Then, when I tried to leave this place with a peaceful atmosphere. Sup? I'm late. A cool man walked toward us. A blonde hair styled in wax and stylish piercings on his ears. He was also well-dressed, and his atmosphere somehow felt something like Miwa-san's. But at the same time, I also felt something completely different from Miwa-san, but I didn't know what it was. I was not sure who he was, but looking at Hikari-san, who had been smiling a little while ago, now has a vein bulging on his forehead. This damned kid. His tone is really back to being a man. making Hikari-san leaked out his manly tone. Who on earth is that guy? Miwa-san. Who's that guy? I asked Miwa-san. He's a male model who was supposed to have a photo shoot with me today. I was convinced just by Miwa-san's explanation. I thought there was an atmosphere that was somehow close to Miwa-san's. Was it because they're in the same profession? I was convinced by that. And then the man noticed Miwa-san's presence and approached her while grinning. Miwa-chan, you have a photo shoot with me today, right? How is it? It makes you happy, aren't you? Well, let's finish this session quickly, and then we'll go to eat some delicious food together. When the man put his hand on Miwa-san's shoulder, she was puzzled and I felt that she didn't know what to do from her expression. This is... Hey, no worries. Excuse me, I tried to cut in. When I called out, the man looked at me annoyingly. Who are you? Don't talk to me. You're annoying, get out of here. Thereupon, even though I only called him, I was somehow abused. Why? I was dumbfounded for a moment, but I firmly told the man again. No, that's... Miwa-san seems troubled, so I think it's better for you to step away from her a little bit. Yuya-san. Miwa-san called my name in a bit of a panic, and the man shoots me a glare. He took his hand off of Miwa-san's shoulder and approached me. Who are you talking to? To whom? Well, I actually didn't know this man is, but... Is he a celebrity? The man glared at me even harder. It seems he didn't like my behavior. Actually, I don't understand even if I say it with my own mouth. The man suddenly attacked me, to think that it had become a somewhat dangerous atmosphere. That attitude irritated me. Yuya-san. I was surprised that I was suddenly attacked, but it was so slow, it was incomparable to Goblin Elite or Goblin General's attacks. I also didn't have the hobby to be pleased and silent when being attacked, so my body reacted on its own without me knowing. I caught the man's fist that flew toward my face with my right palm, twisted his arm, took it to my back, and threw him down. Amazing. I was attacked by him without me knowing. My body reacted reflexively and held him down, but... Is it okay? This wasn't my fault, right? He's a good-looking guy. The good-looking guy is usually innocent, and I'll be found guilty if he complains. Well, I'll just run to a different world at that time. When I was thinking about silly things in my mind, the man who had been held to the ground shouted at me. Gah, I was trained in boxing. How can you do that so easily? I don't know either. In the first place, I don't know if this man has practiced boxing or not just by looking at his punch. Or rather, everyone's punch just looks the same for me, since they're all slow compared to the Goblin General. Well, at the Goblin General's level, just a single blow from its brute force has an outrageous power already. It's not a state that can be reached by ordinary people even if they learn martial arts. I can fight with those monsters that have a big physical difference was thanks to my improving skills and stats. Come to think of it, Miwa-san was panicked before maybe because of her knowing that this guy had learned boxing, I guess? However, to think that she was emphasizing that, I wonder if this man has only solved anything by force. Well, in fact, I wouldn't have been able to do anything before I leveled up. Yep, when I was weak, I wouldn't have been sure if I can see the man's punch. Or rather, any attack would have finished me anyway. It made me feel somewhat sad. Hikari-san squatted down looking at the man, and he declared to him with a very big smile. Since you showed a violent, your entertainer's life will be over. Even if you're not an entertainer, it's normally a crime, you know. What a pity. What ash? There's no evidence. Actually, I'm the one who had been beaten. No, you see, I think people around here were watching. But, as I thought, they'll choose to be a good-looking guy's ally, right? Should I prepare to cry now? However, I didn't have to cry. Hikari-san smiled like a devil while flaunting the camera he was carrying to the man. I recorded everything from the beginning until the end, you know. Damn it. The man resisted violently on the spot, but finally gave up since my body didn't shudder at all while holding him down, and finally he was taken by the staff. Geez, I didn't think it'd be ended like this at first. But, Yuya-kun is very strong, isn't he? Even though that guy's looked like that, he was actually pretty good at boxing. It just happened by chance. I can't say anything. I can't say I was training in a different world, after all. Anyway, I called Miwa-san. Miwa-san, were you alright? Thank you very much. Miwa-san was a little surprised when I called her, and she lowered her head. Her cheeks were beet red. It's just like that, don't mind it. I was just a little confused since you didn't say a single word before. I was relieved, because that person had always followed me around, so it was really helpful. What was that? Scary. Did he even act like a stalker, too? It was kind of weird, but again, thank you very much for today. I hope we can meet again somewhere. Yes, let's meet again somewhere. Yuya-kun, thanks for today. As I left the place, I recalled what had happened today. I was suddenly asked to be a model. I was wondering about what to do, but it turned out to be a good experience. I was truly glad. As for the clothes, I got clothes that were chosen directly by a professional in the field, so the result was splendid. Anyway, I don't know what will happen to that guy, but the entertainment world is actually quite frightening. Huh? I couldn't help but think so. I wonder who he is. After Yuya left, Hikari let out a sigh of admiration. A good-looking boy with such great style? I've been in the entertainment world for a long time already, but I've never seen someone like him before. Furthermore, he's just an amateur. He was really amazing, wasn't he? I got fascinated by him, even though I'm a man. Oh, you're right. I mean, he seems to have a charm that can attract everyone. Well, yeah, but since it's the first time for him to do a photo shoot, he still looks awkward. But he also brings a good atmosphere, doesn't he? So it was amazing. The staff who were involved in the photo shoot talked about Yuya. They seemed to get lured by Hikari's words. Hikari smiled bitterly looking at them. But then seeing Miwa, who was preparing to go back home, he approached her. Hey, Miwa-chan, do you want to check the photos now? Please, is it okay? Of course. Here, you can take a look as much as you want. All the previous photos data had been transferred to a laptop, and so, Miwa checked the photos from the laptop instead of the camera. When I look at it again, Yuya-san is really amazing. It's inevitable that his expression is still stiff since he isn't a pro after all, but I feel like I can't take my eyes off him, to the point that such a thing isn't important anymore. Right? This time we were shooting for a fashion magazine, so the main focus is about the clothes. But, sure, I was inspired when I looked at his eyes, you know. Yes, originally, for a fashion magazine photo shoot, the main focus must be about the clothes more than the models themselves. However, in order to increase the value of the clothes, they'll use a famous model like Miwa, and she's also performed her job perfectly. But in Yuya's case, he was more prominent. It was like he had swallowed up the clothes itself, even though it should be the main focus. Moreover, look at this. I was thinking to retake the photo since Yuya stands out too much. But it can't be helped. I think it's like the charm of the clothes themselves had been raised to the utmost in order to make Yuya shine. Yes, he didn't retake it, although Yuya was like the main focus. The clothes themselves become more attractive than before, and as a result, they fulfilled their purpose. Miwa smiled bitterly hearing Hikari's trouble. And then, her eyes stopped at one photo. This photo. Oh, did you notice it, Miwa-chan? Reflected on Miwa's eyes is a photo of her and Yuya chatting during the break. The photos seem to be casual, just like in an everyday scene. However, it looks very natural, and that makes them look like a real couple. And this was originally Hikari's photography concept. Miwa in the photo also had a natural and attractive smile, and Yuya was so full of charm that it makes one seem to feel drawn into the photo without realizing it. I was thinking to make that photo as the main part this time. It's really good, isn't it? Why, yeah. Yuya-san in this photo is very, charming. Miwa herself had been fascinated by Yuya's extraordinary appearance from the first time she met him, but when she saw Yuya's photo in front of her, she felt that her cheeks were heating up naturally. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Miwa-chan, your face is red, you know? Yeah? That's not true. Hikari, who had noticed the change in Miwa's expression, looked at her with a grin. Well, I'll leave it at that for today. Yuya, is my face really red? It's like an apple. But now, Miwa-chan is also very attractive, you know. Is that so? Miwa tilted her head looking at Hikari, who's suddenly showing a gentle eye. Fufu. Miwa-chan in the photo is also full of charm. It was different from the usual Miwa-chan. From now on, I think you'll have a lot of photo shoots. But don't forget your expressions and feelings today, okay? Yes. This photo shoot, which was a valuable experience for Yuya, also gave valuable experience to everyone who had been involved in it. Part 5. The next day after I helped work as a model, I went home and regretted that I should have bought something like home appliances other than daily necessities. Anyhow, my TV at home can't be used anymore. It's not digital, but an analog TV. I don't subscribe to the newspaper, so I wouldn't know the latest news without watching TV. There are also some other home appliances that have already worn out with age. I've failed, but I need to go to school again today. Unfortunately, school starts again today. I need money for living. For that, I have to go to a different world. Sigh. It's really easier to beat monsters in a different world rather than going to school. Even while complaining, I still went to school. I don't want to be a useless person anyway. But still, it makes me depressed to think that I should attend school for another week from today. But when I left home, Suddenly someone called me. Hey you. Eh. I turned toward the voice. Apparently, it was my younger brother, Tenju Yuta, and his twin sister Tenju Sora, staring at me. Yuwa, I've met someone that I don't want to see. No, I thought we'd see each other eventually, but you don't have to come now, you know. Even though I was reluctant, but I asked him just in case. What do you want from me? What you said. Your behavior is really like that useless big brother of mine. I don't know why he said something like that. I was really confused, and then Sora opened her mouth as if looked down on me. Recently, a friend of ours was talking about it. My big brother has become super handsome. Anyway, I told them it was just a rumor, but they were so persistent, thus we came here to check it. Huh, rumor? Are people talking about me? Because of that, we've come to check it, you, shitty big brother. What the hell did you do? What I did? Stop playing dumb. You have really changed. Yep. Surely, my appearance has changed a lot. My body has become thinner, and my face has changed greatly. But I can't explain I had changed because I raised my level in a different world, can I? And in the first place, I don't want to tell these two even if they believe about a different world. These two not only made fun of me, but also to grandfather. I don't want to tell about grandpa's things to them. Thinking so, I calm myself, but they start to talk again, still looking down on me. After all, you did plastic surgery, right? I can't believe that to think you changed your face with plastic surgery. It's just a fake change, after all. So, where did you get the money from? Or did you sell your house? Ha ha ha. But, you see, it wasn't plastic surgery. Nevertheless, maybe my body has completely changed from the genetic structure. Somehow my instinct told me that. Yuta said that plastic surgery is just a fake change, but that's people's effort who are trying to be a little beautiful. At least they're trying instead of just giving up. That Yuta, he's denying it and making fun of it. Are there a lot of people who think like Yuta? If so, that's so sad. But I really thought that, and I could feel that when you want to polish yourself up to get better. We were arguing in public, so the people around us were watching with great interest. It's embarrassing. Whatever. Either way, there's a part of you, shitty brother, that can't win against us. Yeah, you're an idiot. And even if you think about the future, you don't have a future anyway. You can't study, you're also bad at sport. After all, you're an inferior being. They completely made fun of me, and I wasn't able to retort because everything they said was true. I could do nothing but be silent. Thereupon, the curious students who were just silently watching at our dispute until now suddenly became noisy. What is it? Yuta and Sora also noticed the commotion. They tilted their heads out of curiosity, and suddenly a limousine stopped near us. Wadash. A long limousine that is usually driven by those rich people came out of all of a sudden. The three of us were lost for words looking at it. And then, the limousine's door opened, and then two women appeared from inside. One is a very beautiful woman dressed in butler clothes, and the other is Tenjiya-san, right? I feel like I had heard her voice somewhere. She's dressed in a blazer-type uniform based on white, and how should I say it? A straight, glossy black hair? Stretched to her waist. She has somehow an overwhelming aura that is different from the ordinary people. She reminds me of words of sweet flower and a woman who displayed the feminine virtues of old Japan. And I was captivated. She's a very beautiful girl, and also, her beauty is different from the model, Miwa-san. As well as her appearance, I was completely captivated by her clear eyes and soft atmosphere that stared straight at me. Anyway, which uniform is that? As I was absent-minded unintentionally, Yuta suddenly shouted gave me back my consciousness. Oh, that's the uniform of Usui Gakuen. Usui Gakuen. I've heard that name before. It was the name of a famous high school, and after graduation, you can go on to Usui University without having to pass the entrance exam. It's a high school where you can quickly become an elite to a world completely different from us. Let alone study. There's a lot of people who enrolled in that school to play an active role in every field, and the school graduates to take the position as a top level in each field. It's a high school that can be said will secure your future. So everyone aimed and dreamed of being enrolled in that school. Well, since it was such a school, you will understand if you think for a moment, it's not a school for an ordinary person to enter. And so, why a student from such school to be in a place like this? The girl in front of me laughed elegantly, as if that thought were described in my expression. Fufu, don't you remember? I used to be involved with a group of a man at a convenience store. Yeah. I remembered. Sure, I've helped a girl from a group of men before. I mean, I was fully beaten instead. At the time, I wasn't used to talking to girls so much that I couldn't even see her face. Did you just remember it? Why, yes. Or rather, how did you know my name? In order to thank Yuya-san, I've investigated various things while thinking that it was my impoliteness. Yeah, investigation. What did she investigate? Well, I don't think there's much information that can be investigated. The girl tilted her head as if curious about something when I was concerned about what was being investigated. Even so, Yuya-san, did you lost your weight? Why yeah. I think that it was a change that wasn't so obvious. But looking at the reaction of the girl in front of me, maybe, it seems my transformation is really visible. No, it seems really is. When I was completely confused, the woman in butler's clothes quietly informs the girl. Milady, let's put aside the introduction first and proceed to the main subject. You're right. With an expression that's like remembered something, the girl opened her mouth and saying a ridiculous thing with a smile. Yuya-san, why don't you come to Usui Gakuen? Part 6. I couldn't immediately understand what she said. I could only be dumbfounded by her words, while she continued to speak. I'm sorry for saying it this late, but my name is Kaori Hojo, and I'm a student council staff member at Usui Gakuen. The girl bowed beautifully. I was still amazed to see Hojo-san, and, when I finally returned to my sanity, I squeezed out my voice to ask her, what do you mean me to come to Usui Gakuen? For some reason, the woman dressed in butler's clothing answered my question, instead of Hojo-san. Tinja-sama. Kaori-sama's father is the board chairman of Usui Gakuen, and he has already heard about the story of Tinja-sama protecting Kaori-sama from the scoundrels before, and he told me to bring you to our school without fail. That kind of thing. It can't be said that I was protecting her. It was just shameful since it was me who got beaten one-sidedly. However, whether she guessed my feelings, Hojo-san said with a gentle expression. Yuya-san, you were the only one who moved while other people just pretended not to look. It isn't something that just anyone can do. You certainly protected me. I was struck with a genuine feeling of gratitude, and at the same time, I felt warm yet a little embarrassed. And then Hojo-san asked me again. Therefore, how about it? Do you want to come to our school? I'm very thankful for the talk so far. I don't have anything I particularly excel at. My academic ability to be transferred to Usui Gakuen is also. Oh, that's... The moment Hojo-san tried to say something, Yuta, who had been silent until now, cut off her by calling out to her. Despite being interrupted by his words, Hojo-san responded with a gentle expression. What happened? Will you let us enroll? Yuta said so with a confident expression. We're far better than the guy over there, and it's definitely better to get us into that school instead. That's right. We always keep the top grades in our current school, and it's not a mistake to say we're playing a big role in terms of sport. We also participate a lot as an assistant in various club activities of the school. Sora said so in the form of taking the opportunity to guarantee Yuta's words. Therefore, next year we'll definitely. I refuse. This time Hojo-san cut off Yuta's words, who tried to continue with confidence. No, what was that just now? I said, I refuse. Yuta and Sora are dumbfounded. They never thought they would be turned down. I also didn't expect they would be rejected so clearly. In fact, Yuta and Sora are indeed better than me. Even if I was to review or prepare for the lessons every day, the result wasn't very good, and it's also the same with sports. Yuta and Sora, who's not convinced, asked Hojo-san again. Why? We're better than that guy. I won't talk. Hojo-san, who had a gentle mood and smiling until recently, said that frankly to Yuta and Sora in a resolute manner. I consider Yuya-san as my benefactor. Why should I let those who insult Yuya-san enroll? That's. Besides, we've also investigated your daily behavior. Yuta and Sora raised their voices in surprise at Hojo-san's words. Hojo-san gestured to the woman in butler appearance next to her, and then the woman informed them indifferently. When we invited Tinja-sama to the Usui Gakuen, we conducted investigations of his surroundings. Of course, human relationship as well. As a result, we found that you have committed extreme cruelty not only to Tinja-sama but also to other students. Of course, not only you but many other students in it. Also, we have found that even teachers are oppressing him as well. Wah. Yuta and Sora were speechless at the woman butler's words. Of course, me too. What they had investigated wasn't only about my name but also human relationships. As I was bewildered, Sora immediately rebutted. Is there any evidence of that? How does the existence of evidence relate to it? That's because we're trying to prove our innocence. Is that so? Then, let me say it clearly. There is evidence. There's evidence, but from our very best view, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you said. It doesn't matter, does it? We just want to invite Tinja-sama to the Usui Gakuen. And from the information we've got, we've concluded that we don't want both of you to enroll. Oh, rest assured, we won't leak your information to the media. Well, it may remain as our private report. The words of the woman butler left Sora and Yuta no room to argue. Hujia-san gestured again to the butler woman, and then she bowed sophisticatedly and returned behind Hujia-san. As I was saying earlier, admission to and transferring to our school is not so difficult. Someone can easily be transferred to the Usui Gakuen if they're doing good deeds on a regular basis. You can do whatever you like on your academic ability and other studies. Instead of that, we value humanity. So it's impossible for both of you to enter our school. Yuta and Sora were so desperate. Although this high school mostly consists of the same student from junior high school, of course, there are also those who want to go to another high school. These students usually choose a higher level of a school than their current one. And looking at Yuta and Sora's reaction, they seemed to be thinking about going to another school, and maybe the high school they were aiming for was Usui Gakuen. Sure, since there is such a top-level high school in this vicinity, it's inevitable that they aim for such a school. There was no problem with Yuta and Sora's academic ability, after all. However, since the student at the school that they were aiming for, since the board chairman's daughter told them frankly that it was impossible for the both of them to enroll, this reaction of them would be inevitable. Unlike when she was talking to Yuta and Sora, Hujia-san turned to me with her usual gentle expression. I'm sorry, the talk has gone wrong. But for the reasons I mentioned earlier, there's no problem for Yuya-san to be transferred to Usui Gakuen. I see. In a sense, the policy of Usui Gakuen was different. Normally, academic ability and athletic ability are involved in a lot of things, but for them to say that it doesn't matter so clearly. My face was twitching involuntarily, and then Hujia-san said with a smile, "Why don't we go to my school for now? So it won't be a problem if you talk to father, no, board chairman, and then decide after that." Saying that, Hujia-san invited me to the limousine. The butler woman, knowing what Hujia-san said, already opened the door and was on standby. Yuya-san, I mentioned earlier that I wouldn't disclose any information about those two, but please be assured that the teachers have already been disciplined and dismissed. What's reassuring? I feel only fear in their information-gathering power and speed of action. No, I was certainly oppressed by the teachers. Corporal punishment is a matter of course, and they were telling the whole class to increase the cruelty. When I was surprised again at her unexpected words, Hujia-san smiled and bowed to the dumbfounded Yuta and Sora. Well then, farewell. And we went to the Usui Gakuen, just like that. The place was noisy after Yuya and the others left. Those people earlier were amazing, weren't they? As expected of the elite from Usui Gakuen, their aura is really different from us. The girl and the butler were beautiful. The boy who was talking to them was also very handsome. It was a feast for the eyes. And also, the two over there. I don't know what it was, but it seems that their admission was denied by Usui Gakuen. Well, don't mind them anyway. Yuta and Sora, who were said to be doing whatever they please until now, their faces turned deep red. I won't forgive this, making us look like a fool. Yes, I absolutely won't forgive this. Yuta was staring daggers at the direction in which the limousine had left. I'll definitely make you regret. That murmur was diverted by the noise around them. Chapter 5, Usui Gakuen. Part 1. While I was trying to wrap my head around the rapid development of the situation so far, I noticed that we had arrived at the front gate of Usui Gakuen. A splendid thing that seems to be in a western castle that you can never think of as a school gate jumped into my eyes. Not only that, but on the other side of the gate, there were school buildings and vast grounds that were so large that they could only be seen as a palace. It's big. Welcome to the Usui Gakuen. Hujia-san told that to the dumbfounded me with a smile. And as I was in a somewhat dreamy state of mind, she led me through the school gate. It seems we arrived when homeroom is about to start since I can't see any students walking in the corridor except us. Are you alright? I said. What is it? Well, there doesn't seem to be any students around. It seems the homeroom has already started. As a coward, I was too afraid to be late, so I wondered if it would be okay if she was late. But rather, on the contrary, Hujia-san laughed elegantly. Fufufu. It's okay. As I said before coming here, the board chairman of this school is my father. And also I've notified the school beforehand that I would be late today, so it will be fine. I see. It seems like it was only my needless anxiety. It was good then. If she gets scolded because of me, I'd be truly sorry. Nevertheless, the board chairman of such a big school, huh? I thought that Hujia-san's behavior was elegant, but as I thought, she's really a rich person. Elegance. I guess that was indeed something she had. As for me, I'm overflowing with the poor man's aura. Oh, come to think of it, I have to stop by the supermarket on my way home since there's an egg special sale today. When I was following Hujia-san while thinking about such a commoner's thought, we arrived in front of the door written as the chairman's office before I knew it. Hujia-san knocked on the door, then I heard an elegant man's voice from the inside. Come in. Excuse me. Excuse me. I answered with all of the strength in my body and entered the room following Hujia-san. Inside, there was a leather sofa, a suited light brown table, a desk to do the duty, which everyone could see them as good quality, and then a cool middle-aged man sitting in the back of the desk. That man must be Hujia-san's father. When I look at him closely, I can feel they look alike somehow. The man looked surprised for a moment when he saw me as I entered the room, but he immediately greeted me with a gentle look. I'm glad you came. I'm Tsukasa Hoju, the chairman of this Uchi Gakuen. Tenju Yukuen. I've heard about you from my daughter, Kaori. Thank you for saving my daughter. After the polite greeting, he bowed his head. I was flustered and quickly told him to raise it. Please raise your head. I wasn't that big of a help. No matter what you think, you had certainly taken action at the time. That's something to be proud of. That's right, Yuya-san. Once again, thank you very much. When they told me that, it left me a shameful impression. I understand. Thank you. They raised their head since I've accepted their gratitude. And I asked them something that was bothering me. Come to think of it, why was Hujia-san alone at that time? Don't she have an escort or? Yuya-san, you don't need to be so formal to call me Hujia-san like that. Please just call me Kaori. Honorific or title of honor is unnecessary, you know? But my daughter says she's good with it. And since you're in the same age, you don't need to be so respectful, do you? Well, I guess you're right. I answered so while thinking that it was awesome, Hujia-san. No, Kaori smiled. Now Yuya-kun, about your question earlier, I want Kaori to live a normal life, and she hasn't had an escort since she was young. That's what I wanted personally. I won't be able to be independent if there is always an escort with me, and I don't need them to find a job too, right? But because of that one case before, I need to bring her with me now, Kaori said while looking at the woman in Butler's appearance. I was feeling sorry too, but she's still my daughter. She's important to me. I see. Rich people have their own troubles too. Especially, a poor man like me is unlikely to be kidnapped because there won't be a ransom or shit. But if you're rich, you're at risk. No, I think kidnapping is really dangerous. It was a seducer at that time, but still, they're also in the same bad team as Araki and others belong to, and the security around there can't be said as good, too. After talking like that, we finally entered the main subject. Well now, I've had Yuya-kun to come this way, but you've heard the reason, haven't you? Why yes, I was asked to transfer to this Uchi Gakuen. The chairman nodded when I answered that. That's right. For me, I'd like you to enroll in this Uchi Gakuen. How about it? Of course, this is also my expression of gratitude for saving my daughter, so you don't have to worry about the tuition. Even so, you didn't have to go that far. I already told you, didn't I? She's my important daughter. This much is cheap. The chairman says that while laughing. Kaori's cheeks turned red shyly hearing that. They're a good father and daughter. It's really a big difference from my house. So what would you do? Is it okay for me to go to the same school as the geniuses? Uchi Gakuen is a school that's so famous that no one doesn't know about this school in Japan. That's why most of the people who play an active part in Japan and the world are from this school. In other words, a small part of the chosen existence. A school where the only genius can attend. But I don't have any special skills to be in such a school. The chairman spoke in a gentle tone, asked me who looks down. Yuya-kun, what kind of person do you think genius refers to? Someone that can do anything? That's right. And I think genius is someone who works on things and finds the right answer and the right effort in a shorter time than others. On the other hand, you are with other people. If you make an effort, you're going to get closer to the truth. Of course, apart from genius, there will be different talents. But it's not something you can decide from a young age like you. Try a lot of things, have fun. It's still not too late to try. And this school was built because I want those young people to have a lot of experience. So you don't have to despise yourself. From now on, you just need to face yourself slowly. The chairman's words have soaked into my heart. Nobody ever told me like that except grandfather. No matter what I did, I was compared to Yuta and Sora, and whatever I did, I was labeled incompetent, and after my grandfather died, I could only accept it. That's why I was shaken, because there's still someone who told me like that. The chairman suggested one thing when various feelings swirled up in me and made me confused. Well, you must be troubled when being told various things so suddenly. So how about experiencing it? Attending this school for just one day today? Suddenly a dumb voice came out of me, but the chairman kept smiling without concern. If you want to experience this school today and decided to enter the school, I'll officially welcome you again at the time. I was dumbfounded by such a proposal and suddenly heard a knock on the door. It looks like she's here. Comes in. Thanks. It was a woman to have appeared while saying so. She was a woman wearing a lab coat with a languid impression, and she was wearing a worn-out shirt under the coat. Moreover, since the shirt is plain and it was slipping to her shoulder, the chest is she properly wearing something under that? I can't see the straps of her bra? No, it would trouble me if I can see the strap. The chairman smiled bitterly when I was surprised to see the overall lax impression of the woman. You're just the same as ever. Yuya-kun, I want you to have experience classes in this woman's class. I see. Well, don't be so nervous. Sensei will teach you properly. I wonder if it's okay. I couldn't say anything, but when I clogged with the words, the chairman spoke up in an amazing state. Well, you may have a lot to say, but even though she looks like this and she has the mindset of a scientist, her classes are also easy to understand and are popular with students. That's why take it easy. Don't be nervous. That's right. Sensei is amazing. It's good if you can feel at ease. This makes me even worried, you know? Despite all the worries about the atmosphere of the chairman and the woman in the lab coat, I was going to experience studying in Usui Gakuen today for a day. Part 2. Okay, take a seat. We just finished homeroom some time ago, but I have one more message to add. One of the students asks at the words of the female teacher. Yes. What message is that? I was just about to say it now. You're right. Please continue. What a fast switchover. The class was wrapped in a gentle laugh, hearing the teacher's remark. And then, the teacher floated a meaningful smile. Listen well. Today, I'm in charge of someone who will try to get personal experience in this school. The person will be in this class. The moment the teacher said so, the class started to get buzzing. As one would expect, transfer students and special admittance students are unusual in any school. Then, the student who asked a question before asks once again. Yes. Is it a man or a woman? It's a man. The reaction was clearly divided hearing the teacher's words just now. The boys look blatantly discouraged, the girls are the opposite, they look in high spirits, and the students start talking to each other about what kind of student is coming. However, since the boys weren't that discouraged, they also started to get excited about the same topic as the girls. It's good to get excited, but I don't have much time. You'll have a normal class after this. Well then, you can come in now. After saying that, the teacher looked at the students with a smile. Don't be surprised, okay? The students were puzzled by the teacher's words, as if they had a question mark floating on their heads. Understanding the meaning of the teacher's words, Yuya finally came into the classroom while the students were tilting their heads. Tenji Yuya decided to enter the Usui Gakuen for one day today after being recommended by the board chairman. And then I was taken by the teacher who would take care of me and went to the front of a classroom. By the way, I was walking with Kaori, but because her class is different, we parted on the way. I'm really nervous. However, thanks to that teacher, I was more relaxed than at the beginning. Anyway, because it's a super elite high school, I thought that the teacher was all strict, but that teacher is super relaxed. The chairman said she was very good and trusted by her students. I don't know if I can endure mentally if the teacher was too strict, though. Whatever the case, let's think the teacher that's in charge of me is a good person. Aside from that, I need to do greeting from the time I entered the classroom, right? I was a part-timer worker, so there's nothing that I can call a hobby. This is fatal to introduce oneself, isn't it? This is bad. What should I do? I thought that I was starting to relax, but with this, I started to get nervous again. Hey, you can come in. The teacher called me to come in when I was desperately working my head to think about what I should do. The future me, will do it somehow. I didn't understand what it meant to be someone else's duty and ended up doing all the things myself, but I never went to the classroom for something like this. Encouraging myself, I enter the classroom. The first thing I felt when I entered was the student's gaze. This is not particularly strange because I have to introduce myself as a trial student. However, I wasn't sure what the big surprise that followed after. I stand in front of the blackboard. wondering why everyone in the class was dumbfounded with round eyes. Okay, then, lightly introduce yourself. Why yes, my name is Tenju Yuya. This time, I'll participate in this class as a trial student. Nice to meet you. I said that and bowed my head. And the moment I raised my head, no reaction is returned with everyone still being dumbfounded. Can I cry now? I was about to cry involuntarily, but the teacher who laughed strangely for some reason sent out a rescue boat. Kukuku. Hey, do you want to be like that forever? Tenju is troubled. All right, Tenju. You sit at the very back of that window. Why yes. Under the teacher's direction, I sat down at the designated seat and greeted the student next to me. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Nice to meet you too. The student next to my seat was a female student who somehow got a cool impression with a shortcut hairstyle. She had a choker around her neck, but isn't this kind of accessory they're prohibited? Either way, it's a scene that I can't see in my school except for the delinquents. Accessories are forbidden, and of course, you can't dye your hair either. However, a lot of students have dyed their hair in this class, and they also wear fashionable accessories. When I was thinking about such a thing, the teacher clapped her hands. Hey, everyone come back now. The class is about to start. She said so, but it was only a minute after, everyone started to move in earnest. After that, I mixed with other students to experience the class. I thought that I wouldn't able to follow the class speed, but it was nothing like that. The class speed was no different from my school. However, the content was quite amazing. I was supposed to be taking classes with the same content that I learned in my school, but the clarity is different. I thought it would be boring, but I enjoyed it normally. They devised various ideas for teaching, such as using manga and games as figures of speech. And what I felt after taking the class was the sense of distance between the teacher and the students. The sense of distance is exquisite at this school. Even though they were on good terms, they had a clear line drawn between the teacher and the student, and I was surprised by them who could do it well. After such a morning lesson, I am now in the middle of my lunch break. Oh, Hayuda-san. Thank you for the textbook. Don't worry about it. Even though I was going to take classes, I had no textbooks, and the cool impression girl Yukine Hayuda-san, who's sitting next to me, helped me by showing her textbook. Hayuda-san has a shortcut hairstyle with a light blue mesh, which was given a cool impression on her, and her long eyes always look half open and sleepy. She wore her school uniform fashionably, just like a casual fashion combined with a choker. She looks like a member of a musical band somehow. At first glance, Hayuda-san has a difficult atmosphere to talk to, but she was very kind when I tried to talk with courage. When I thanked Hayuda-san, the other students called out to me. Hey, there's something I want to ask. Which high school did you attend? Are you learning something? What about club activities? Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Could it be that you're an entertainer? The question from pure curiosity was something I had never experienced before, and I was at a loss of how to respond. After all, transfer students and special admittance students are the subjects of concern. Though I'm actually a trial student. I don't detest it, but I was confused because I didn't know what to do, and then a boy student calmed everyone up. Hey, you're troubling Tenju, you know? It's still lunchtime, so let's calm down for now, okay? The boy student was a handsome man with a rather short dyed brown hair and a friendly smile. He's much more handsome than my little brother or the male model who came in at the photo shoot the other day. Although he had his hair dyed, I didn't get the impression that he's a delinquent, and on the contrary, I got the impression that he was a refreshing sportsman. As he spoke up, everyone who asked me a question apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't intend to do bad things. I'll ask about you again after school. Yes. Everyone apologized, and each of them started to move for lunch. Looking at them, the boy student called me. I'm sorry. They're just interested in you, including me. Yes. Thank you. I'm Ryo Igarashi. Ryo is fine. Is it okay if I call you Yuya, too? Best regards. The boy student Ryo said, so with a refreshing smile. Whoa, his smile is dazzling. I was squinted my eyes unintentionally. Ryo tilted his head curiously. What's wrong? No, it's just dazzling. What's that? Saying something strange. Ryo smiled even more dazzlingly. Yep, my eyes are going to collapse. Yeah? You don't know where's the cafeteria of this school is, do you? Want to go with me? Oh, is that okay? Yeah, you're not going to say no, are you? Let's go then. What's with this Eichmann? I feel like I'm about to fall in love, but I can't fall in love with a guy. I'll take your word then. Yes, can I call another friend? It's okay. I answered so, and Ryo called his friend. I am Shingo Kurata. And nice to meet you. Yuya-kun. It was a boy student who wore glasses and looked timid somehow. Yep, I feel a sense of intimacy with him. However, it's kind of an interesting combination. I thought that Ryo's friend would be a sportsman, but Shingo-kun has an indoor impression. I had such a question, but the mystery was solved immediately. Hey Shingo, did you see Super Heavy Machinery God Robo yesterday? I saw it. Is that so? It was the hottest thing right now. Hey, let me know if there are any other interesting anime or tokusatsu. Why yes, of course. Apparently, Ryo had been taught the recommended anime from Shingo-kun. I mean, he's an Ikeman and a person who has a fondness of subculture. Geez, but I think it's good. When I was looking away, Ryo spoke to me. Oh, do you watch anime Yuya? I started watching it recently, but it's really interesting. Ryo is a good boy. I was able to realize it in this short time. Part 3. This is the cafeteria of the Usui Gakuin. I was speechless. Ryo brought me to a very large space with a style that was completely different from the cafeteria I knew. Many round tables and simple chairs arranged like the terrace of a coffee shop. Students enjoy eating and chatting at each table. My school also has a cafeteria, but it's a common cafeteria that you can find everywhere, and it wasn't this clean either. I was stunned by the sight in front of me, and then Ryo called out with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Everyone will be surprised at first, but that's not all, you know? Here, look at this. The next thing Ryo showed me was the menu table, and when I read it, I was dumbfounded once again. First of all, the variety was overwhelming. Japanese, Chinese, and Western foods are commonplace. In addition to that, there were Spain and Russian cuisine, too. There was international cuisine from all over the world that you can't usually eat unless you go to the specialty restaurant. Moreover, dishes for each religion were prepared as well. It seems that the dishes here are made by the chefs who worked at a 3-star restaurant. 3 stars. I opened my eyes hearing Shingo-kun's words. No, no, no. Even if I can pay for it now, I can't just eat such high-class dishes all the time. I thought that then Ryo smiled broadly as if he could read what I thought. Shall I surprise you more? The food here, all of them, is only for 500 yen. I really had no choice but to be speechless. Is this heaven? You can eat 3-star dishes with just 1 coin? I don't know what it means anymore. Well, even though it's only 500 yen, there are certainly students who live alone and are financially hard up, and so there is a thing called students' daily lunch prepared for such students. Daily lunch. Yeah, you can't choose the content since it was changed daily, but the price is, it's free. I already knew it from the level of classes, but it's become very clear here. This school is too different from the others. While listening to Ryo and Shingo-kun's words, I decided on a menu, and when we received our meal, we sat down at a nearby seat. Ryo's meal is crab tomato cream pasta, and Shingo-kun is a pork cutlet. Since I heard it was 500 yen, so I decided to try something that seems to be as expensive as possible. I decided to have a set meal of Japanese black beef hamburger. Well, no, actually I just want to eat something a little luxurious. Alright, let's eat. Itadekamasu. After the pre-meal greetings, we concentrated on each meal. I put the hamburger in my mouth and was frozen by the excessive delicacy. Hey, what on earth is this? The juices are splashing inside my mouth. It feels so soft. Delicious. T/N. He said, Nakuju ga dobitet. Kuchi no naka de fuitet. You am I. The hamburger was delicious enough to deprive me of my vocabulary. Ryo and Shingo-kun were laughing while eating their own foods as they watched me eating innocently. Hey, take a look. Who is that man? A transfer student? So cool. When I was eating, I suddenly noticed that my surroundings were noisy. What happened? It seems to be noisy. It was because you're here, you know? Because I'm here? Oh, it's because my uniform was different. Looks like I became too conspicuous. What is it? No, it's nothing. Why, I wonder. I feel that Ryo looked at me as if to say, hey, seriously? But it seems just to have been my imagination. As we proceed to eat while having a friendly conversation, Ryo suddenly asked me as if he was just noticed it. Speaking of which, Yuya, are you taking part in club activity? This school is very strong in every club, but they're focusing more on sports. Oh, I see. So, if you're doing club activities at the school you're currently attending, I wonder if you'll also take part in here. Obviously, I didn't do any club activities. It would be difficult if I have to pay for the club's expense too, and in the first place, I wasn't permitted to have such an adolescent life. I responded to Ryo with a wry smile. I'm sorry, but I'm not doing club activities. Seriously? It's unexpected. Then, what about Ryo and Shingo-kun? Me? I'm also in the going home club. I see. I thought you were a member of a sports club. Even though it's just my prejudice, I was surprised because Ryo's appearance made me feel like he's a refreshing sportsman. Then Shingo-kun told me while laughing. Ryo-kun is good at various sports. He was invited by the various club at the beginning of his entry. He was really in great demand at the time. Really? Then what? I asked while thinking that there may be other things he likes, such as manga, but he answered without hesitation. It because I wanted to do a lot of things maybe? A lot of things. Yeah. I used to play soccer in junior high school and went to a fairly good line, but after I entered this school, I thought playing soccer was good. However, I wanted to experience various things, and so I just ended up in a going-home club. As Ryokun's assistant, I know that he had truly participated in a lot of different clubs, and I had to follow him as well, and each time he left, he was leaving with great results. Haha, stop, that's embarrassing. Ryo laughed shyly as he looked really embarrassed. He's really like a character in a manga. It's not a bad thing. He's a really good guy anyway. He's a popular person, too. I see. Is that allowed? Yeah. If you join this school, you can have various experiences without having to do club activities. In that sense, Shingo's club activities have also changed. What club does Shingo-kun belong to? I asked him, and he told me while smiling. I belong to the game club. Game club? The game, you mean? Video games. That's right. Seriously? Can you bring a game to this school so openly? I thought that you can do as you please wearing accessories and hair color, but I wonder if they're really allowed to do that. I was surprised by the unusual freedom in this Usui Gakuen, but Shingo-kun told me the reason. Oh, of course, I can't do it during class, but you can play games and smartphones during the break. It would be strictly prohibited in ordinary high schools. No students are playing around with their smartphones or games during class, and that's why even in school, the game club is allowed. Sigh. I could only breathe a sigh of admiration. In other words, this school trusts students and allows both smartphones and games. But the best part is that the students are also trying not to betray their trust. Something like that. I was able to have a very fulfilling lunch by listening to many other surprising stories. After lunch, I talked a lot with people other than Ryo and Shingo-kun, and all of them looked straight at me. Until now, everyone has looked down on me, though the students at this school treat me as a human being on an equal footing. I may look different than I used to, but I was very happy because I found out that everyone recognized me and looked from inside me. After school, I visited the chairman's office and talked with Tsukasa Hojo-san. So how was this school? It was amazing. The classes are easy to understand and the facilities are well equipped. But what impressed me the most was that the students seemed to have a lot of fun. I told the chairman what I honestly thought with a smile. Yes, the students at this school were all bright. In my current school, everyone was just bored every day. The students who joined club activities often said it was dull or just want to go home during classes and breaks during the day. But I haven't heard that word since I came to this school today. No, I'm not saying that it won't happen, but I still haven't heard of it. Everyone seems to have fun and enjoys this school from the bottom of their heart. I was able to feel it strongly by today's experience. And everyone recognized and accepted this me who was always being bullied. That's what I was really happy about. Not only is everyone enjoying themselves, but they also acknowledge me and see me properly as a person. To be honest, I really want to be here at this school. But when he heard my words, the chairman nodded in satisfaction. Is that so? I'm glad if you said that. So how's it? Why don't you go to this school? Is it really okay for me to be here? Am I really worth attending this school? I haven't found anything I'm good at or proud of. There's a better child than me who doesn't know anything. Thinking so, the chairman gently said as if he had read what was in my mind. Yuyakuen, your value is what you decide, and you can also decide for others. And now you know that it's worth it to go to this school, don't you? That's what you think, right? I put a little time thinking of it, and answer, yes. But I think you're worthy to attend this school. Hearing his words, I looked straight at the chairman. It's okay. If you haven't found your value yet and want to find it at this school. You have time anyway. I can only be silent. The chairman's words came straight into my chest. And then, I'm just like this, but if you don't mind, please let me attend this school. Of course, we welcome you. I was officially attending this Usui Gakuen. Part 4. I'll excuse myself. Thank you for your hard work today. After received my uniform, I left the chairman's office. Apparently, Kaori was waiting in front of it holding her bag. It looks like you decided to attend this school. I'm not confident in myself yet, but I still wanted to go to this school. My father and I are delighted if you think like that. I was feeling kind of embarrassed by Kaori's gentle smile, so I forced myself to change the subject. See, come to think of it, why are you here? Ah, do you have any business with the chairman? No, I actually wanted to do something for Yuya-san. Oh, me? I was surprised by her unexpected reply. She wanted to do something for me. What is that actually? This, Usui Gakuin, is in the opposite direction from the high school where Yuya-san attended before, isn't it? Well, if so, you weren't familiar with the surrounding area of this school yet, were you? Sure, I didn't often go out because of my appearance. I basically just buy the things I need on my way home from school. Therefore, I rarely went in the opposite direction from the school I attended. Since we have this chance, I was wondering if I could show you around, Yuya-san. And besides, I want to thank you again, personally. You've already done it, didn't you? And most of all, it's already more than enough to get me to go to this school. Really, I got more than I should have. If I have to receive anything more. While I think that, Kaori opened her mouth again after she feels a little about something. I mean, it's because I do want to hang out with Yuya-san. Do you not want to? It's embarrassing, but I didn't have a chance to hang out with guys. What? It's unavoidable, but I think everyone is a little restrained because of my household and also because of my father's work. However, I thought Yuya-san could be my first one to get close with. Kaori said so with lonely expression. I see. I thought it was nice to be rich, but it looks like there are still some problems that I don't understand. Kaori looked at me, anxiously. Seeing her figure like that, the feeling I unilaterally decided that we're from a different dimension is suddenly crumbled. We're all human, after all. I also confided to Kaori while being embarrassed. I was also embarrassed since I've never hung out with a girl either. So, if you don't mind me like this, can you show me around? Yes. There are a lot of delicious things around the school, so let's go. It was a good feeling to see Kaori's sparkling eyes. I hear that after school, students hang out together at the coffee shops and restaurants around here. Is that true? Yeah. There were many shops lined up along this straight wide road. Vehicles are prohibited here, and not only students from Usui Gakuin, but also students of other schools can be seen as well. In the middle of the road, street trees and street lights were standing at equal intervals. It was such a stylish place. Yes, there are also some shops that sometimes get interviews on TV. I see, there are many famous shops for young women. While looking at the surrounding shops, I suddenly asked her what I was curious about. Now that I think about it, how did Kaori know it was me at that time? Even if I say it myself, but I think I look really different from the time I was badly beaten by those delinquents. However, is that so? But you have the same eyes as when you helped me, so I immediately knew that it was you, you know? Eyes. Yes. I'm surprised at Kaori, who declared so with a smile. Yuya-san's appearance may have changed, but his straight, gentle eyes haven't changed. That's why I immediately realized that it was you, Yuya-san. Straight and gentle eyes. I don't know if I have such eyes, but Kaori seemed to think me like that. Even though my outward appearance has changed surprisingly, it appears that rather than on my transformation, Kaori looked more into my unchanging eyes. From Kaori's speech, she seemed to be looking at me. Personally, I was pleased. As we went on with the conversation, Kaori found something. Yuya-san, why don't we go there? In the direction Kaori points out, high school girls are eating crepes deliciously. Crepe shop. Yes, the crepes there are popular, so I wanted to try it once. Let's go. Yuya. Kaori, who seemed to be very happy after coming to this place, suddenly pulled my hand and went to the crepe shop. Perhaps because it has a reputation for being delicious, there are quite a few people in line. Look at that. Whoa, he's so handsome. Is he alone? Apparently not. Look, there's a lovely girl next to him. You're right. A couple of a handsome man and a beautiful girl. I'm so jealous. Yeah, the girl is neat and clean, and the boy is cool. Oh no, it's so enviable. But more than that, it feels like a feast for my eyes. There are only sweet shops here, and there are many women lined up. Oh, it's not strange for a man to line up here, right? I'm anxious about this. When I was lined up worriedly, Kaori just realized that I was here. I am sorry. I just pulled your hand in reflex. I'm also sorry. As our face turned bright red, we released our hands vigorously. Kaori and I were utterly unconscious of it, so we suddenly got embarrassed. The surroundings were also watching us in such a state. Hey, what is it? Aren't those two too cute? I know, right? I was honored to see that. Holding a girl's hand. It's so embarrassing. Was it okay? She wouldn't hate me, would she? Up to this moment, If my hand touching a girl even for a bit, they will be so disgusted, and also the things I touched would be treated as filth. Oh, it makes me want to cry when I remembered that. I timidly looked at Kaori. She was staring at her hand with a blushing face. This is the first time I've held hands with a man other than my father. Gah. It's embarrassing. I fixed my facial expression with all I could and kept a poker face. Otherwise, I'll die in shame. My inner thought was growing awfully wild, but apparently, she didn't hate me. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart. As I always thought, Kaori is really kind. But still, I'm sorry that the person who held her hand for the first time was someone like me. Meanwhile, it was our turn to see the menu. Oh, there's a lot of things. Everything looks really delicious. I don't know what to choose. Kaori seemed to be quite troubled, but she eventually chose strawberry cream crepe, whereas I decided blueberry cream crepe. There were several benches on the road for people to take a rest, and one of them was empty, so we sat there. Speaking of which, this might be the first time for me to eat a crepe. I knew what it looked like and what it was, but I didn't have a chance to eat it. I couldn't buy it because I had no money. Without further ado, we grab a bite to it, and then we reflexively looked at each other. Delicious, we say in unison. The sourness of blueberries and sweet fresh cream match exquisitely, and the moist dough gently wraps. Yes, I now knew why women love sweets. I've come to like it too. But if I keep eating it, I might get fat again like before, so I have to be careful. It's happiness. As I thought, I really like sweets. Yes, if it's so delicious like this one, I feel like I want to try and complete all the flavors. If I have a chance to come here again, I'll try for another taste. I decided to do so in my mind. Then Kaori smiled, offered her strawberry crepe to me. Would you like to take a bite? Tita takes a bite. Wouldn't it actually be an indirect kiss? In contrast to the panicking me, Kaori gently brought the crepe to my mouth while looking curiously. Here, it's delicious, you know. Munch. I ate it for reflexively. How's it? It's delicious. My face was heated up that I couldn't help it, and I honestly can't feel the taste properly because it was in such a situation. As I nervously chewing the crepe, Kaori seemed to notice that it was an indirect kiss. She looked at her crepe in silence, and at the next moment, she screamed with a blushing face. I wonder if she'll actually hate me this time? I looked at her thinking that way. She noticed my gaze and tried to hide her face, shielding it with her crepe. I am sorry. I'm so embarrassed now that I can't see Yuya-san. I should be the one to. I'm sorry. You didn't like it, did you? And no, I don't hate it, but that. I indirect kiss. Phew, that's really a relief. I'm sorry to make you feel embarrassed, but I'm glad you didn't hate it. Once again, I was relieved from the bottom of my heart, but it seems I was still being puzzled and said something ridiculous. Alright. Does Kaori want to eat mine, too? What did I just say? She had just felt so embarrassed, and what the heck am I doing? However, I had Kaori shared hers to me, and I really want to return her the favor. Dumbfounded by what I said, her face was redder than before and answered with a tiny voice while looking downward. I'll take it. I don't really remember the rest after this. Both me and Kaori were nervous from beginning to end, and after eating the crepes, I feel dizzy. In the end, she offered to drive me home in her car. Even in the car, we couldn't have a conversation and be face-to-face directly. The woman in the butler's clothes who was with Kaori when inviting me to Usui Gakuen looked at our state with a warm and gentle gaze. Even until we left, the people around us were actually looking at us with friendly eyes. Hey, what? It's nice to be young, huh? Yeah, it's amusing to be young. They were so cute, right? Yeah, they were so cute. Sigh, that was priceless. Everyone says simultaneously. We didn't realize that such a conversation was taking place. Part 5. I hung out with Kaori yesterday after having experienced the trial day at Usui Gakuen. However, I still can't enter right away today since there's still some necessary process for it. On the other hand, I got a day off because of the transfer procedure from my previous school has done. Recently, I couldn't go to the different world, so I decided to go there after a long time. It doesn't look any different. Although it's been a while, there was no particular change in the house or garden in the other world. By the way, to work in the different world, I wear a set of Blood War demon armor over my shirt and trousers made of royal silk. My plan for today was to explore the hinterland of the forest, which I haven't explored much of yet. So, I need to prepare recovery medicine for it as well. I have learned the skill map now, so I don't need to be afraid of getting lost. I went out to the fence of the house cautiously and began to explore the forest. I have been exploring the direction straight out of the fence until now. So today, I'm planning to explore the other side of this house. Come to think of it, it seems that the path I've been exploring until now was leading to the outside of this forest since I met that girl and those soldiers from that direction. Yeah, it seems that way since the forest is getting denser in the direction I am going now. Not only with the presence detection skill, but I also proceeded while being wary with everything, and then I noticed the reaction of one living being. I activated my assimilation skill, and when I approached the reaction while holding my breath, a huge bear killing its prey and eating it comes to my sight. The bear has 3 atrocious horns growing on its forehead and deep crimson fur, in addition to jaws and fangs that easily crush the flesh and bones of the creatures it killed. In terms of size, it's 2 times larger than me. I activated the appraisal skill to look at its status. Devil Bear. Level, 450. Magic, 4,500. Attack, 10,500. Defense, 6,000. Agility, 2,000. Intelligence, 3,500. Luck, 500. Finally, I met an enemy that has stats more than 10,000. I'm more balanced if comparing the stats between us, but despite that, its attack power that has over 10,000 is still troublesome. Can I kill it? I can't think of that in peaceful Japan, but since I came to this world, I've had that dangerous thought circuit in me. However, I didn't think that that thought circuit was scary because I felt it was necessary in order to live in this world. When I spend time on Earth, I don't have that kind of thing anyway, so I reckon that that feeling is only limited in this different world. In the end, I decided to attack the devil bear. I'll eventually fight with it anyway, and I don't know how strong the monsters in this hinterland is, nor I know where this devil bear's caste is, so I want to measure a standard of the strength of the monsters here. I immediately took out Formless Bow from the item box. This Formless Bow is a bow without a shape. In other words, it's invisible to the eye. However, I could recognize it since I got a feeling I firmly held the bow. Furthermore, I could also generate an invisible arrow, depending on my will. I attached an invisible arrow to the bow and aimed it quietly at the devil bear while holding my breath. And then, Galalahe! It was a bullseye. The invisible arrow pierced in the devil bear's left eye. The devil bear screamed in agony by the sudden attack. However, as one would expect from the monsters in the hinterland of the forest, it immediately noticed me, who was supposed to hiding from the direction where the arrow flew and stared daggers at me. It seems the bows could only go this far. Well then, the next will be this. I took out the absolute spear, which I had been using the most. I approached the devil bear straight away to give it a sharp blow. Good. However, the devil bear uses its sharp claws to meet my absolute spear, right from the front. As a result, I was blown away by its attack power. Cool. I managed to regain my posture in the air, and as soon as I landed, I took distance. Sure enough, the devil bear seems to have planned to chase me but turned vigilant due to our range. The two of us have remained vigilant to each other, but the devil bear seems to lose its patience and is the first one to move. Gururu. Gawawa. What? The devil bear is spouting a scorching flame from its mouth. I quickly rolled over from the spot, trying to avoid it. No matter how I think about it now, it was magic, wasn't it? The monsters that I've fought until now had never used magic, so I was more than surprised to see the devil bear's flames. You see, I also want to use magic like this devil bear and that soldier. I guess that's that, huh? Do I have to wait until I'm 30? I think I have the qualities to be a great wizard. 1. Oh my eyes are sweating now too. Thinking about such nonsense, I thought again about how to deal with the devil bear's magic. I feel I'd be just its magic's prey if I just approach it carelessly. When I was thinking about my plan, the devil bear spouted another flame, but this time, it made it in a spherical shape and shot it. I twisted my body and kept avoiding them, but if it stays like this, I'll just keep on slowly losing out. Whether it will be the devil bear's magic, or will it be my stamina which will be exhausted first? To be honest, this guy is a superior opponent, so I feel that it will be the later. So when it comes to this, I had no choice but to be careful to feint it and defeat it in an instant after all, right? I'm not good with tactics yet, so I can only think of such a simple thing. Yeah, it's no use to think about it. Let's try it anyway. I decided to do so and then ran toward the devil bear. Gaia. Hereupon, the devil bear was spreading the flame like a flamethrower as if it was saying that it wouldn't let me approach. Hey, what if there is a fire, huh? Fortunately, the devil bear's flame doesn't seem to burn down the trees, so it might be a unique flame. It's not worth worrying about. And I also understood that I couldn't get close to the fire, so I took a backstep just barely at the scope of the flame's range. Gwa. The devil bear made a startling voice at my sudden movement. Ignoring it, I stepped backward and threw Absolute Spear at the same time toward the devil bear. Get at it. At first, it seemed that this fellow was going to shoot the Absolute Spear down with its flames, but then decided that it was impossible because of the characteristics of the spear, and instead tried to counter it with its heinous claws. Now, since that fellow decided to oppose it with its claws, that meant that it wouldn't use its flames, right? I didn't miss that opportunity and closed the distance. Gah! The devil bear raised its voice in surprise as I approached it at a tremendous speed, but quickly tried to cut me with its sharp claws. Oh, I thought I wouldn't be able to get close anymore if I take a distance here, so I throw a kick with all my might aimed at the devil bear's arm. Oriaya. Guyu. I stepped on the ground with all my strength and used my whole body to kick it while remembering the contents of the book I had bought at the second-hand bookstore. As a result, the devil bear's arm was knocked away by my kick and destroyed its posture. I quickly slipped into the bosom of the devil bear, who became defenseless as it loses its stance. And then I equipped an infinity gauntlet on my arm. While using the kick's momentum, I throw an attack loaded with my full power at the devil bear's abdomen. Ga-o-wa. It's just one blow. However, it's combined with the effect of Infinity Gauntlet. The effect is when you hit something, the same powerful attack will repeatedly occur in the same place. The only way to prevent it is to defend against that attack or repel it. And the devil bear had no way to prevent my attack. The overwhelming series of attacks were repeated indefinitely on the devil bear's abdomen. Finally, the devil bear was blown off, vomiting blood from its mouth, fell, and died behind me. I somehow won in a posture like a boxing champion with my fist pumped up to the sky. Now, let's look at the item drops. These are the sort of materials dropped by the devil bear. Red hair of the evil bear, the devil bear's fur. Resistant to fire and very warm, but also has a soft texture. Meat of the evil bear, the devil bear's meat. The meat will be hard when baked, but very soft when cooked. Blood of the evil bear, the devil bear's blood. Sometimes it is used as an item for magic tools, but you can also drink it accordingly. It has a refreshing taste, and it doesn't smell like iron. This blood also can be used for dashi soup. You can acquire resistance to flames by drinking it. Hey, this blood. The drop items I got were a large solid red fur, a large amount of meat wrapped in mysterious grasses, and a large amount of blood stuffed in a large bottle. I'm not sure about this resistance to the flames, but if I can eat it, I'll use it for cooking next time. Normally, I may be reluctant to use blood for cooking, but I would gladly eat it if I knew it was edible. There's nothing wrong with being frugal anyway. After checking the effect and throwing it into the item box, I turn my eyes to the rest. Magic Stone, Rank A. A special or that can be obtained from magical beasts. Flame Guitar, rare drop items that can be obtained from Devil Bear. Playing with this guitar will make you feel uplifted and passionate. If you can master it, you'll be able to manipulate the flames. Aside from the magic stone, what the heck is this guitar? No, I was a little surprised that the rank of the magic stone was A. The Devil Bear's level was high, and it can use magic as well, so I thought it would be an S-rank monster. However, it's just an A-rank monster. It has the same rank as Goblin General. Thinking it again, I can't even imagine what kind of monsters the S-rank one is. I guess that'd be okay. Now I don't know whether this guitar is better than the magic stone. And this guitar also seemed to be a rare drop item, but why a guitar? It would be better to get accessories like the Black Moon necklace, the rare drop item that I got from the Hell Slime. However, besides I've only used recorders and keyboard harmonica as musical instruments. I couldn't afford to touch other instruments for entertainment or hobbies, after all. And it's also written that I would be able to manipulate flames if I can master it. It seems that it's something different from using magic. What is it actually? Well, now I have a little extra room. I wonder if I should buy a guitar textbook for beginners at a bookstore and practice it. I've never had a hobby before, but it might be a good idea to start something with this opportunity. When I thought so, a familiar message suddenly appeared in front of me. Level up. Oh, my level went up. Yep, the level will be easy to rise if you defeat enemies who have a status above you. And then I immediately check my status. Tenju Yuya. Occupation, none. Level, 235. Magic, 5,900. Attack, 7,900. Defense, 7,900. Agility, 7,900. Intelligence, 5,400. Luck, 8,400. BP, 200. Skills, Appraisal, Endurance, Item Box, Language Comprehension, True Martial Art. 7. Presence Detection, Fast Reading. Cooking. 5. Map, Dodge, Weakness Detection, Assimilation. Title, Master of the door, master of the house, otherworlder, person who visited a different world for the first time. I went up 2 levels. Not only my own level, but the level of true martial arts also went up. This is a good sign then. For now, there's not much BP that I got, so I just swung it all to my luck stats, and it's become 8,600 now. Yosh, then, should I go a little further? After checking various things, I stepped back into the forest again. At the time when Yuya was exploring the forest, there's been a significant occurrence in the entertainment world on Earth. Hey, did you see that photo? I saw it. That one who's in the photo with Miwa-chan, right? Who's that boy? From which agency is he? I really have no idea about that. The time when Miwa did a photo shoot together with Yuya in the shopping mall became a hot topic in the agency where she belongs. The information network of the entertainment world cannot be underestimated anyway, and the man who did a photo shoot with Miwa hasn't only become a topic in the agency where Miwa belongs to, but also in the others' agencies. In other words, there was a lot of talk about Yuya right now, in spite of only a short amount of time passing since the photo shoot. And on that matter, not only did the model on the photo, Miwa, become even more popular, but also the photographer, Hikari, who took the photo, has become a super famous person in the entertainment world. Hey, investigate the things about that boy. What is the boy's name? What the hell are the scouts doing now? We'll definitely find him. The various fashion-related agencies were starting to make a move to scout Yuya. And yet even the agency where Miwa belongs to has also asked her about Yuya's name. Still, since it was Yuya's personal information, Miwa decided not to tell them about it. The photographer's Hikari is also one of the rare people who wasn't interested in the agency idea, and he also didn't tell Yuya's name for the same reason as Miwa. Therefore, Yuya's name was never known by the agency. Miwa and Hikari, or even Yuya himself, did not know whether this decision was good or bad. But both Miwa and Hikari have conducted it for Yuya's sake, and it wasn't so relevant because Yuya himself hadn't even dreamed the topic about him had become a hot issue now. Besides, the current Yuya is a hikikomori. He only goes out when he's run out of his daily necessities or when he goes to the school, and his daily needs have just been replenished the other day, so it would be even more difficult to meet him. It's more fun to spend time in a different world for the current Yuya, and unless there's something happening, he won't stop exploring in a different world. However, it was only a matter of time before Yuya was known to society. 1. One of Japanese internet slang which stating that a person can be endowed with magical powers and become a wizard if they reach the age of 30 without engaging in sexual intercourse. 2. A retarded way to say you are crying. Chapter 6, New Life. Part 1. From this sunny day, I will be attending school as a student of Usui Gakuen. I was wondering about the transfer procedure, but apparently, the board chairman had also handled it, so there was almost nothing I could do. I really feel indebted to him. Be that as it may, I couldn't help but too excited to think that I could go to that Usui Gakuen from now on. However, although I received my uniform, I don't have a textbook or P.D. uniform yet, so I'm going to receive it tomorrow. Until then, I'll have to ask the person next to me to show her textbooks and just observe during P.D. class. I was attending school while thinking about such things, and students in uniforms from Usui Gakuen began to come into my sight here and there. Hey, that. The person rumored yesterday. Wait, isn't he much more handsome? Amazing, from which model agency is he? No, I've never seen such a handsome model before, you know? Strangely, their eyes are gathered on me. Is there a problem with my uniform? I arrived at the school with some anxiety, but first, I went to greet Tsukasa-san in the chairman's office. Then, like yesterday, he welcomes me with a gentle smile. Oh, it looks good on you. Is that so? Somehow, there were a lot of eyes on me, so I wonder if it really suits me. Omo, you might have to start with confidence in yourself. No, it's nothing. Leaving that aside, you're going to begin your life at this school from today. As I said yesterday, I couldn't prepare your textbooks and P.D. uniform until tomorrow. I'm sorry about that. No, it's okay. It saves me if you say that. I'll get it ready tomorrow morning. Yes, thank you very much. After finishing the necessary conversation, the chairman and I chatted a little bit. And for the last one, when it was time to head to the classroom, he told me, if you have any problems, don't hesitate to tell me. However, there might be a case where I'm not in school and tell my daughter, Kaori, at that time. I don't mind just hearing the story later. Really? Thank you very much for everything. I bowed my head with a whole lot of gratitude. Don't worry about it. Now it's time to go to the classroom. Your new school life is waiting for you from now on. Yes. I bowed once again and went to the classroom where I am going to spend my time. Then, Yuya Tinju decided to spend another time in this class. It's been a while, but everyone should get along, okay? Yes, said everyone in the class. My class was the same as before, and Ryo and Shingo-kun looked at me, waving their hand with a smile. It's amazing. I can't believe there's someone who accepts me properly. I almost cried because of the difference in treatment I got until now, but I finished a simple greeting and took the same seat as yesterday. And greet Hayuda-san in the seat next to me again. Hayuda-san, please take care of me again. I'm sorry, but I didn't get my textbook yet. It should be ready tomorrow. So can you show me yours again for today? Please take care of me too. Ah yeah, got it. I don't mind. And you can just call me Yukine anyway. Thank you. Truly, Hayuda-san. I mean, Yukine is a good person. I will thank her again if there is an opportunity for it. And that's how I started taking classes in my new class. Amazing. It was in the afternoon class. After finishing lunch with Ryo and the others, it was the time for P.E class. Moreover, it will last for 2 hours. Since I become strangely sleepy after lunch, I'm grateful for this kind of physical activity class. However, I couldn't participate because I didn't have the P.E uniform, so I will only observe for now. In front of me, there was a scene in which Ryo keeping the soccer ball dribbling it and pulled out many students. By the way, Shingo-kun is in the same team as Ryo and standing in front of the goal. Yep, I'm also not good at sports, so I know why he wants to be in that position. Why dash? Somebody go stop Ryu. No. Wait. He is marked by 3 people, you know? If with 3 people aren't enough, 5 will do. Then, 5 students rush to Ryo alone. But Ryo is just broadly grinning, looking at the spectacle as if to ridicule it. That's a bad move, you know? Oops. Gee. The 5 students shouted in amazement. Ryo kicked the ball up with his heels. He let it pass over the heads of 5 people, and he himself followed the ball and slipped out between them. No. Shingo-kun said Ryo was amazing, but, hey, it wasn't just a joke, he's really amazing, right? The boys who on his team might be relieved, but the boys who became his enemy will be desperate. When I involuntarily muttered that, I hear a voice that answered my mutter. I turned toward the voice in surprise, and there was a cheerful girl with a ponytail. Ah, did I surprise you? Just a little. I know the students who are in the same class as me, but I still don't remember their names. And it seemed to have transmitted to the other party, and the girl said while making an apologetic face. Sorry, you must be wondered about my name, right? I'm Keed Kazama. Nice to meet you, Yuya-kun. Nice to meet you too, Kazama-san. When I answered so, Kazama-san smiled bitterly. You can just call me Keed, you know? I'll also call you Yuya-kun. Is that so? Alright then. If I think about it, everyone just calls out with a given name. It's too friendly. When I thought so, the other girls also came near us and supporting the boys. Do your best, everyone. Go. Hey, run even more. Although I was a little surprised at the scene, I asked Keed, are the girls taking a break? Yes. That's why the girls come to see the boy like this. The boys are different from us in terms of strength, after all. I see. I was convinced by Keed's words and shifted my gaze to the field again. The boys' morale exploded because the girl had come to see them, and their movement has improved because of that. You guys are really easy to understand. Boy. Yusha, please look at my brilliant footwork. No, you should look at me instead. That's also good, but more than that. Let's stop our yo, they said in unison. Then, unlike before, everyone except the goalkeeper went to stop Ryo. Whoa, what is it? Hand me the ball. No, I'd be the one who's taking it. Get out of my way. You're just a hindrance. Ryo's face has to twitch, looking at the opponent's team rushes to him as the same as the scene of carnage. As expected, I won't be able to handle this much. Take this. Ryo laughed as the enemy team shouted out a war cry as they plunged toward him. Oi. Football is a team game, you know? The enemy's team shouted in unison. Ryo passed the ball he was keeping to one of his teammates. They were clamoring as if just realized about it. You're all idiots. Everyone, except the keeper, was heading to Ryo, so the enemy's space was defenseless. The student who received the ball was a smooth blonde Eichmann guy. Fufufu. It was me who got the ball. You couldn't win anymore. Look, this is my special shoot. After he brushed his hair with his hand, he shot the ball with great strength toward here. Hey, idiot. Where are you kicking it? Ryo said so involuntarily, but he was stunned. However, the ball is approaching here at a terrible speed at such a time. How much power did he put into it? Leaving that aside, The girls, including Keed, were close to this unexpected situation. They were unable to move, and some screamed and crouched on the spot. When I saw it, my body was naturally moving, and when I noticed it, I stood in front of Keed, who was on the straight line of the ball, and did a jumping volley aiming at the ball that flew here. Despite the flying ball, my kick hit beautifully and went straight to the goal that Rio and his team were originally aiming for. And then, in no way, that's a goal. Are you serious? The ball, which flew at an astonishing speed, made a beautiful goal. I landed without difficulty and called out to Keed, who had dumbfounded behind me. Are you okay? You on? I'm fine. Is that so? That's good then. No, I was delighted. Since I went to the different world, my physical abilities have dramatically improved, and I was able to contain the girls without harming them. I wonder if I've become pretty strong in here too? This is including with the man who once disturbed Miwa-san before. Anyway, it was good. I still had the time to do that. The reason why I was able to move quickly was that I had a lot of experience kicking and knocked its strong arm away in the battle with the devil bear. I was relieved of that, and when I smiled, Keed's face turned beet red, but she immediately shook her face and asked me as if she just remembered something. Yuya-kun, what's that movement just now? I've only seen such movement in the manga, you know? No matter what it was, I just could do it. Recently, learning how to move my body in the different world, I was able to reproduce the movements I imagined. Well, I had a hard time. My body moves, but my consciousness couldn't catch up. Nevertheless, what would she think when Keed sees the movement when I fight against the devil bear? During such a conversation, the other girls also say thanks to me. Then, Rio came to us. I'm sorry, were you all right? Yep, Yuya-kun protected me. That's good then. Or rather, Yuya, that was really amazing. Isn't it okay for you to join the club? Yuya-kun, are you in the going home club? Well, until now, I've barely been able to move because of that damn fat, anyway. Yuya-kun, you don't look so muscular though. Keed, when I remember my old days, Keed touched my arm and stomach. Wow, that's amazing. I couldn't tell it from the top of your clothes, but when I touch it, you have a great muscle. I was surprised by how stiff it was. I wonder if it is right. I'm serious, you know. I'm training in the track and field club, but I really couldn't get any muscle. Look, it's soft, isn't it? Yuyi. I was ultimately off guard, and Keed guided my hand to touch her stomach. It's soft. No, it's not what I mean. Keed-san, I think it's not a good idea to let a boy to touch your body. Sorry. I was doing it unconsciously. Keed hurriedly released my arm and pulled her head with her face turning red. No, I don't think you're doing it unconsciously. I think you're just a little defenseless. Ayano. Suddenly, we heard a loud voice. I turned my face to the voice and saw a blonde boy who kicked the ball before. Wondering what had happened, he immediately does the jiza with a flowing movement. I'm really sorry. I was fascinated by a moment looking at the excessively beautiful Dejiza. Keed immediately told him. It's okay. It's okay. I didn't get hurt at all. Oh. Will you forgive me? I will serve you for my whole life. No, I don't need that. Goddamn. He's kind of funny, isn't he? He's a student of the type I had never seen before in high school, but he seemed to be a good boy. He stood up and said, well, you saved me as well. Thank you. He thanked me, too. Yes, well, I'm glad I could handle it, too. Be careful next time. I'll be handling it carefully next time. Replying to that, he introduced himself as he just recalled it. Oh, since you don't remember my name yet, so I'll do it again. My name is Akira Ichinos. I'm the one who's called Young Noble of the Usui Gakuen. No, I've never heard of it before. Rio smiled bitterly, hearing my Tsukomi. As you can see, Akira has some habits, but he's not a bad guy. Well, it may take some time for you to get used to his joke. What did you say? I'm very normal, you know? Hey, look at me. While saying that he brushed his hair, it might be an action that looks pretentious if he did it normally, but it suits Akira's well. He's amazing. Indeed, he has a weird habit, but he seems to be a good boy. This school is really interesting. I can't think of it in my previous high school. That's what I thought again. Part 2. After the physical education class, Keed and the other girls went to the changing room to change their clothes. Also, the girls from the next class had already begun to change their clothes there. There is Kaori in it, too, and Keed, who acquainted with her, called out to her while changing clothes. Kaori-san, could it be that your class after this is P.E class? Yeah, how is that? Keed's eyes shined at the words. Listen, The transfer student, Yuya-kun, is amazing, you know. Eh? Yuya-san. Yes, yes. Today's boys' class was football, but the ball that Akira kicked flew towards us who were watching. More precisely, the ball flew towards me. I thought, it will hit me. But Yuya-kun kicked the ball back with an amazing movement. Moreover, the ball went straight to the goal. Wasn't it amazing? An amazing movement, you said? The confused Kaori asked Keed, who spoke with excitement. Then, Yukine, who dressed next to Keed, spoke up while taking off her P. uniform. As Keed said, it's like in a manga or an anime. It was like a movement in such a world. Right. It was really amazing. Is that so? It was cool, you know. Yup. I mean, don't you feel that he's like a prince? Oh, I know that. I feel like that kind of atmosphere from Yuya-kun, too. Following Keed and Yukine, other girls began to talk about Yuya. By looking at the situation, Kaori knew that Yuya was accustomed to the class and was relieved. And then, he blurted something out of the blue. I wonder if Yuya-kun has a girlfriend. Why Yuya-san has a girlfriend? Oh, no. I also don't know the truth, you know? It's just that he's so cool. Why you're right. Kaori, who was surprised hearing Keed's words, was relieved by the words that followed after, but this time she tilted her head in puzzlement as to why she was relieved after knowing that. If I don't hurry, the class will start. Really? Sorry to keep you here. No, don't worry about it. Do your best in physical education? After looking at the clock, Keed and the others realized that it had been quite a while, rushed to change their clothes, and immediately jumped out of the changing room. What is this feeling? Kaori murmured after Keed and the others came out of the room. She was just confused by the emotions she had never experienced before. Lexia-sama has returned safely. What? It was at the royal capital Monsters located in the center of Alceria Kingdom. A man had received a report in a room at the royal castle located in that royal capital. In other words, you have failed? That's what it's all about. Tell me more about what happened. Yes, it went well until we separated Lexia-sama from the knights who escorted her, but the place where she ran to was the Great Devil's Nest. What? The man frowned at the words of the person wearing the hood. Great Devil's Nest. Why did she go into that land? It seems Lexia-sama herself didn't know that she went to the Great Devil's Nest, and the people who were on the task were also chasing her too far, and as a result, they're all dead. Fool. The monsters of that land are unusually strong. Wait, you mean Lexia survived? Yes. It seems that the escort knights who survived from the attacks of my brethren protected Lexia-sama. I don't understand. They all set their feet in the Great Devil's Nest, but why was only Lexia safe and my assassins were killed? Did a monster attack them? Or did the knights chase them in time and kill the assassins? My apologies, the information I got is only up to there. Sigh. Useless. The person wearing the hood told that apologetically. The man looked down on him and closed his eyes, but he immediately opened it up and turned a sharp glance at the hooded figure who was lowered his head in front of him. Could it be? Did they tell about my identity? I can't say for sure, but I don't think there's any concern about that. The man then sat on a luxurious chair and poured the glass of liquor that he had on his hand into his mouth, and then threw the glass to the person wearing the hood in front of him. You can't say, you said? Don't spit out anything silly. Who you think picked you bastards up and raised you, filthy orphans? It was your highness. Then don't ever open your mouth about my information even if you die. Sigh. Considering that there's no soldier coming here, it seems that they still do not know about this. As the man says, the identities of the people that attacked Lexia weren't confirmed yet. It was also because the goblin general had disfigured them to the point that they cannot be recognized anymore. But above all, they did not divulge a single word of information about the man, who was their lord, to Lexia. But there's no doubt that this will make them more vigilant. Lexia's own strength is known, but the knights who follow her are also troublesome. Do you understand? Yes. This failure is bigger than you think. If my mistake is known, it will shake my position. The person wearing the hood can only be silent, hearing the man's words. Next, if you screw up your next mission, you won't be of use anymore. I'll keep that in mind. Good then, you can leave now. Then, the person wearing the hood disappeared from the place as if melting in the darkness. The man leans his back on the chair, then muttering something with a disputing mind. Dirty blood. Your presence in the royal family is a hindrance to me. I'll definitely kill you next time. The muttering had swallowed up in the darkness. The location has changed, and Lexia is resting in her own bed in the royal castle of Alceria Kingdom. On Lexia's side, a middle-aged knight Owen asked her with a worried expression. Excuse me, Lexia-sama. How is your condition? Yeah, I'm fine. After a mysterious group attacked Lexia, she returned safely to the royal capital and has reported the matter about the incident. Still, the king couldn't make a big move because there was not much information about the mysterious group. Are you really sure? Yes. I don't want my father to worry about it anymore. I'm safe like this, so that's enough. Owen realizes that there is no use to asking about her condition for more than this and decided to ask Lexia for another matter. Lexia-sama, could you tell me what had happened in that great devil's nest? I already said it when I woke up, didn't I? I have no idea about who that group was or who sent them. And it was the goblin general who killed them all. That's strange. When we rushed there, we didn't see the goblin general. And considering the situation, it's hard to believe that only Lexia-sama was being overlooked. Even if you say so. While saying that Lexia remembered something, the appearance of a certain young man crossed her mind, even though it's also a bit vague because of the shock and the fatigue that she received after attacked by the goblin general. Come to think of it, I was saved by a man. A man, said Owen with a wondered expression on his face. Yes, he was about the same age as me. As Lexia-sama. He beat the goblin general at an age that seemed to have just come of age. Owen was deeply surprised by Lexia's words. Even for Owen, he could barely subdue a goblin elite alone, and it wasn't very unthinkable to defeat the goblin general that is above it in terms of rank and power. Moreover, Owen is a talented person so that his name is not only known in this Alceria kingdom but also other countries. Unlike in Japan, in this country, one could be recognized as an adult at the age of 15, and it is hard to believe that a young man of that age has a much higher ability than Owen. However, Lexia herself was aware of how far her words were from common sense, so she immediately tried to deny it. But it could be what I saw was only a mistake or illusion due to my despair. Yeah, maybe that. No, that's not true. Eh? Lexia, who never thought she would also be denied, let out her voice involuntarily. Actually, when we perceived Lexia-sama's presence, there was another presence near you. However, that presence was disappeared cleanly for some reason, so I thought that I misunderstood it. Well then, that man is real. Yes, I don't know who it is, but he certainly existed. So, how does he look? Well, let me see. A beautiful black hair and black eyes. I kind of feel like he was like a foreign aristocrat. Black hair and black eyes, huh? It's certainly rare in this Alceria kingdom. Moreover, if he's a foreign noble, it might be a little troublesome. Troublesome? No, we can't find anything for now. Let's stop speculating things. It's not clear why that young man erased his presence, but I think there's no such thing as hostility or harm from him, and I think thus far, there's no need to be very vigilant about him. Owen couldn't welcome more people targeting Lexia. However, considering that he didn't kill Lexia under those circumstances, he thought it would be too early to conclude that he was an adversary, so he decided internally to take the same precautions as the other nobles. Not knowing about the decision Owen had made, Lexia looked out the window and sighed. I wonder who he was. If I could see him again. Lexia breathed out a small sigh again. He saved me, and I must thank him immediately. What ash? Owen raised such a voice at Lexia's words and had a bad feeling at the same time. And yes, that feeling was right. I've decided. Let's go to the Great Devil's Nest, once again. We may be able to meet that person again. Lexia-sama. That's dangerous. And you also just got attacked by assassins. It's fine. We're going to Great Devil's Nest, right? So, no one will come after me. The problem is with that Great Devil's Nest itself. You've just experienced it yourself, right? That's very dangerous. Yes, but if you come with me, I'll be fine, right? Even if I'm with you, the Great Devil's Nest is still a very dangerous place. First of all, what are you going to say to His Majesty? Owen is undoubtedly strong, but the story changes when it comes to whether his strength is acceptable in the Great Devil's Nest. He might be able to deal with it if a goblin elite attacked them, but if it were a goblin general, that would be impossible. Before that, he didn't think that the king would send out his beloved daughter, who was just attacked. It's okay. I'll convince father. And it is not good for the royal family to not express their gratitude after being saved. I want to meet him in person and say my gratitude. But I've already decided. to do so, and I'll go to my father right away. Please wait, Lexia-sama. In the end, Owen couldn't stop Lexia, and Lexia went to talk directly to her father, the king. Part 3. While the story progressed with Yuya's ignorance, Japanese trends were all about a certain person. Hey, did you see this month's Cutie Beauty? I saw it. Who was the boy next to Miwa-chan? He looks like an ordinary person, but he's super cool, isn't he? Yes, a fashion magazine that uses the photo of the model Miwa and Yuya has been released. There were many subscribers in the magazine in which Miwa, a model soaring in popularity, was listed in it. They were mostly young women, but their eyes were snatched away by Yuya, who was in a two-shot photo with Miwa in that magazine. That photo shoot was probably done in a nearby shopping mall, but I wonder if he's a local person. He's like at the same age as us, most likely a high school student, too, right? Eh? If so, I'd be super jealous of the girls in the same school as him. I might become a fan. I mean, that smile is dangerous, right? The photographer's skill is good too. The subscribers are not only people who don't know Yuya, but of course, some people know him, too. This is Yuya-kun? No way, are you serious? Is he the rumored special admittance student? Yes. He's in the same class as me, but he's super cool. He's so amazing at the P.E class the other day. Tell me about that in detail. I can't believe there's such a handsome guy exist. Honestly, he looks better than any idol or actor that I've seen on TV. I thought so too. No, you don't even have to compare it. It was well known to the people of the same Usui Gakuin, but the topic of Yuya was also in a particular scene. Miwa-chan. Hikari-san. Good morning. Good morning. The magazine with a photo of you and Yuya-kun is selling greatly now, and it seems to be inundated with orders. Is that right? The topic of Yuya came out again, even among Miwa and Hikari, who had taken the photo shoot with Yuya. Yes, I've been a photographer for quite a long time, but this is the first time that a magazine that has my photo to be sell this well. Amazing, Yuya-san. What are you talking about? Miwa-chan's popularity has also risen, right? The director was also laughing a lot when she suddenly got a lot of work to do. Miwa smiled bitterly as she imagined the director of the agency they belonged to. But Yuya-kun is really amazing. Only one photo shoot of him has already made a lot of noise in society. How's it? Miwa-chan, why don't you attack Yuya-kun now? That's impossible. Yuya-san is indeed very kind, and he had helped me when that male model harassed me. But because he's so cool, he probably already has a girlfriend. I don't know that. But it's hard to find such a good boy, so if you get a chance, try to attack him. Miwa tried to react to Hikari's words, but he had gone away just like that, so she could only mumble, "Geez, Hikari-san. But if Yuya-san really doesn't have a girlfriend?" The story was getting bigger and bigger without Yuya knowing about it. What will happen to him when he goes to school tomorrow? He doesn't know yet. It's been a while since I started attending Usui Gakuin, but I felt a lot more gazes toward me than usual. There were a lot of girls who turned their glances at me, too. Wait, isn't he that man in the magazine? No way. Isn't that Usui Gakuin's uniform? He looks cooler than in the photos. Thank God, I could see him here. Some people have pressed their hands together while looking at me for some reason. Is there someone behind me? What is that? Scary. T/N. Pray posture. Then, one of the girls who was looking at me spoke to me. Ayano. Yes. Can we shake hands? Let's shake hands. What's with this situation? I was confused by this unreasonable situation. Then, the other girls who were looking at me also came to me all at once. And me too, please. You unfair. Can I take a picture? Please, become my friend. No, wait, I really don't know why. Perhaps they mistook me for someone? Other than that, I couldn't think of any other reason why strangers would ask me to shake hands, so I hurriedly turned it down. Sorry. Probably you're mistaking me with someone else. I have to go now. Feeling a little fear in a situation where I was suddenly surrounded by strangers, I went to the school to run away. In the school, when I walked in the corridor, somehow, many students also looked at me while whispering, so the doubt inside me only expanded. What's really going on here? Could it be my zipper is open? No, it would be strange to ask such a person to shake hands. I checked my pants, but there was nothing unusual about it. It would be the end if I were told that it was weird. In the end, I arrived in the classroom without knowing anything and sat down in my seat. But then, Keed came over to me in excitement. Yuya-kun. Good morning. Good morning. You're already in full spirits in the morning, huh? Anything happened? I'm always like this, aren't I? Rather than that, look at this. Keed suddenly placed a magazine on my desk. Here, this page. It's Yuya-kun who's in the picture with Miwa-chan, right? Yeah, it's me. The book has been released, huh? Some time ago, I had a photo shoot with a model, Miwa-san, at a shopping mall. But when was this picture taken? What's in the magazine was a photo of Miwa-san and I chatting happily on a bench. However, it's not a pose that instructed by Hikari-san. This scene was. I wonder if it was taken when I was talking about modeling with Miwa-san. So, that's why we didn't take any more shoot after that. Huh? Anyway, I was laughing naturally in this photo, so in the end, I guess it was good, right? Other photos were also used, but the photos on the bench were the biggest. They were used in 2 facing pages. Keed let out a small breath as she was convinced while looking at the magazine alone. Huh. So, it's really Yuya-kun, huh? This photo is so good. Really? Thank you. But the photographer's skill was excellent. And Miwa-san is amazing, too. No. It's because Yuya-kun is in the photo with that Miwa-san. That's why the photo looks amazing. Keed says so, but if she looked at the scene of the photo shoot, she wouldn't be able to say so. My face and body were so tense. Then, Keed suddenly pointed at one photo while pouting her cheeks. But isn't this a little too close? The photo that Keed pointed to was the one pose that Miwa-san hugged me. I know it's a job, but are you two going out? And no, we're not. I see. You aren't dating yet, huh? I hurriedly denied it, but looking at Keed, why did she look somewhat relieved? And while I was talking with Keed, a lot of other students were also talking while looking at me. Look, it's Yuya-kun. The photos are cool, but still, the difference in experience is still visible. I thought he was cool, but I never thought that he would do a photo shoot alongside with the popular model Miwa-chan. But Yuya-kun is so kind. I somehow calm down when I see him talking with Ryo-kun and the others. Tell me more about that. What? You scared me. Looking at the classroom, I guess there are a lot of students who saw the magazine other than Keed. Wait, did the person who asked me for a handshake while I was on my way to school had also look at the magazine? But, did I really give this much impact in just one shot? I'm not a great model like Miwa-san. If someone wants to shake hands, then they should ask it to Miwa-san instead. While I had that thought, Ryo and Shingo-kun entered the class, and as soon as they found me, they rushed at me with high speed. Hey Yuya, I knew that you were amazing. Amazing? Yeah, you were featured on TV. I could only let out a dumb voice hearing Ryo's words. Me on TV? No, stop joking. I don't remember being on TV. It's true, you know. Who is the man in the photo with Miwa-san? A model whose popularity is skyrocketing. Seriously? I'm serious. Here, look. Ryo showed me some of the news posted on the video site with his smartphone. Anyway, who is the man in the photo with Miwa-chan? He's just like a supernova that suddenly appears. Yes, his appearance is good, but that aura that can be seen even from the photo is a little different from idols and actors. That elegance isn't something that everyone can bring out. I can't believe it's just an ordinary person, let alone a rookie. It's strange that there hasn't been any fuss about him until now. The people in the industries also wish to bring him, don't they? That's amazing, isn't it? I was mute in amazement, seeing the video. Is it really about me? Not another person? As far as I watched how Yuya was, I can't believe it was you. Is that so? But, Yuya-kun, you're completely frozen. I still didn't understand it, but I remembered what happened this morning. So that's why I was seen and talked to by so many people this morning. As I thought it was so odd. I don't believe that one magazine has an influence on it, and yet, it's hard to imagine that it would make a situation where so many people are calling out to me. However, the story would substantially change if it were featured on a TV like this. As I watched the video on the smartphone completely dumbfounded, Keed told me excitedly. It's amazing. Yuya-kun has become a hot topic among the girls right now. I don't know why people get excited by the topic of me like that. After all, I am nothing. I'm not an active idol either. In the first place, why me? The moment I said so, the 3 people floated an expression as if the emptiness had pierced them. Hey, what's wrong? Yuya? Are you serious about what you just said? Yeah, Hikari-san is really amazing. Other than the photo on the bench, he could make me look cool in the other photos, too. Yuya-kun, isn't your self-confidence too low? I wonder. I think it's appropriate, however. As everyone says, I think my appearance has changed. But I can't like myself. My previous appearance has etched into my brain and can't be separated, and I don't know how many times I wanted to quit that body even if my appearance changed. Yuta and Sara, which should have the same blood as me, were blessed with their appearance, and that just makes me more severed. That's why I don't really like myself. Well, unlike before, I've ranked a little bit from completely hate to I don't like it that much. This is also thanks to me leveled up in the different world. It would be nice if I could build up my confidence little by little, but I can't believe my inferiority will suddenly disappear, and I can't like myself right away. With a slightly dark expression on my face, Rio said to me with a serious look, Yuya, I don't know what you had experienced in the past, but what are you going to do without admitting yourself? Eh? That's why you have to be more confident and honest with yourself. Can I be confident? It's okay if you decided that yourself, right? I'm not sure, but it's okay, isn't it? I'm not sure if you aren't sure either. Ryo-kun, you don't have to worry about the details, said Keed. I'll help you too. I understand that because I don't have confidence myself, said Shingo-kun. This school is really full of warm people. I felt my heart warmed up, hearing the words of these three people. Chapter 7, One Step of Courage. During the class, I was vaguely looking out the window. The words of Rio and the others this morning made me think about various things. I have to be more confident, huh? I was writing the contents on the blackboard instinctively in my notebook without paying attention to the teacher's words. I should not, and I'm in the class right now, so I have to listen to the teacher seriously, but I can't concentrate. Looking at the outside, another class was doing the P.E class right now at the sports ground. And when I looked closely, I could also see Kaori there. I was looking at such a class scene, and our eyes happened to meet. She waved her small hand at me. I also shook my hand to her reflexively, but then I remembered that I was in the middle of the classes. I immediately tried to get my consciousness back on the blackboard. Hey, what the heck are you all doing? Suddenly the sports ground became noisy. The commotion reaches our classroom, and not only me but the other students also notice it. What's wrong? What happened? When everyone looked out the window, there were men with flashy looks running around the sports ground on their bikes. There were dozens of them. Moreover, every motorcycle was basically a two-seater, and they also held nailed baseball bats and other dangerous objects in their hands. The students who were studying on the sports ground panicked, and the teacher was frantically soothing them, but before they knew it, those flashy men already surrounded them. What are you all doing? You're annoying. Shut up. One of the men swung the bat mercilessly to the P.E teacher who approached to warn them. Since he's a P.E teacher, he somehow managed to avoid the attack. Then, several teachers came out of the staff room. You guys, continue the study by yourself. My class teacher also went out of the classroom in a hurry after telling us to self-study. However, since everyone was worried, they couldn't study and rushed to the window to look at the outside. What's going on? That demon's emblem. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Isn't that the Red Ogre's emblem? Red Ogre. I was startled by those words. Why is that? Because that's a group belongs to Araki, who had bullied me in my previous school. No way. Why are they here? When I saw the teachers desperately trying to persuade the delinquents on the sports ground, there were people I knew among them. Yuta. Sora. I found Yuta and Sora standing while smiling behind the delinquents. Moreover, when I looked carefully, there are also other people who had bullied me with Araki at first on the list. I was overcome in surprise and couldn't understand why were they here. And then Kaori talked resolutely to the delinquents on the surroundings, even though she had been encircled. What do you want from our school? Sorry, but my father is not in school right now. What do we want? Of course, to make a mess. It had been decided, you know. Kaori's question wasn't answered by one of the delinquents, but by Yuta. Oh, you remembered me. I thought the elite Sama had forgotten about me. But if you do remember, I don't need to explain it, right? What would you do with this? The police will be here soon. Why are you doing this? But you can't do anything until they come, can you? We have more people here than the teachers there. Most of all, we have many hostages here. Yes, it's you guys. Kaori was surprised at Yuta's words. As Yuta says, there are only a dozen or so teachers, and it's not very good. They wouldn't be able to deal with all the members of the Red Ogre. Rather, Yuta smiled unpleasantly in front of the teachers, Kaori, and the others, who were not able to move. A particular muscular man among the delinquents called out to Yuta. Oi, Yuta, are you sure you want to do this? It will be troublesome if the cops come. If your purpose is the woman there, you can just take her, right? Yeah, but if he's really here, I've also had some business with my shitty big brother, but that's fine. Well then, let's just take that person back. Yeah, let's do it flashy when we get back. A man with a glint in his eye began to close the distance to catch Kaori. The teachers tried to stop him, but the other delinquents restrained them. Besides, they were unable to barge because the delinquents are showing movement to harm other students. Wait, this is horrible. But what should we do? Rio and the other students feel that it's a terrible situation, but they also can't move frightened by the delinquents. I honestly scared too. The memories when I had been bullied had flashed back, and my body is still trembling now. However, while I'm shaking, the delinquents are getting closer to Kaori. Hey, Yuya, are you okay? You look pale, you know. Want to go to the infirmary? Looking at me trembling, Rio and the others showed me how they were worried from the bottom of their heart. That kind of treatment made me ashamed of myself. They were concerned, I just trembling and couldn't move. Well, isn't this no different from before I leveled up? I then remembered Rio's words in the morning. I don't have confidence in myself, no matter what I do now. No, I don't want to have one. I was scared and was unable to move, even though Kaori is about to be taken in front of me. What would Grandpa say when he saw me like this? When I first met Kaori, I just made a scared voice. I wasn't able to help her in a cool way at that time, and I only unilaterally was beaten. But I should have been more proud of myself now. My body has become stronger, but my heart is getting weaker. I have to apologize to Grandpa, to the different world, and above all, to my old self. I can't immediately have confidence, but still, when I have one someday, I want to be more proud of myself. Then, what should I do now? That will be, Yuya? Hey, wait a minute, Wadash. Whoa, my body was moving when I thought about that. I put my foot on the window frame and jumped down. What are you doing? Yuya-kun? It's on the 4th floor, you nuau. Rio and Keed screamed, leaning their body out of the window, looking at my action jump down in front of their eyes. However, I landed on the ground and scathed after a jump off from the 4th floor. Are you alright? Yuya, I'm fine. Oh, that's good then, that's not what I mean. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to step in for a moment. They're not like a convenience store. I thought it was terrible for Rio and the others up there, but I rushed to Kaori and the others anyways. Yuta, Sora. Yuya-san? Shitty big brother. What is it? Isn't he saved us the trouble to look for him? The teachers, Kaori, and Yuta and the others were surprised that I came. Then, Araki smiled and asked Yuta, Hey Yuta, this guy, can I do it? Yeah, just do it moderately, and then take him together with that girl. Hee. It's been a while, you son of a bitch. I'm going to mess up your annoying face right now and put it back to what it was. Araki said that, and surrounded me with the other people who used to bully me. Each hand is holding a metal bat and a wooden sword. I used to be trembling or just being unilaterally done, but I've grown and leveled up in the different world. I'm no longer afraid of Araki and the others. I just want to help Kaori and the other students and teachers now. Well then, first, I'll beat you with this one strike. Despite using a metal bat, Araki just swung it with all his might without any hesitation. The teachers and students around me who saw it screamed. However, a completely different feeling came to my mind. Isn't it too slow? Immediately after making a big decision, I suddenly amazed before the attack. Now that I think about it, I heard the male model who was harassed me with sand at the time when I did the photo shoot was a former boxer, but he wasn't strong at all. In the end, it was nothing compared to the monsters in the different world. Despite being in a more critical situation than when with the male model, Araki's attack didn't seem to be a threat compared to the monsters in the different world. At any rate, it appears to be safe to receive this attack, but it might not be so from the perspective of the people who don't know the reason. Well anyway, it's bad to take it directly. Yato. I shifted my body up front to avoid it. Araki opened his eyes for a moment. He didn't think that I could avoid it, and immediately wrinkled his brow like he was displeased. What are you doing, bastard? Oh, I just don't want to get hit. Don't get cocky. You just avoided it by chance. I'll get rid of your impertinent attitude right now. As a matter of fact, Araki swings his metal bat again, but none of it is hitting me. It doesn't have the amazing power of Goblin General, let alone the techniques that have accumulated over many years. An attack that just simply swings just like that wouldn't hit me. Damn it. Stop, avoid it. Hey Araki? We'll go too. The other delinquents who were puzzled by Araki's looks also attacked me all at once, but even as the number increased, none of them could hit me. These delinquents other than Araki doesn't have particularly unique martial arts, nor do they have a superhuman stats. On the contrary, Aga? Hey Araki, what are you doing? That guy approached me. It was his fault. He was hitting his ally instead of hitting me. I deliberately moved to a position where they could beat each other, but this went unexpectedly well. This technique seems to be usable in the different world, too. I used to be frightened by Araki and the others, but the fear has wholly disappeared while avoiding their attacks. If the fear is gone, the rest is just to do the same as when fighting in the different world. All I have to do is to use my surroundings and move according to my advantage. This time, the target to be used is the other delinquents. Seeing Araki, who has run out of stamina due to striking at the empty air and friendly fire. The muscular man who was approaching Corey before had become irritated and shouted, "What are you bastard doing? That's enough. Hey, you go. USU." It was a man who was like a wrestler coming over and pushing Iraqi and the others aside. He has dreadlock hair and a lot of piercings, and he has an unmatched big body compared to the other delinquents. Haha, that guy was so brutal that he was expelled from the sumo wrestling industry. Hey, defeat that man quickly. That's why you were out of luck, brother. Aura, go to sleep. The giant sumo wrestler man gave me a sharp slap. But, oops. I grabbed his wrist, stopped the slap. This is. I stopped the giant Holmite slap, but he began to slap with his other hand. On the other hand, I let go of his wrist and reciprocate by slapping his hand, too. Gwa. I only slapped it lightly, but because of the overwhelming difference in stats, my opponent had received a backlash more than I expected. Son of a bitch. The giant distanced himself once after the backlash for being slapped and tried to strike me with his body while showing an angry face. If I'm just an ordinary person, I would have been blown away. On the contrary, it might have become a terrible experience since he will get a mount position. However, I currently caught his body strike right from the front and hold him without moving even for one step. Gugujajai. The giant tried to push me while scraping the ground. And then, the muscular man who instructed him showed an irritation when he saw me still moving. Hey, what are you doing? Don't play around and kill him. USU, gu? Why it's not moving? He seems to have put more power into it, but my looks haven't changed at all. Amazing. As a result of fighting directly with the Devil Bear and Goblin General, it seems that I won't be losing by being overmatched against an ordinary person. I was thinking that while watching the giant, who was desperately trying to push me away. However, I can't keep this position forever, so I put my hand on the giant's body and tried to lift him slightly. Wawa. I lifted him very easily. I reflexively lift him with one hand since it was too light, but the weight didn't change at all. And since it was too light, I spontaneously threw him like a ball. Gah! I played and tossed the giant with just one hand. He just could scream at this absolutely impossible situation. What's going on with my physical strength? Help me. Jayawaya? As a result of the giant struggling to escape from my palm, I lost control of him, and the giant flew to the distance with a great force. He fell to the ground from a considerable height, then fainted with blank eyes. Everyone is at a loss for words looking at the scene. No, wait, I'm surprised as well. I thought I was certainly getting stronger, but it was unthinkable for me to have this insane strength on the earth, too. It would be too hard to understand throwing a person just like a baseball ball. But, even though I gained this strength up to this point, it was still dangerous since I could still be overwhelmed in the different world. I have to be stronger. While I clutched and opened my palm to ascertain the feeling, the muscular man who had returned to his sanity shouted, getting impatient. Hey you, get rid of that guy first, before taking care of the teachers. Why yes, the delinquents shouted in unison. Oh, the other delinquents who were keeping the teachers in check gathered and started targeting me. I was ultimately out of hands, right? And even the giant, too. More than that, it would be troublesome to be involved with the police. No, it may be too late. Well then, I'll make them attack each other. Gee. Hey move, you're in my way. You're the one who's in my way, Guha. While carefully positioning, I keep avoiding the delinquents' attacks within a hair's breadth and gradually reduce their number. However, since their number has decreased, the frequency of them hitting each other would also be reduced, so I'll have to move directly soon. That's enough. You guys step back. I'll do it myself. At last, the muscular man who might be the leader came to me. He probably couldn't endure it anymore. You bastard. How dare you make fun of us, Red Ogre, huh? I'll kill you regardless of your relationship with Yuta. The muscular man standing in front of me. He had blonde hair and was full of piercings like the giant. He has a flame tattoo or something like that on his right arm, and a red demon emblem embroidered on the back of his black jacket. He said such a dangerous thing while cracking his knuckle, and then throw his fist aimed at my face. Huh? I responded to it by deflecting the man's fist with my palm. You son of a bitch. Yep, as one would expect from a leader of a delinquent group, he was hitting me continuously at a speed that was unmatched by the other delinquent until now. I can tell that each blow will cause considerable damage to the ordinary person. But I deflected them all with my palm. Shit, do you do some martial arts? I didn't really learn martial arts. I just read various martial arts books that I found at the secondhand bookstores and put it into practice when I fought in the different world, But even if I say that, he won't believe me. Not that I want to tell him anyway. Stop it and die already. The leader, who has been hitting consecutively until now, suddenly launched a sharp kick aiming at my temple. I was thinking about something while avoiding it. The monsters in the different worlds fight instinctively, but when it comes to human opponents, they are different. The instinctive attack is unpredictable, but the man's attack just now is mixed with feints. It's related to human strategy. From a close look, I could imagine from the movement of the man in front of me was probably doing some kind of martial arts. Although I have real fighting experience against monsters, I only have a little experience in interpersonal fighting, so it gives me a bit of experience against this muscular man. In some of the martial arts books I bought at the secondhand bookstore, the writer said he could steal another style technique just by looking when fighting against them, and I already remembered the movements of this muscular man regardless of whether I can use them or not. This guy. Perhaps he felt something from my gaze as that was observing him. The man attacked me even harder, hitting and kicking me using another technique. But I avoided it all unscathed, and I burned his movement to my eyes. You bastard. The man took the soil of the ground when realizing that it wasn't possible to win by the straightforward attack, and threw it to my face. Thus, my sight is deprived. Showed him a chance for just a moment. Go to heal. The muscular man didn't miss the moment. He launches his best attack that he can do, aimed at my face. However, my body reacted to the attack, and while I am in a position to receive his blow, I threw him as if I was carrying a backpack. Agah! The man was thrown to the ground vehemently. I won't give him the time to rest, and just like the time with the male model, I locked his arm to his back and held it like that, so he couldn't move. Let me go. The man's arm is completely locked, and with his movement sealed, he desperately tries to escape from my restraint, but my body doesn't move at all. Then, the police came, and the delinquents were detained one after another with the help of the other teachers. Bastard. Let me go. Shit. The delinquents continued to curse while being detained by the police. The muscular man I was holding was also handed over to the police and was about to be taken away. In no way. That red ogre is. Seeing the delinquents detained in front of them, Yuta and Sora looked pale. I was relieved that most of the delinquents were arrested in this way. Shit. Yuta. This is because of you. Yuta was shrieking in fear. The muscular man, who might be the leader of Red Ogre, escaped from the police restraint by force and run toward Yuta as it is. Then, he gripped Yuta's collar, who wasn't able to move as if his vigor leaving his hips. If you hadn't planned this, we wouldn't have had this kind of thing. You are absolutely unforgivable. No, stop it. Hey, let Yuta go. Shut up. You're also guilty. Hi. Sora insists, asked the man to release Yuta, but the muscular man's vigor completely withered her. And the man turns his bloodshot eyes to Yuta. That's enough. I'll strangle him to death here and kill you. A shitty woman in the same way. No. Hey, anyone. Help. The muscular man put his hand on Yuta's neck, who's crying and shouting with his face messed up. The police tried to stop it, but while the other bad guys were detained, they would start to rampage again. They lack manpower. And the moment the muscular man tried to strangle Yuta, I noticed that my body was moving. Let him go. Big brother. I hold the man's arm and pull it off of Yuta's neck. What is this power? The leader desperately resisted, but he couldn't match my power and released his hands from Yuta as is. I pulled the man off of Yuta, and he released his arm obediently. Gahak. Eek. Are you okay? I rubbed Yuta's back, who had been choked off violently, and asked him. Then, Yuta muttered at me, stunned. Why? I don't know why. Well, you're my little brother, after all. He seemed to be very shocked by hearing my words. Bastard. Don't get in my way. Without minding the interaction between Yuta and me, the muscular man charged straight to kill Yuta. But, as I thought, I can't let you do that to my family. Gah. I closed the distance with the man in an instant and kicked his unprotected belly as it was. Even though I'm still holding back, the power of the kick from my leveled-up body was tremendous. The impact penetrated to the back of the muscular man. I chased after him, who was floating in the air, and gave him a roundhouse kick in the air. Then, the man blew away for a few meters, and when he fell to the ground, his eyes turned white, and he blacked out. Everyone has a loss for words looking at it. After a series of flows, the place went quiet. And then, cheers rose from the school building. That was awesome. What was that movement? Isn't it so cool? Or rather, he wasn't hit even once by those delinquents' attacks. No, Wait, I thought my motor nerves were already amazing when I was in a physical education class, but I can't say that anymore. I've never seen someone getting blown off like that. The students who had been watching the turmoil from the window were talking about my action. And then, Kaori was running toward me while I was watching at the surroundings. Yuya-san, are you all right? Ah, yep. I'm okay. What about Kaori, are you okay? Oh, why yes. I'm fine as well. I briefly looked at Kaori's whole body, but it seemed that she was not injured. It's good then. I was able to help her before something happened to her. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart. And then Kaori collapsed on the spot, probably because her thread of tension has broken. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. I felt relieved, and then, it's like my power left me all at once. Big brother. While doing such an exchange, Yuta and Sora came to me with a sad face. Kaori, who was looking at them, tried to stand again to protect me, but I told her to step back. Yuya-san, it's okay. I smiled to reassure her and faced Yuta and Sora. Big brother, why did you do that, even though I've been bullying you? Sure, I've had a lot of trouble. Seeing you two who are much better than me, I felt like my heart would break many times. And yet, yeah, if my family is in trouble, I have to help them. That's what I thought. From someone else's perspective, I'm probably a soft-hearted and naive person. If I think about what I've been through, it can't be helped usually. I couldn't forgive Yuta and Sora, either. I can never forgive them for making a fool of Grandpa. And given the many things I've received so far, various dark feelings come to mind. However, it's still, no matter how sweet it is from the surrounding people say, this is me. I can't abandon my family. After hearing my words, Yuta opened his eyes and started to shed tears. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Sora was also crying next to Yuta, and then, they're also taken by the police. While seeing them off, Kaori asked, worrying about me. Was it okay? Yuya-san must have had a hard time because of those two. So, yeah, there's been a lot of things, and I didn't forgive them either. Kaori fell silent. But, it's okay, because this is me. Oh, so that's it. Kaori, who felt something in my words, was surprised for a moment and immediately smiled. And the smile on her face turned into a slightly mischievous smile. Come to think of it, I was helped again. Was I able to help properly this time? It's not just this time. Even before, Yuya-san helped me properly. Yuya-san is my hero. Despite blushing hearing of Kaori's words, I was delighted that I really moved to help. I thought that from the bottom of my heart. The commotion quickly settled. All of the delinquents were detained by the police and taken to the police station. The commotion seems to have originated from Yuta and Sora, who knew that they were not able to enter Usui Gakuen. Each of the members of the Red Ogre, including Araki, originally had a problem with their conduct, so they had been sent to the reform school after being expelled from their original school, but Kaori more or less helped Yuta and Sora, so they weren't expelled. But still, it will resonate greatly in their report and the grades. It was quite a big fuss, but thanks to the board chairman, there was no particular trouble in the media. Speaking of the chairman, when the delinquents came to the school, he wasn't in the school because of his work, and when the case was resolved, he came back immediately. When he discovered that Kaori was in danger again this time, he showered me with his gratitude as much as he did before. He showered his gratitude again and again, but I was already delighted that I could attend this Usui Gakuen. Well, I had no choice but to receive it. Anyway, in the end, the injured people had been handled, and, the next day, I was a little afraid to go to school. Regardless of the circumstances of what had been occurred, I easily kicked people and sent him flying like that. Therefore, when I think about the gaze of fear, even just a little from those kind people, it's horrifying. I arrived in the classroom while thinking that. I timidly opened the class door while feeling depressed. Oh, Yuya, I was anxious about yesterday, you know. Yuya-kun, you didn't get any injury, right? Are you really okay? I was really scared just looking at it. I had no choice but to be perplexed in front of Rio and the others who had suddenly come to me. The other classmates also called out to me with a smile. Yuya-kun, you were so amazing yesterday. I can't believe you could win against that many delinquents, let alone unscathed. It's really amazing. I mean, that big guy, you lifted him with just one hand. How did you do that? In the first place, you jumped off from the 4th floor, didn't you? Are you sure you're okay? Yuya-kun, by all means, why don't you come to the Aikido club? No. It's better for you to join the Judo club. Didn't you guys see that kick? So it has to be my Taekwondo club. Everyone treated me gently and brightly. I thought everyone might be afraid, but they all are kinder and warmer than I expected. There was nothing like before I leveled up in a different world. I thought that only the different world would make me feel at ease. That's not entirely right. I was able to level up and meet kind people like this. Thank you, everyone. Leveled up has really changed my life. Epilogue. In a room in a certain building. I finally found you. Yuya Tenju. A woman laughs fearlessly in front of a series of Yuya's photos spread out on her desk. I can't let you go with that outstanding talent you have, right? Muttering so, the woman stood up and called one of her subordinates. Kurosawa, are you calling me manager? It's a job. Please contact this young man. Understood. The woman smiled deeply when she saw her subordinates leave. I'll be the one who will get him. Looking at the woman, the two people who were invited to this room, Hikari and Miwa, looked bewildered. Both of them had tried to hide about Yuya somehow, but they failed. Manager, what are you going to do when you find Yuya-kun? No matter what it takes, I'm going to bring him to my agency. With Miwa and Yuya-kun, who is now so popular, we'll be even bigger. But we have to think about Yuya-san's feelings, too. The woman opened her eyes in surprise, looking at Miwa, who told her opinion, despite her modestness. Nonsense, it's a chance to get into the entertainment world. No one would refuse this. Not only Miwa but also Hikari couldn't say anything to this woman, who says so with absolute confidence. Fufufu. Yuya Tenju. I want to see you with my very own eyes as soon as possible. The location has changed, and there was a certain rumor in the Alceria kingdom when the person who was trying to make contact with Yuya appeared. Hey, did you hear about that? Oh, the thing about Lexia-sama. Yes, it seems that something happened during the last visit, and because of that, she's going to go to the Great Devil's Nest. It's strange, isn't it? Speaking of the Great Devil's Nest, it's a place that even adventurers can't get close. There are strong monsters, and there are also rumors that say that there is material for making elixir in there. It also seems to be a person living in the Great Devil's Nest, and Lexia-sama is going to meet that person. Huh, do people live in such a place? Or rather, why is she going to meet that person? I don't know if that's it, but if there's such a person living in there, that person must be eccentric. It was a place that Yuya didn't know, and there was no doubt that his very existence was rumored. Well, I think I'll go to the different world today. A little after the things with Yuta and the others, I decided to go to the different world after a while. I've been exploring the forest, but I haven't met anyone from this world besides the ones from the Goblin General's battle. Well, I'll come across them sooner or later. Someday, I want to go out of that forest and do some sightseeing in that world too. I finished eating and went to the different world. I'm currently fighting against a monster that would have killed me if I met them in the past. It's because I became stronger now, and because I think I could still become stronger, and it's also training that helps me to spend time in this world. Huh, goop. For that reason, I encountered a bloody ogre along the way, and I was actively fighting it now. It's very different from when I met it before. Stepping in with all its might and making a big fissure on the ground, the bloody ogre shook its strong arms to resist my Omni Sword. Heya, gaga-ah. However, I cut its arm, jumped up without killing the momentum, and cut the bloody ogre from its head. At the same time, when I landed with ease, the bloody ogre has become a particle of light and disappeared. Phew. When I was collecting the drop item of the defeated bloody ogre, there was a reaction from my presence detection skill. However, the reaction is not only one, but many. What is it? I was kind of worried about the identity from those presences. I moved while erased my presence with assimilation, and finally reached the target location. Gaowa. Goop. Shit. To think we would meet a group of goblin elites. What's wrong with this forest? Even if when only one appear, it's already dangerous. Don't just move your mouth. Protect Lexia-sama no matter what. For goblin elites are fighting against the soldiers that I saw in this forest before. Among them, the middle-aged knight was fighting alone against one of the goblin elites, but the other soldiers aren't doing the same, and although it seems like they are somehow managing to hold them up now, they will soon be defeated. Honestly, I don't know the affiliation of those soldiers, and I don't know if they are enemies or allies, but I had no choice but to help them. With assimilation activated, I approached one of the goblin elite, and then swung my Omni Sword, and beheaded it as it is. What the hell is going on? By attacking the goblin elite, the assimilation skill was cancelled. Still, I pierced the Omni Sword through the heart of the other goblin elite. I just flowed without worrying about it. Gaia. Then, another goblin elite who returned to its senses attacked me, but I just calmly watched its movements. It swung its large sword. I shifted my body to avoid it within a hair's breadth. I come into its bosoms as is, right below its swinging arm, and beheaded it with Omni Sword. Amazing. What's going on? Is that the person that Lexia-sama talked about? I turned my eyes to the last one. The middle-aged knight just pierced it to put it an end. It seems like my help was not needed. Well, what am I going to do now? It's nice to have helped them quickly, but I don't know these people very well. Moreover, the soldiers seem to be somehow wary of me. It was difficult to speak somehow, and when I was thinking about leaving, the middle-aged knight called out to me. I'm sorry, we are safe, thanks to you. Thank you. Eh? Oh no, don't worry about it. I just happened to pass by. I see. Could it be, you're really? Yes. The middle-aged knight folded his arms as if pondering something, and the other soldiers began to talk in a whisper. So he really exists. Then he? Yes, he actually defeated that number of goblin elites alone. He looks to be about the same age as Lexia-sama. More than that, look at his atmosphere. Is he a noble? When I was confused, looking at these soldiers, a girl came out of among them. A goblin general previously attacked this girl. At that time she was muddy, but now she has a beautiful appearance. The girl opened her eyes widely when she looked at me, and then, say, why yes, please marry me. Yes. She said something outrageous.